I'm going to become a giant in the entertainment industry despite the losses. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251. The advantages in me. Yang Ruoqian, who had watched a great show and was sitting leisurely on the chair, suddenly saw 4 people coming over in a heroic manner and was stunned for a moment. He had just met this person yesterday and had spoken several words to him. Mr. Yang did not have amnesia, so of course he remembered him. An unknown person sent by the Sing My Motherland program team to find the company, but for unknown purposes. Why does this person have a strange expression on his face? Zhuantao walked to the front of Yang Ruoqian's seat, looking at the surprised expression of the young boss in front of him who was famous in Jinhei City, and his proud mood became even stronger. You didn't expect it. I also came to show my support. This time, Sing My Motherland brought 3 major investors to compete with Kuiguang Group, and the advantage is on my side. Thinking about his sudden arrival as a savior, and the 2 forces were still in a confrontation stage, Zhuantao suddenly felt that his image was more majestic. Zhuantao lowered his voice and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "Boss Yang, you are so modest. When I saw you at the door yesterday, you actually joked that you were a handyman. After all, his status and the purpose of this trip were here." Zhuantao thought he was qualified to make such a joke. However, Yang Ruoqian was even more confused. Seeing a stranger who didn't even know his name come to make such a joke, Yang Ruoqian just felt very puzzled. Am I familiar with you? Are our 2 companies on good terms? As a hostile company, you came to my venue uninvited, and you made such a scene to make it seem like we have a good relationship. Yesterday, you clearly expressed your attitude of refusing to cooperate at the door of the company. Is this person a fool who can't understand? After thinking for a long time, after all, there were so many reporters filming, and so many people at the venue. Yang Ruoqian didn't want to be the focus of the internet again, so he raised his eyes slightly and said dryly, "Just kidding. I'm responsible for the miscellaneous work of transferring money in the company, and it is very reasonable to say that I'm a handyman." Seeing Yang Ruoqian like this, Zhuantao became more confident. Young people are young people, and they act like they want to refuse, but also want to accept. Since Yang Ruoqian is too embarrassed to speak, then I, Zhuantao, will reluctantly help him open his mouth. Thinking of this, Zhuantao raised his voice a lot. I'm Zhuantao from the Sing My Motherland program team. Boss Yang's new movie has started shooting. We have also had the honor of cooperating with your company before. This time we specially came to show our sincerity. Let me introduce you. This person is willing to sponsor your company's new movie. Yang Ruoqian sat on the chair, watching the person in front of him talking non-stop, and his ears could no longer hear other words. Only 2 words kept lingering in his ears, repeating, "Sponsor, sponsor, sponsor, get out. You are disturbing my eyes. Is the Sing My Motherland program team sick? I have shown such great malice and an attitude of never giving up with you. I have tarnished your reputation and your money, but you are still rushing to invest in my new movie? Do you have some hidden little habits?" They had clearly expressed their refusal downstairs in the company, but they were able to find the award ceremony site and even bring in 3 investors. Kuiguang Group already had too much money in the 3rd quarter and had no place to spend it. Now they had sponsors and gave money to them. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? If you want to dump waste paper, go somewhere else. Don't come to Kuiguang Group. Just as the shocked Yang Ruoqian recovered, made a decision, and planned to secretly contact the security guards to drive them away, a familiar figure suddenly walked over from the side. Just like Zhuantao, one person was in front and the others were behind. But both in terms of numbers and momentum, they crushed Zhuantao and his group countless times. This scene directly blocked all the words Yang Ruoqian wanted to say. As the culprit of the error in this award ceremony, Cheng Fei, who added the 2nd stage to the ceremony without authorization, appeared again at the critical moment. She looked at the scene in front of her with amazement, but her tone was not obvious at all, and she was still steady. "Boss Yang, The early publicity work of Wandering Blue Star has been almost completed. Maybe we can decide on the sponsors first. Cheng Fei had just arrived and only heard half of the conversation between the two, but she thought she understood the general meaning. It was nothing more than that the people of the Voice of China were scared by the fierce offensive of the Kuiguang group in recent days, and now they hurried over with money to show their goodwill and try to calm things down. Even Cheng Fei could not have expected things to develop to this point. After all, the Kuiguang group and the Voice of China program team have already started fighting with real swords and guns. For example, it's like two people fighting. The stronger person is pinned to the ground and beaten by the weaker person, and after the fight, the stronger person actually smiles and apologizes. How many tricks did Yang Ruoqian use behind the scenes to accomplish such a thing? How can such a young man be so skillful and cunning that he can make his enemies surrender and even bring real money to his door? Jinhei's youngest and most successful entrepreneur is not only good at investment, he can also be called a master in controlling people's hearts. Just now they were fighting to the death, but 2 days later they came to apologize with gifts. Awesome. However, although this matter seems to have nothing to do with Cheng Gaiyu, it makes Cheng Fei feel an inexplicable sense of crisis. Although Cheng Gaiyu and Kuiguang group are very close partners, it does not mean that all projects between the two groups must cooperate. It is their own business to find someone to sponsor the Kuiguang group's film, and only Yang Ruoqian or other executives can make the final decision. After all, Wandering Blue Star is a science fiction film with a timeline close to modern times. If you want to have a product placement that is not inconsistent, you have to think carefully about choosing a sponsor. The best brand is that of high-tech products. But the biggest problem is that, if you want to avoid affecting the viewing experience, the number of advertisements that can be placed in a movie is limited. If it is a flop movie, and you are counting on sponsors to save your life, then it is indeed a buyer's market, begging for investment. However, in the eyes of Cheng Yu and his group, Kuiguang Group and Wandering Blue Star are completely different. Others may still be watching and do not trust Kuiguang Group so much, but Cheng Yu, who has cooperated with Kuiguang for so long, whether it is Cheng Fei who is in charge of the media industry or Cheng Fang who is in charge of the main business, has no doubt that this movie can be a great success. Sponsorship? It's obviously an investment. When the movie becomes popular, the advertising effect will go straight to the sky. The fewer sponsors, the fewer embedded ads, the better the effect. Then the people from Sing My Motherland who come with sponsors are the biggest competitors, and they must be suppressed to death. Alas, the strength of partners is gradually getting stronger, which is sometimes very distressing. Cheng Yu will never give up this sponsorship opportunity. We must take advantage of this time when there are many people to decide on the sponsorship in one fell swoop, and not give the people from the Sing My Motherland program team any chance. If today's great opportunity passes, and everything moves from the stage to the backstage, there will be too many variables. If she hadn't brought a few people from Cheng Gaiyu Group or Cheng Gaiyu's holding companies with her, this sponsorship opportunity might have really slipped away. The cook duck almost flew away, and was almost snatched away by this little jerk in front of her. No, next time I have to adjust the cooperation strategy with Kuiguang. Things are different now, and I must be more proactive on my side. Cheng Fei was glad that she had a sudden idea to add a preview of a new movie to the award ceremony, and said with a smile, "I haven't introduced it to General Manager Yang yet. The person behind us is the director of the electronic product project in Cheng Gaiyu Group. This is the person in charge of Nan Civil Engineering Company. This is." Hearing these well-known company names one after another, Zhu Tao, who originally brought a few small sponsors and planned to sponsor tens of millions, switched from a confident expression on his face to shock at almost the speed of light. The sponsor who followed Zhu Tao was so scared that he almost sat on the ground. Among the crowd of people, he actually saw Party A, whom he had just met not long ago. He had made countless appointments, said all kinds of nice things, and treated him with good food and wine, before he finally said a few words to him. Now he actually took the initiative to come to the door and actively hope to become the sponsor of the new movie of Kuiguang Group. Compared with these big guys, Zhu Tao and these three small fish and shrimps can basically be regarded as a joke. Zhu felt worse than swallowing a fly at this time. He thought he came here as a savior to provide Kuiguang Group with their most needed funds. Now it seems that his behavior is a complete joke in the eyes of others. It is true that Kuiguang Group lacks funds, but they do not lack sponsors. Yes. How could he think that a young man who can make a living in the entertainment industry is so simple? He was careless and fooled. This award ceremony was definitely a trap set by Yang Ruoqian for their program team. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that on the night when I met Yang Ruoqian, Cheng Gai sent a message that night saying that there would be a temporary preview event at the awards ceremony. Now it seems that everything was Yang Ruoqian's conspiracy. He predicted the ideas and practices of the Sing My Motherland program team, so he pretended to reject me downstairs of the company and fought for a night of preparation time to change the layout of the award ceremony venue. When I arrived at the award ceremony and brought 3 investors, I let these bigwigs appear in front of everyone, showing strong financial strength on the one hand and continuously injecting confidence into the market on the other. This scene was photographed and sent out by reporters, and the content of the copywriting was almost guessable. Even the enemies of the Kuiguang Group were jealous of the new movie and wanted to get a piece of the pie, so they went to the door to ask for forgiveness. The Sing My Motherland program team unfortunately became a stepping stone for Yang Ruoqian to promote the new movie. Looking back on what happened in the past 2 days, Zhu became more and more annoyed. So cruel. What on earth did a young man in his 20s go through to come up with such a cruel and vicious plan? As the mastermind behind all this, Yang Ruoqian, who had carried out the plan perfectly, could still pretend to be surprised that he knew nothing. Even his acting skills were so good. At this moment, Yang Ruoqian was no less shocked than Zhu, Cheng Fei, the onlookers, or the reporters. What's wrong with this world? Don't I just want to spend some money quietly? Why are they all rushing to give it to me? Why is it so difficult to lose some money? And now this scene that shocked everyone. Yang Ruoqian always felt very strange. Generally speaking, this kind of development, where a small force pretends to be powerful in front of him, and suddenly a big force appears and slaps him in the face, has appeared in many novels. But the problem is that this kind of development that shocked the small forces, the big forces, the onlookers, and even the parties themselves can be said to be unheard of. Isn't it just an award ceremony for a rubbish event? Why has it been held until now, and there is already a feeling that it can't end? Zhu looked at Yang Ruoqian, who remained silent and cleared himself of wrongdoings, as if he knew nothing. He sighed in his heart, knowing that he had completely lost this time. Haha, it seems that I was being sentimental. Then I wish Mr. Yang's new movie a big hit. Even if the deal doesn't work out, we still have a bond. After saying this, Zhu left the scene from the small door beside the stage with a gloomy face. As a loser, being calculated to death, and making harsh remarks would make him look too clownish. Zhu didn't want to embarrass himself in front of so many media. If his photos of being furious were circulated on the internet, it would be a loss of money and face, and he would lose everything inside and outside. Moreover, compared to these insignificant interests and face, the most important thing is Yang Ruoqian's attitude. Now it seems that the Kuiguang Group has no intention of reconciliation at all. We must hurry back to the program team to discuss the next countermeasures. If we want to safely survive this public relations crisis, the program team may have to bleed heavily. Cheng Fei stared at Zhu intently, and only after making sure that he had completely left did she breathe a sigh of relief and turned her gaze back with satisfaction. Boss Yang, will the preview activities continue? Let's set a date later to discuss the specific matters of sponsorship. Yang Ruoqian, looking at the group of prospective sponsors who were ready to use money to kill Kuiguang Group, Boss Yang suddenly wanted to call Zhu back. Compared with these fierce and evil people, Zhu, who only sponsored a few million, suddenly became much cuter. Being stared at by so many reporters and media, Yang Ruoqian could only smile reluctantly and stood up, shaking hands with Cheng Fei. Okay, Boss Cheng, let's talk about sponsorship later. You must think of some excuses and refuse as many of these sponsorships as you can. How can a new movie still be in the PPT stage and start to make money? This unhealthy trend must be suppressed. After a small storm, the second stage of the ceremony finally began. Suddenly, when Yang Ruoqian was trying to find excuses to refuse the sponsorship, his mobile phone vibrated. Looking down, the sender was Shaoyuki, who was always restless. Myth card making, starting from the White Bone Lady, Card World, Mysterious Realms, Demonic Invasion, Myth Returns. Chapter 252, New Ideas Brought by the Failed Ceremony. Yang Ruoqian had no interest in award ceremonies or new film previews in the first place. Now that he had an excuse to be distracted, he naturally took the lead. Shaoyuki, is the award ceremony over? Do you have time to talk? Looking at Shaoyuki's tone, Yang Ruoqian suddenly felt something was strange. Normally, whether as an employee or a college classmate, Shaoyuki would not be so polite when speaking. He would usually speak directly and speak his mind. When would he ask for Yang Ruoqian's opinion? Could it be that a project that Shaoyuki was leading had gone wrong and he suffered a big loss? Yang Ruoqian was surprised and typed very quickly, "What's wrong? Do you have any bad news? Tell me and make me happy." As expected, after seeing Yang Ruoqian's merciless sarcasm, Shaoyuki immediately became tough. How can there be any bad news in the things I, Shaoyuki, handle? Everything is under control. Compared with the new movie previews and award ceremonies that are as boring as math classes, chatting with college classmates is obviously much more interesting. Yang Ruoqian immediately started to dig up old accounts. Really? Have you forgotten about the shelter company? Have you forgotten about Titanic too? That was an accident. An accident. And didn't we make money in the end? Let's not talk about this. I came to you today for other things. It's really not bad news. Yang Ruoqian saw that it was not bad news and sighed in boredom. Since it's not bad news, what's wrong with you saying it? Shaoyuki, you don't have this kind of worry. You don't know what a horrible scene it was when the children and young people from my relatives and friends watched the movie The Boys and accidentally learned that I was working in this film production company. Did his relatives and friends know about Shaoyuki's work at Kuiguang Group? Shaoyuki's father must know everything about this matter, but for relatives who are a little distant and only see each other during festivals, even if there are gossips, as long as the person concerned does not say anything, generally speaking, it is impossible to know so much. Yang Ruoqian thought about it and immediately realized, oh, you are pretending in front of your relatives, right? It feels good when you pretend, but have you ever thought about what will happen after pretending? What's the matter? Do they want you to get people in the company? Shaoyuki, do you think I'm that kind of person? Someone did mention it, but I refused. The main thing is that my father knew about this. It's okay to get people into your own company through the back door. This is a good brother's company, and it is in a period of booming business. It's too bad to get people in without thinking about it. Besides, if you want to get a job, you can get people anywhere. You can just go to Gaoaya Group, Shaoyuki's family, to fish. There is no need to use Shaoyuki's personal connections. Yang Ruoqian felt a little sorry that he had missed out on a few incompetent people who came to the group to eat empty salaries. But he was not surprised by Shaoyuki's behavior, otherwise it would be difficult for the two of them to become good brothers. After thinking about it, Yang Ruoqian said, "Didn't your father know that you were working here for a long time? Did he want to persuade you to go back? If so, I suggest you listen to your father and go back to inherit the family business and don't waste your wonderful life here with me." It would be a good thing if Shaoyuki, this scourge, could go back to his father as soon as possible. It's so profitable. It's suggested that you go back to your own home to make money and don't mess with your good brother anymore. Shaoyuki was too lazy to talk nonsense. Don't worry, my father has not objected for a long time, and now he is strongly supporting me to continue working for you. The main reason is that my father also watched the Black Robe Inspection Team, and I accidentally told him that I was the producer of our next movie. Then, you know, most of our company's industries are related to the electronics industry, so he asked me if I could help him get a sponsor position. When Shaoyuki typed this, he was actually quite emotional in his heart. Not long ago, He was ordered to go back by his father and was considered to be not doing his job properly. When chatting and bragging with relatives, they always subconsciously avoided any topic related to Shoyuki. After all, a year ago, Shoyuki, in addition to having a good university diploma, played games and watched movies at home every day, and it was embarrassing to tell others about it. But just 1 year later, almost everyone's attitude has changed. Shoyuki's father not only did not object to his working in Kuiguang Group, but now even gave his approval. When he went out to eat with others, his back was straightened, and he talked more. "It's always my son, who started a business with his college classmates, and is now a top manager of a billion-dollar company." Shoyuki's fate of being visited by all kinds of relatives is inseparable from his father's bragging outside. Relatives and friends don't dare to ask for the back door of Kuiguang Group, but dare to come to Shoyuki. Shoyuki's father is not easy to talk to. Shoyuki, a young man, should be easier to bully and have a thinner skin, right? As a result, Shoyuki finally turned away those annoying relatives and friends, and Kuiguang Group actually found him. After hearing that his son became a new film producer, Shoyuki's father called Shoyuki directly to ask about sponsorship. Their new product is about to be launched, and it is the stage where large-scale promotion and large-scale money burning are needed. If the product can be implanted in a hit movie, wouldn't the recommendation effect be explosive? Shoyuki was dizzy and had no choice but to find Yang Ruoqian to discuss countermeasures. For this reason, Shoyuki could only add, "I'm just saying this. You don't have to pay a friendly price for the sponsorship fee. Just let my dad give you a lot of gold coins. I won't take advantage of you, okay?" Yang Ruoqian, who was originally in a state of mind to watch the joke, almost jumped out of his seat when he saw the two sponsors. What the hell? Sponsorship again. Sponsorship again. The sponsorship from Kuiguang Group hasn't been rejected yet, and Shoyuki has come with sponsorship again, and it's a big sponsor that is comparable to Kuiguang Group. Mr. Yang thought he was watching a joke, but as he watched, he found that it was actually a joke about himself. Sure enough, Shoyuki is the biggest scourge in the company. Yang Ruoqian's typing speed increased immediately. "Wait, this matter needs to be considered carefully. Let's talk about it after I come back." As he said that, Yang Ruoqian closed the chat box and looked eagerly at the center of the stage. Cheng Fei on the stage was smiling and talking about the future prospects and the bright future of Wandering Blue Star. Obviously, she was quite satisfied with the fact that she successfully drove away her competitors. Even though Yang Ruoqian didn't even give out a PPT, Cheng Fei had such great confidence in the new movie. But now the priority is no longer the quality of the movie itself. Regarding the quality issue, Yang Ruoqian, who tried his best to restore Magic City Fortress in all element, is still very confident. Going through every old road that others failed, can it still succeed? The problem is that Yang Ruoqian thinks that Wandering Blue Star will definitely fail, but others don't believe it. If Yang Ruoqian lets go of the sponsors, everyone will think that Mr. Yang is too confident and invest. If Yang Ruoqian doesn't let go of the sponsors, everyone will think that Mr. Yang wants to make a lot of money by himself, so he should invest even more. Now there are two big sponsors in front of him. What should he do? If things are allowed to develop, the movie may have started to recover funds before it is released. No matter what plans Mr. Yang has in his mind, no matter how ambitious he wants to be, he can't withstand the crisis of many people scrambling to invest in him. However, no matter how he thought about it, Yang Ruoqian couldn't think of any good excuse to reject all sponsorships. Even if he was worried that the placement of advertisements would affect the audience's viewing experience, he could just put the advertisements in the scenes that would appear in the script. Changing a logo does not require a special scene design. There will always be other characters in a movie, and their lives will always be described a little bit. Life always requires daily necessities. It's just that the previous daily necessities are replaced with the sponsor's supplies. Even if no one reminds them, no one in the audience will notice these things. When they see the film reviews, or when they shop online, or see the real products, when they go shopping, they will suddenly recall them and dig out the movie scenes that they have ignored in their minds. By that time, the product will be deeply rooted in the minds of consumers. the effect of the advertisement will be achieved. This is also the essence of advertising. Overwhelming brainwashing propaganda is one thing, and the small promotions that gradually enter people's hearts and are hidden in life are equally important. The former is to make the product brand familiar, while the latter is to make these things gradually become a habit in the lives of consumers and become taken for granted. As national giant enterprises, Chengdu Group and Gaoyao Group will not fail to understand this truth. At this time, Cheng Fei's speech on the stage was over, and the event ceremony that was long and boring for Yang Ruoqian and Yu Jingyu finally came to an end. The reporters who were filming in the back were of course reluctant to leave and were full of interest in the new movie of Kuiguang Group, but Mr. Yang, who was overwhelmed by various affairs, really didn't want to stay in this ghost place for a moment. Not only because there was no inside information to reveal about the new movie, but also because he was suffocated by the pressure of Chengdu and Gaoyao. After the ceremony, when Cheng Fei left the stage, he also gave Yang Ruoqian a look, and the meaning was very clear: find a time to sign the sponsorship related contract. Yang Ruoqian looked at Cheng Fei's determined attitude and felt like crying. It's over. I can't refuse this sponsorship. What should I do? If you can't find an excuse to forcefully refuse something that has no harm, the system will judge it as a passive operation. Yang Ruoqian packed up his things with mixed feelings and stood up to leave the auditorium. In fact, compared with the estimated investment in the movie, these sponsorship fees are not much. But there is actually a huge hidden danger in it. If the movie is made and the advertising effect is very good, won't there be more sponsors trying to get in? If they make movies and TV series in the future, Yang Ruoqian can find an excuse to refuse. Can he find 10 excuses to refuse? Can he find 100 excuses to refuse others? If this advertising placement is not handled well, I'm afraid it will cause trouble for thousands of years. Thinking about the scene in the future when Yang Ruoqian just revealed a little news about filming a TV series, countless sponsors would flock to him with money, and Yang Ruoqian was worried. No, even if the sponsorship cannot be turned down, the impact must be minimized. It's okay to accept sponsorship, but it's not okay to have so many sponsors. Whether it's Chengdu or Gaoyao, there can only be one sponsorship project at most. And these advertisements must be hidden in various corners of the movie screen. If the exposure can be reduced, it should be reduced. The excuse is also very simple. Too direct advertisements will cause discomfort to the audience. Based on the same excuse, I can also legitimately charge less sponsorship fees. In the future, when sponsors see that the advertising effect here is so poor, they will probably be less willing to sponsor. Even if there are sponsors, they probably won't be willing to spend too much money to be the scapegoat. Yes, that's what we have to do. One punch is better than 100. As long as this sponsorship crisis is handled poorly enough, it may not be a bad thing in the long run. Maybe it will turn out to be a blessing in disguise, and I will be blacklisted by all sponsors from now on. Yang Ruoqian was dreaming about a bright future. He was brought downstairs by a bodyguard who was temporarily borrowed from Chengdu. He had just notified the driver to drive over to pick him up, but there was a traffic jam on the road, so he would be a few minutes late. When he reached the hotel entrance, Yang Ruoqian sighed again. After the preview event was released by the reporter, I felt that some bad comments would appear again. Alas, it would be great if I could delete the comments. Unfortunately, the platform is not mine. I can only delete the good comments under the official media of Kuiguang, which is useless. After all, when others discuss movies, they often do so under the dynamics or videos of other accounts, not on the official media. Or it can be said that basically few people will go to the comment area of the official media to discuss these things. If only this film review platform was mine. Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian's steps suddenly paused. Yes, why didn't I think of it before? Exclamation mark. These days, it costs so much money to build a platform. Why didn't I think of building a film review platform? Does anyone admit that the value of this film review platform does not need to be taken care of, and there is no need to take care of it? Just like this award ceremony, spend money to entertain yourself. Isn't it okay to use your own platform to evaluate your own movies? Create a film review platform for self-entertainment. put all the movies under the Kuiguang group on it, and then symbolically spend some money to compete with other platforms. In this way, no one will believe it, even if the score is high, and it may even cause disgust. Not only can it reduce the value of your own movie ratings, but it can also burn money. This project can be done. Return to the group immediately and start arranging the project. Strive to launch the new platform and new movies at the same time. Help each other, complement each other, and help the company achieve its loss target in the third quarter. Chapter 253. Since this task is given to me, it must be unimportant. Mr. Yang, who always comes up with brilliant ideas time and time again, suddenly felt impatient. He didn't even go through the slow revolving door in front of the hotel, but walked out directly from the sensor door on the side. As soon as he arrived at the door, Yang Ruoqian saw Yu Jingyu, who had escaped from the award ceremony venue before him, holding her mobile phone and muttering while waiting for the car. This award ceremony is the most embarrassing ceremony I have ever attended, no doubt about it. I have been in school for so long and listened to so many speeches by Mr. Biden, but I have never been so embarrassed. I'm going to puke. I was lazy and didn't put on makeup this morning. Those rebellious sons must have ridiculed me. It's okay. I won so much money after all, and I treated them to a spicy hot pot. Can't I shut them up? Damn it, you made me stand there with a foam sign for more than an hour. Kuiguang Group. Yang Ruoqian, I will remember your great shortcomings and virtues. Hearing the girl's deep resentment towards him and the company, Yang Ruoqian slowed down a little. So much resentment? TSK, young people nowadays, even though they were given a reward of 100,000 yuan, they are not grateful to the company, but they are so dissatisfied. It really wasted my hard work. While thinking, Yang Ruoqian came forward and pretended to be puzzled and asked, what did you remember? Yu Jingyu, who had been mumbling non-stop, heard this familiar voice, and her whole body shuddered. Her eyes were instantly filled with fear, and she turned her head stiffly. The only thing in this world that is more terrifying than being caught talking bad about others behind their backs is being caught on the spot when you talk bad about others behind their backs. And it was caught on the spot by the person involved. At this moment, Yu Jingyu used all the adaptability he could mobilize in his life. Mr. Yang. Remember. Yes, I remember your great kindness to me. This is the first time I have seen so much money since I grew up. Thank you so much. You are a very good person. Listening to Yu Jingyu's talk about sports cars and trains, Yang Ruoqian almost couldn't help laughing if he didn't want to maintain his image as a big boss. Sure enough, people who can come up with such online names, no matter what they look like on the outside, must have a bohemian heart. Today's young people, especially those born in the 90s and zeros, all have a heart to clean up the workplace, and Yang Ruoqian understands this mentality very well. Since Yu Jingyu is so unreliable and has such strong opinions about the group, and Yang Ruoqian just happened to have a new project on hand, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Yang Ruoqian's mind. Yang Ruoqian turned over the girl's name in his memory and asked casually, are you still in college now? Yu Jingyu secretly glanced at the expression on Yang Ruoqian's face and found that he was not angry. He secretly felt lucky that he had escaped this disaster. Yes, I'm a junior now. Yu Jingyu nodded and dared to speak after carefully considering every word. Yang Ruoqian nodded again and said in the tone of an experienced person, you are a junior, but you are not young anymore. What major are you studying? Do you plan to go to graduate school? Have you considered what kind of job you will find in the future? Yu Jingyu was a little confused by the series of questions asked by this old mother. After thinking carefully, she answered cautiously, I'm studying Chinese major. I don't plan to go to graduate school. I haven't thought about other things yet. Chinese major. Yang Ruoqian thought about it and felt that as long as Yu Jingyu did not participate in work like script writing, there would be no problem of matching majors. The establishment of the new platform does not seem to have much to do with script editing. What's more, Yu Jingyu is still a student who has not graduated. If she has to balance her studies and work at the same time, she will definitely not be able to spare much time and may even delay her work. Moreover, Yu Jingyu does not seem to be a reliable person. She just complained about the group again and again. She should not be very enthusiastic and proactive at work. It seems that she is very suitable to be the person in charge of the new project as an intern. Since the last campus recruitment, Yang Ruoqian's ideas and pattern in recruiting people have been completely opened up. This time he even thought of recruiting working college students as interns. When arranging work tasks, he will put some obstacles in the way. I'm not afraid of success. After making the decision, Yang Ruoqian nodded and said, since you don't have any work preparations, are you interested in coming to work in our Kuiguang? It just so happens that I have a project that is short of people, and I think you are quite suitable. Yu Jingyu, who was eagerly waiting for the online car to arrive quickly to end this awkward conversation, heard Yang Ruoqian send an offer without any warning, and the fingers that were frantically poking the screen of the mobile phone were suspended in midair. Do you think I'm quite suitable? Boss Yang, I just said in front of you that Kuiguang Group is in great need of great people. And how did you know that I'm suitable? But even though she complained in her heart, Yu Jingyu had to admit that she was still very moved when facing this invitation. As a college student in Jinhae City, at the age of junior, and not planning to go to graduate school, how could I not carefully study the future employment path? How could I not know about the Kuiguang Group, whose salary level and benefits are among the best in the country? But anyone who has submitted a resume knows that it is difficult to enter this company. According to her classmates who were admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University, even students who graduated from the top majors of these two top universities were rejected immediately when they submitted their resumes to Kuiguang Group. Now the boss of the group actually directly extended an olive branch. I must consider that this is not the only opportunity in this life. Yu Jingyu swallowed her saliva, secretly paid a few dollars, cancelled the order for the online car hailing, and asked cautiously, really? Mr. Yang, you are a public figure, you can't lie to me. The bonus of 100,000 yuan just received looks a lot and very generous, but compared with the opportunity to work in Kuiguang Group, it is nothing. Especially for a college student who is still confused about his future, it can be said to be a pie in the sky. Yang Ruoqian ignored the girl's various little movements and said casually, how can I have time to make such a joke? Of course it's true. Our company needs fresh blood like you now. Don't worry, you will know if you go out and check. Our company has not taken the initiative to fire an employee so far, and there are very few employees who choose to resign voluntarily. How is it? Although Yu Jingyu didn't know what project she was going to do, she had no reason to refuse at this time. She nodded vigorously and said, okay, Mr. Yang, what are your tasks? What arrangements do you have? Do you need me to go through the withdrawal procedures immediately? If continuing to go to school would delay work, Yu Jingyu would definitely choose to drop out without hesitation. Joining the Kuiguang Group now has actually missed the opportunity to become a veteran. In terms of qualifications, it is not as good as the employees who joined the group in the humble period, and it is not even the last train. However, in real life, there are not so many good things like entering the lowest position and leaving the highest position. Being able to enter the group at this stage is also a great fortune. Compared to studying a dumb major in a second-rate university, it is definitely more important to devote yourself to work, complete the project as well as possible, and get a promotion and salary increase in the company. The later it is, the more talents the Kuiguang Group recruits, the more intense the competition, and the more difficult it is to get promoted. Yu Jingyu secretly swore in her heart that, as long as she could get through this safely, she would be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a villa for the rest of her life. As for the matter of accidentally offending the leader by complaining about the company in front of the boss just now, well, Mr. Yang is very generous and will definitely not care. When Yang Ruoqian heard that Yu Jingyu wanted to give up her studies and devote herself to work, he immediately disagreed. No. Young people should focus on their studies. Only by studying hard can they lay a solid foundation for their next work. Don't give up eating because of choking, understand? In order to let Yu Jingyu be more distracted by her studies and have no energy to care about work, Yang Ruoqian thought carefully and planned to work part-time as a university teacher. After your junior and senior exam results come out, you must report to the group. We will have a professional team to check your academic status. If your grades are not ideal, you will not be expelled, but it will affect your future in the company. Yu Jingyu, don't take this as a lie. Yu Jingyu was dumbfounded. She pinched the student card in her pocket. For the second time, she felt that this thing could be so important. The first time was the college entrance examination. Is her job strongly related to the Chinese major? Why does Yang Ruoqian care so much about the test results? It doesn't make sense. If the Kuiguang group needs a super boss majoring in Chinese, they can go to Peking University or other famous schools to recruit people. With the salary offered by the Kuiguang group, there is no need to worry about no one applying. But this is the boss's request. Can I refuse it? For the sake of my future life, I will fight. After graduation, the world will be bright. Yu Jingyu, who found the feeling of senior year, nodded vigorously. Okay. I promise to complete the task. Yu Jingyu still has self-knowledge. She believes that with her own ability, any task assigned to her will not be very important. Okay. Yang Ruoqian looked at his A8 driving over and nodded slightly. Are you going to be busy later? If not, come with me to the company, sign the contract, and explain the task to you. Not busy at all. Yu Jingyu was still a little dizzy from the sudden surprise. If you have something to say, just tell me. I can perform for you, even if it means going through fire and water. In fact, Yu Jingyu had arranged to treat the rebellious sons in the dormitory to lunch at noon as hush money for this award ceremony, but compared with her own future, this matter could be postponed a little. I believe they can understand. Yang Ruoqian sent a message to the company's personnel and nodded, then get in the car. Soon, the two of them took a car to the downstairs of the company. After arriving at the 23rd floor, the two went their separate ways. Yu Jingyu went to sign the contract first, while he returned to the office to quickly improve the details of the film review platform. I feel like it's a bit uncomfortable to just let her off like this. We need to make the project more difficult for this girl, who made her complain so much about the group, and was overheard by President Yang. The projects that were previously arranged for the juniors were actually quite difficult, but President Yang, who had found the secret to success, planned to go a step further this time. Anyway, Yu Jingyu was not his junior, so there was no need to show mercy. Yang Ruoqian made a plan, put down his pen, and laughed. Ha, if you dare to talk about the group casually, you will definitely pay the price. 10 minutes later, Yu Jingyu, holding the labor contract, carefully knocked on the door of the president's office. Come in. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the notes on the computer document and said lightly. Yu Jingyu opened the door and came in, standing in front of the office very obediently. President Yang, if you have any tasks, just tell me. Whatever you want, just come to me. No matter how you do it, you must have a good work attitude. Yang Ruoqian nodded. Okay, let me make it short. The group plans to develop a film review platform business. You have watched TV dramas, right? You know that Daochi score of 3.0? Yes, our group also plans to develop a platform of its own. Developing a new platform. Yu Jingyu was shocked. Any platform is a money-burning thing. What's more, Daochi has already established a firm foothold, and now it is not easy for Kuiguang to get involved. Burning money may not necessarily burn out a result. Although this kind of film review website does not require a huge amount of money to be invested like Bilibili, shared bicycles or online car hailing platforms, the corresponding returns are also not that high, and the investment figures are still terrifying. If the entire project wants to continue, it will start at least in the 9 figures. Yu Jingyu was also a senior movie fan who watched many movies and TV series. She subconsciously wanted to turn it down, at least not to let her become the person in charge of such an important project. Mr. Yang, it's very simple and easy, right? Yang Ruoqian nodded with empathy. It's just a film review platform. You just need to rent a server, design a web page, pull some movies over and rate them. It's simple and clear. Yu Jingyu. Mr. Yang, don't say that. You really shouldn't say that. It's just like putting an elephant in the refrigerator, which only requires 3 steps of open the door, put it in, and close the door. It makes sense, except that it is not very practical. But Yu Jingyu, whose contract was still warm, didn't dare to complain on her first day at work. She could only bite the bullet and say, "Yes, it's quite simple. But I have a small question. I don't know whether I should say it or not." Yang Ruoqian, who was planning to launch a mental attack on Yujingai that all the old employees of Kuiguang had experienced, was waiting for this sentence. He immediately agreed. Speak freely within the group. Yujingai used the most tactful words possible and slowly asked, "Mr. Yang, to what extent do you plan to develop this platform? PS. My book is finally going to be recommended. I'm so excited. Who can understand me? I can finally find an excuse to update more. I'll prepare some saved manuscripts for update more in the next few days. Don't be afraid of you laughing at me." This recommendation is almost becoming a demon in my heart. Chapter 254. The first workplace setback for adults. What level of achievement? Yang Ruoqian turned his office chair slightly left and right and said with a smile, "My requirements are not too high. I just want to make our own film review platform the best in the entire network. How about it? Compared with giving you dozens of pages of project plans, our group's requirements are very simple, right? Yujingai, is it too late to resign now? It's not that this goal is too high-minded after all. It is the Kuiguang group that has repeatedly created miracles. But if you want to force your way into the market, when the market environment is mature and the cake has been divided, you can only rely on greater interests to buy off creators and use more advertisements to attract users. These two items, in the end, are converted into only one word: money. But the problem is that the overwhelming advertisements will inevitably affect the perception of many users. After all, a software and a platform always have an audience, and some people like it, and some people don't. Generally speaking, you only need to care about the user experience of that part of the audience. Mr. Yang said that we should also pay attention to word of mouth. If you want word of mouth so much, you should proceed step by step and focus on depth. You can't achieve both speed and quality by just throwing money at it. Moreover, after throwing money at users, it is also a painful job to switch to the traffic monetization stage. If the sickle is cut on consumers, these users who are attracted with great difficulty and have poor stickiness can uninstall and run away on the spot, and the initial investment can easily be wasted. Then change the way, cut the sickle on the film producers, such as charging money to brush the ratings, which will lead to the separation of the platform ratings and the real situation, resulting in a decline in the reputation of the website and a decrease in the value of the ratings. You can't have your cake and eat it too, my boss Yang. There are many platforms that have been burning money for 10 years and have huge traffic, but still can't stop losing money. Yujingai, who encountered a major crisis when she first entered the workplace, took 2 deep breaths, forced a sweet smile, and asked, "Mr. Yang, can you explain it in more detail? Under what conditions do I have to achieve this goal?" "What conditions?" Yang Ruoqian asked back in confusion. "I'm only responsible for transferring money and making requirements. Can't you just decide the specific conditions yourself?" Yujingai organized the words in her mind and said briefly, "Mr. Yang, it's like this. Let me tell you briefly. If you want to build the platform quickly, even if we estimate the most optimistic situation, it is difficult to take into account profitability, reputation, and scale at the same time. Do you know Bilibili? It's a living example. Of course I know that I can't take both into account, otherwise would I be so confident to hand over this task to you?" Of course, he couldn't say what was in his heart to others. Yang Ruoqian pretended to be an evil capitalist who knew nothing. With a serious face, he closed his eyes and started talking nonsense. "Xiao, there are always more solutions than problems. Once the scale is expanded, the traffic will increase. With large traffic, the cost will be lower. With low costs, we can pass on more benefits to consumers. Won't the reputation be improved? How can you say we can't take both into account? And that thing about asking film production companies to pay for brushing reviews? No. On the platform of our group, we must do things openly, not to mention other people's movies. Even for our own movies, we are not allowed to brush the scores. Whatever it is what it should be. I have also considered the profit point. After our scale and traffic increase, we can just take some advertisements and realize it, right? As for the B station you mentioned, I understand it too. But our senior management will not make high profile announcements like their senior management, such as preferring to go bankrupt rather than deteriorate. As long as we can proceed steadily, the chances of success will be great. The advantage is mine. Ujingai was stunned. Is it this kind of unusual thinking that allowed Kuiguang Group to rise so fast? As long as it is profitable, you can operate word of mouth. As long as the word of mouth is good, there will be more users. As long as there are more users, you can make a profit and directly prove each other and complete the logical loop, right? The left foot steps on the right foot to reach the sky. After all, they still have a foot, but yours is all bubbles, not solid at all. Ujingai, who was sweating profusely, even took out his mobile phone, clicked on a few data charts, and said to Yang Ruoqian, "Mr. Yang, I'm not questioning your ability. Maybe you still don't quite understand film review websites. First of all, our competitors are too strong. If they realize that they may lose the market, they will start to spend money and rely on their existing advantages to encircle us. The efficiency of our money burning will be half the result with twice the effort. The matter of film production companies spending money to buy film reviews, sometimes this is really not collecting black money, just like sometimes you need to read guides when playing games, otherwise you can't play it at all. To a certain extent, watching movies also needs a little guidance, otherwise some viewers may give low scores because they didn't understand it, which does not mean that the movie itself is bad. And there are advertisements. The advertising fees of advertisers alone should not be able to make up for the project investment. This kind of big move requires multiple platforms to cooperate with each other in advance. Match up." As she spoke, Ujingai's speech became slower and slower, and her confidence became weaker and weaker. It was not because she found the loopholes in her words, but because she found that the silence in the office was a bit scary, and the young boss was also looking at her with a strange look. Ujingai, who was talking non-stop, suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit frozen. Seeing that the girl stopped talking, Yang Ruoqian slowly said, "It's okay, keep talking, speak freely, I think you have a lot of experience." Of course, President Yang did not want to deliberately embarrass a junior student, and he would not make things difficult for her in terms of treatment or work. He just wanted to scare her and avenge the little grudge of the muttering in front of the hotel. By the way, he could not let Ujingai follow the right path. After all, Yang Ruoqian's ultimate goal was to lose money. After Ujingai said it all, how could he lose money? Ever since the shelter company completed its profit in an incredible way, President Yang never had any thoughts of reverse operation again. "I thought I would make money when I wanted to lose money, and lose money when I wanted to make money. But the result was that I made money when I wanted to lose money, and I made more money when I wanted to make money. I still have to use the original idea. I don't know what evil had possessed me in the first place, and I actually believed in such metaphysical things." Ujingai, who was sweating profusely, was sweating even more profusely now. She finally understood the fun of those so-called videos of post-90s and post-zeros rectifying the workplace that she often saw in short videos. When encountering such unreasonable situations, I really want to slap the contract on the leader's desk and shout that I quit and see you at the labor arbitration. But the problem is that the boss opposite gave too much, and he also promised me that he would never fire or demote me. Judging from the employee resignation of Kuiguang Group this year, Yang Ruoqian should not be lying. Thinking about her future and the salary written in black and white on the contract, Ujingai made up her mind and said, "Boss Yang, I do have some ideas, and I can't wait to share them with you." Yang Ruoqian saw that the abstract girl had made a 180-degree turn in her attitude and asked curiously, "Tell me about it?" Ujingai spoke quickly. "I only paid attention to the project itself, but ignored a lot of things at the group level." As she spoke, she picked up her phone and deleted all the data charts in the album and continued, "What I saw was just the data chart, but what you saw was my future. I just talked about the plan, but you wanted me to get ashore. You gave me an order because you didn't want me to be laid off. Maybe you don't understand the film review platform, but I should learn from you. I thought I made the project advance steadily, but in fact you didn't want me to stagnate on the road of career. Boss Yang, I'm really sorry. I did have some different opinions from you just now, but I don't agree with my opinion. You have eaten more salt than I have eaten rice, and I have long felt that your opinion is more correct. Watching the little girl speaking passionately at her desk, Yang Ruoqian finally couldn't help laughing. This person is too good. People who can come up with that kind of online name are indeed a little humorous. Okay. Yang Ruoqian stopped smiling. Many old employees in the group had the same idea as you when they first joined the company, but look at their current situation, and then look at the company's situation. Everyone is happy and the company is thriving. Why is this? Think about it more during your working hours. There is always a difference between theory and practice. You just graduated from college and don't understand this principle yet. It's okay, I can understand. Don't worry, I'm not an unreasonable person. Just do what I say. If you really fail, you don't have to bear any responsibility. Yu Jingyu, who was skeptical after listening to this bunch of empty words, secretly glanced outside the office and asked cautiously, really? Then I will do what you say. If it were someone else, even if her teacher repeated Yang Ruoqian's words, she would only sneer, and it would be impossible for her to have such an emotion of skepticism. But the person in front of me is a big boss who has worked hard to succeed, not much older than me. What he said should make sense, right? Go ahead. As for manpower, let me lend you our company's security guard temporarily, and let him develop the website. You can ask the our department for other needs. As for funds, don't save if you can. The group doesn't need to save money during the product development stage. Oh, I'll bring you another set of test questions and the employee code of conduct later. They will allow you to quickly familiarize yourself with the various rules within the company. Remember, if you fail the test, your project cannot be started. Any other questions? I have so many questions. Why do I need a security guard to build a website? What's the point of calculating the project budget if I don't save money? Why do I have to take an exam when I'm working? Yu Jingyu pinched her contract with her fingers and opened her mouth. She wanted to go down the stairs and ask more questions, but she sadly found that there were too many questions and she didn't know where to start. Forget it, I won't ask. Seniors who studied computer science had warned everyone that bugs were not important. As long as it could run, it was no big deal. Even if the entire program was built on bugs. No problem, Mr. Yang. I promise to complete the task as much as possible. Girl, you have the potential to be the #1 comedian in the group. Did you know that? Yang Ruoqian nodded slightly. Send a copy of the course schedule to the our department and don't record absences during class. Your salary will be paid. Go back and have a rest. Yu Jingyu, who was originally a little nervous, heard that she could take classes and go to the bathroom with pay, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She forgot about the fact that she had just performed crosstalk for her boss for free. Okay, thank you Mr. Yang. After saying that, she walked out of the office happily. Although Yu Jingyu would soon see herself holding up a foam sign, she thought that this wave of winnings not only got a prize worth 100,000 yuan, but also got a work contract that would even make her university professor drool, and she felt that this was really worth it. An hour of holding up a big foam sign, it was worth it. I must envy those classmates when I go back. Sigh. Thinking about it this way, the difficulties in the office just now might also be Boss Yang's retaliation for his muttering at the door of the hotel. No, it's impossible. Boss Yang is definitely not such a petty person, otherwise he would just give out the awards and leave. Why would he recruit me into the company? After watching Yu Jingyu leave, Yang Ruoqian checked the time. There were still a few minutes before the two big troubles, Chengyu Group and Gaoia Group, came to the company to discuss the sponsorship plan. Let's take this opportunity to sort out the various projects of the group this quarter. The legal dispute between Yufa Group and the Singing Motherland program team, the new movie Wandering Blue Star, the aimless blank project assigned to junior students, and the film review platform just built for Yu Jingyu. These projects should be enough to fight against those stubborn profit-making old stubborns in the group. Among the old projects, the only one that is still losing money so far is Spark Records. Alas, we must protect this little seedling. After Lee Jae-ki's reputation collapsed, a large number of viewers returned to our live streaming anchors. It's an unprovoked disaster. Miserable. As for the esports project, YTG feels a bit like the sun is shining, and there is no hope of loss for the time being. I pray that they will perform poorly in the next world competition. After the summary was almost done, the door of Yang Ruoqian's office was knocked at the same time. Mr. Yang, the people from Gaoao Group and Chenggayu Group have already arrived at the conference room. Are you going over now? If you don't go, the situation will get out of control. The situation is out of control? So serious? The conflict between these two rival companies can't be that serious, right? Yang Ruoqian was surprised, but didn't dare to neglect it. He quickly turned off the computer and responded, "I'll be there right away." After that, he stood up and walked out of the office and came to the company's luxurious conference room that had not been used for a long time. As soon as he pushed the door in, Yang Ruoqian saw representatives from the two large groups that had been competing for a long time staring at each other across the table. I said that you, Chenggayu Group, have no good intentions. You actually have the same idea as us. So vicious. Don't you, Gaoao Group, follow the first come first served principle? Ha, you actually have the nerve to say this. How many projects have you snatched from us? Do you want me to count them for you now? Same here, you are not a good bird either. Seeing that the atmosphere on the scene was becoming more and more tense, Yang Ruoqian finally had to speak in person. Ahem. Everyone is having a good time, and this cooperation will surely be a great success. Chapter 255 Temperament is always a compromise. The two sides only calmed down reluctantly when they saw Yang Ruoqian and the lawyer from the legal department of Kuiguang Group walk into the meeting room. After all, they were on someone else's territory, and they had to discuss business. No matter how noisy they were, they had to wait until the people left. Cheng Fei looked at the two groups of people who finally calmed down and pinched her forehead helplessly. After all, this group of people came from Chenggayu Group, not a direct line, and sometimes they were really hard to stop. However, Xiaoyuki did not attend this trilateral meeting. Unlike Cheng Fei, who took the initiative to manage Chenggayu Group, Xiaoyuki was very bad and refused to deal with anything related to his own company. Even if he talked to Yang Ruoqian about the sponsor this time, at most he was just helping his father convey it as a college classmate. Secondly, no matter from what angle Xiaoyuki was, after all, an employee of Kuiguang Group. At this time, if he represented Gaoao Group to attend the meeting, it would seem a bit weird and out of procedure. In order to avoid the two sides from falling into endless wrangling again, Cheng Fei saw Yang Ruoqian coming and took the initiative to speak before he sat down. Boss Yang, we have already made a preliminary plan on the specific matters regarding the sponsorship of Wandering Blue Star. Can you see what else needs to be changed? Even if they were in the same group, Cheng Fei didn't want to argue with this group of old hands. It was her usual style to do the most things in the shortest time. Yang Ruoqian had never dealt with a similar situation before, so he could only keep his expression unchanged and pretend that nothing had happened. After seeing that everyone present had resolved their own conflicts, Yang Ruoqian secretly rejoiced in his heart and handed over the contract handed by Cheng Fei to the lawyer beside him. The representative of Gaoao Group was not so anxious to hand over the cooperation invitation in his hand to Yang Ruoqian. It was not that they were not confident in the partners introduced by Xiaoyuki when they were working in the company. Their ears had been calloused by the old chairman's bragging about how awesome his son was. Every day, he pretended to be disappointed with his son and asked them to learn from his promising son. It was as if everyone knew he was showing off. In order to cope with this task, the representative of Gaoao Group specially took out a sponsorship contract with very favorable conditions. The requirements for exposure and conspicuousness were very loose, and the sponsorship fee was also very generous. On the one hand, it was to send a friendly signal to the emerging enterprise Kuiguang Group, and on the other hand, it was to help the young master consolidate his position. After getting such a large order and making so much money for Kuiguang Group, Xiaoyuki must be more valued by Yang Ruoqian. Of course, Kuiguang Group is not like Chenggayu Group after all, and has so many cooperations with Kuiguang Group, so they also plan to wait and see for the time being to see what kind of person Yang Ruoqian is. Find out the character of the partner, and make corresponding adjustments to the subsequent strategies. From the current situation, this young boss is more cunning, and has more means. When he entered the door, and saw the representatives of the two groups arguing, he could remain calm, and his expression and action made the scene quiet. Even Chenggayu's people took the initiative to smooth things over. Obviously, he is a shrewd person, and he cannot be treated like an ordinary young man. At the head of the conference room, a lawyer who had been employed for more than half a month, and was invited by Ding Daoyi to join the company carefully read the contract handed over by Chenggayu Group. He nodded slightly and whispered, "Mr. Yang, there is nothing wrong with the contract. It can almost be regarded as spending money to buy exposure time in the movie. There are no other additional conditions." No additional conditions means that there is no demand for exposure position, and no movie box office requirements. As long as there is enough time, it doesn't matter, even if the advertisement is hidden in a small corner of the screen that no one cares about. And there is no requirement for exclusive sponsorship. Such a simple contract is enough to show Chenggayu Group's trust in Kuiguang Group. But Yang Ruoqian looked at the contract expressionlessly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He turned his head and looked at the representative of Kuiguang Group, nodded slightly and asked, "What about Kuiguang Group?" Although it is Xiao Yiki's company, it is the first time to deal with it formally, so Yang Ruoqian's tone is still relatively polite. The Kuiguang Group representative could not tell from Yang Ruoqian's actions what he thought of the contract offered by Chenggayu Group. After a few whispers, they decided to hand over the most sincere contract. Building a good relationship is one thing, but the main thing is not to embarrass themselves in front of Chenggayu Group. Two rival groups are eyeing the same project, so naturally whoever offers the lowest price will be embarrassed. The Kuiguang Group's contract was handed to the lawyer, and after reading it, the conclusion was that the conditions were similar to those of Chenggayu Group, both of which were very generous. In fact, for Mr. Yang, generous conditions are secondary. The most important thing is a string of extremely dazzling numbers on the two contracts. They are both around 20 million. The two companies added up, which is close to 50 million. Yang Ruoqian was silent. Yang Ruoqian actually expected this number in his heart. For a movie with such a huge investment, plus the sponsors' confidence in the box office of the movie, they are full of confidence in the exposure they can get. It is also a large group, so it is normal to add some codes. The placement of movie advertisements does not require close-ups. It only needs to be clearly distinguishable by the audience in certain specific occasions. This 40 million sponsorship fee is an unbearable burden for the current Kuiguang Group. It is absolutely impossible for Yang Ruoqian to take it without a word, and without any resistance. But the contract is full of sincerity. How can I refuse it in a reasonable way? Or is there any way to turn defeat into victory? Turn defeat into victory. Yang Ruoqian's eyes suddenly lit up. In fact, investing more is not necessarily a bad thing. If the box office of the movie is not good, the exposure effect is poor, and the tens of millions of advertising fees of the sponsor are wasted, it is reasonable to pay the money, right? What is it called? Yes, a bet. A bet contract. Although there is no box office requirement in the contract between the two sponsors, he can add conditions to it. However, since it is a bet contract, there must be a reward and punishment mechanism. If the box office is poor and the exposure is poor, you have to pay money. On the contrary, if the box office is good and the exposure is good, you have to collect more money. In other words, if the movie loses money, the company will lose more, and if it makes money, it will also make more. It's very risky, but it's worth a try. Seeing that the expression on Yang Ruoqian's face gradually eased, the emotions of the representatives of the two companies eased a little. The matter should be settled. At most, there are some changes in the details. The person in charge of Chenggayu Group spoke first. "Mr. Yang, what do you think?" Yang Ruoqian nodded gently and said, "I have read the contracts on both sides, and have carefully considered them. Generally speaking, there are no problems, but there are a few small details that I have some doubts about. As long as there is nothing wrong, it's settled." People like Yang Ruoqian say that it's just a little detail and they won't ask for too much. If things can be settled, it's not a bad idea to make more concessions. After all, the conditions handed out for the first time have more or less left some room for negotiation. People's temperament is always compromised. If you give a bottom line directly, others may want more. If you give a not so good one first and then show your bottom line, others will choose to accept it. No problem. All contracts are negotiated. If you have any requirements, just tell me directly. Yang Ruoqian shook his head and said, there are no requirements. It's just that your contract doesn't seem to have any requirements for the box office of the movie. Aren't you worried that the movie box office will fail and your investment will go down the drain? The two sponsors were waiting for Kuiguang Group to propose conditions such as not placing advertisements into conspicuous positions, but they never expected Yang Ruoqian to say something shocking. Why are you worrying about the sponsor's money? Even if it loses in the end, it's not your loss. After all, the person in charge of Kuiguang Group is not like Cheng Fei. They have dealt with Yang Ruoqian before. At this time, they are also a little confused. After thinking about it, they said, Mr. Yang is worried about this. Doing business means taking risks. What if the box office of the movie is not very ideal? We will not hold you responsible. Don't worry. It turned out that Yang Ruoqian was just worried that the movie would fail and the sponsorship would be revoked. What a big deal. If there was a box office requirement, Kuiguang Group would definitely write it in the contract early and would not go back on its word. No. Yang Ruoqian shook his head seriously. Partners are partners, but reasonable demands must also be made. If the promotion funds fail to meet the final expectations, the sponsorship funds should be returned, both emotionally and rationally. If the goods are not what they claim to be, we must return the money and goods. Otherwise, who will be willing to do business with us in the future? How about this? I suggest adding a clause to the contract. If the box office does not exceed twice the production cost within a week of the movie's release, all sponsorship fees will be returned by the group, and equal compensation will be made. How about that? As soon as the voice fell, everyone from Kuiguang Group, including Cheng Fei and the lawyers around Yang Ruoqian, looked at him with astonishment. What the hell? If the box office of the movie does not meet expectations, not only will the sponsorship fees be returned, but the company will use its own movie to advertise for others for free and even lose money in return. Not only will it advertise for free, but it will even pay for it to advertise for free. What kind of behavior is this? Boss Yang, this is not necessary, right? The people of Kuiguang Group were immediately in a dilemma. It's not that they didn't want to take this big pie that fell from the sky, but they were afraid that if they really signed a contract like this, they would be scolded by the chairman. This is obviously a bullying clause. However, Cheng Fei on the other side immediately figured out Yang Ruoqian's idea after a brief shock. Based on her understanding of Yang Ruoqian and the many times they had worked together in the past, Yang Ruoqian must have something else to say. In the end, it must be a win-win situation. How can a movie be made so that both the sponsorship fee and the production company can win and make money? The promise is self-evident. Don't worry. Cheng Fei raised her hand to suppress the head of Kuiguang Group, who wanted to express his opinion fiercely, turned her head to look at Kuiguang and said calmly, listen to what Mr. Yang has to say first. Since it is a bet, there should not only be a penalty for low box office, but also a reward for high box office, right? Mr. Yang, why don't you elaborate on it? Yang Ruoqian nodded gently. If the movie fails to meet the requirements I just mentioned, the sponsorship money will be returned double. If it meets the requirements, the sponsorship money will remain the same. At this point, Yang Ruoqian paused for a moment. He actually hasn't fully thought about what kind of reward conditions should be set to minimize the profit risk. It is definitely impossible to set a box office of 1 billion. Yang Ruoqian suffered too much loss from the Black Robe inspection team. Then, set it at 2 billion. If the box office reaches 2 billion, the sponsorship fees of both sponsors will double. It doesn't feel too safe. After all, the box office of last year's domestic box office champions far exceeded 2 billion. Mr. Yang doesn't think his movie can make back the investment, and he doesn't believe that the box office can reach such a terrifying number as 2 billion. But what if something unexpected happens? All possible accidents must be eliminated. Just blow the numbers up and set a goal that is impossible to achieve. As long as the conditions for triggering the reward are so high that they are impossible to complete, the reward itself is just a mirage, visible but not tangible. In this way, as long as there are no accidents, Kuiguang will have to pay a huge amount of sponsorship money. Even if there are accidents, it will not make too much money. Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian told everyone present an absolutely outrageous number. He made a 3 with his fingers and said confidently, 3 billion. If the box office of Wandering Blue Star can reach 3 billion, the sponsorship fees on both sides will double. How about it? 3 billion. Even Cheng Fei, who thought she knew Yang Ruoqian very well and had cooperated with Kuiguang Group countless times, widened her eyes after hearing this box office goal. What is the concept of a movie box office of 3 billion? Exclamation mark. That is no longer as simple as the annual box office champion, but it is enough to rank in the top 10 of the highest box office in the history of domestic films. Boss Yang, the people of Kuiguang Group were stunned. Are young people nowadays so unreliable? 3 billion? How is it possible? To have such a box office movie, the right time, right place and right people are indispensable. How long has Kuiguang Group just entered the entertainment industry? The success of the last movie was also due to the subject matter. If it is changed to science fiction, it will be much more difficult. Just when they wanted to persuade Mr. Yang to calm down, Cheng Fei, who was across the table, suddenly stood up and said excitedly, "Okay, this condition is good. We agree." Others don't know Yang Ruoqian, but doesn't Cheng Fei know him? Since he can say this in front of so many people in the conference room, it means that Kuiguang Group's box office expectation for Wandering Blue Star is more than 3 billion. Yang Ruoqian is too confident in this movie. This project must be followed. The person in charge of Kuiguang Group looked at Cheng Fei, who was full of enthusiasm, and a few question marks slowly appeared on his forehead. "No, it's okay if he dares to say it, but you really dare to believe it?" Exclamation mark. PS. I was looking for a book to read today and found that a book that was published 10 days later than me has 400,000 more words than me. It's too scary. What a tentacle monster. I have been saving up manuscripts these days and will be able to update soon. The author is not a full-time writer, so I can't update as continuously as others, so please forgive me. Chapter 256. So this is Mr. Yang's confidence. But, being able to build up Chenggai media and accurately find the fledgling Kuiguang Group in the vast crowd, at least in terms of smell, there is absolutely no problem. Now Cheng Fei is so anxious to express that there is no problem with this contract. She must have her reasons. As old rivals, they know the nature of Chenggai Group best. They are definitely the kind of people who will not release the eagle until they see the rabbit. Now that they agree so quickly, there must be something fishy. If I agree too late, wouldn't it expose the embarrassing fact that she understands and I don't? This situation must not be allowed to happen, let alone in front of the people of Chenggai Group. Besides, it doesn't seem to be a big risk to sign this contract. If the movie fails, they can get back the sponsorship fee and make a lot of money. If the movie really becomes a hit, paying twice the sponsorship fee does not seem to be something that is difficult to accept. The person in charge of Kuiguang Group no longer hesitated and immediately nodded, saying loudly, "Mr. Yang's proposal is very good, and we agree with it." This statement was made with full of energy, and it was obvious that the decision was made after careful consideration. But in fact, they didn't know that Cheng Fei did not represent the entire Chenggai Group. As a rational and responsible project manager, he was sent to discuss business with Kuiguang Group this time. When he suddenly heard Yang Ruoqian say such unreliable words, anyone would be nervous. You can't agree so quickly. What if there is a conspiracy? Wandering Blue Star, a project that is still in the preparation stage and can be called an air project. Yang Ruoqian actually dared to boast that the box office is 3 billion, which is an incredible figure. Shouldn't he consider the feasibility of this project more? Blowing numbers, PPT projects, and shouting names loudly. This movie exudes an extremely unreliable taste from beginning to end, which always makes people feel like a scam. At least we should verify whether the new movie is just a pie in the sky. At the beginning, when Cheng Fei said that he would sponsor and help Yang Ruoqian to support the ceremony, they were actually a little skeptical in their hearts, but because of the historical achievements of the Kuiguang group and Cheng Fei's face, they chose to believe it. Now Yang Ruoqian shouted the 3 billion goal in front of them, which shook their already fragile trust. However, before the head of Cheng Gaiu group, who wanted to discuss it in detail with Cheng Fei, could say a few words, he heard the people of Gaiu group immediately stand up and agree, and it was a decisive agreement. The words that the head of Cheng Gaiu was about to say were swallowed back into his stomach by himself. His eyes also changed from suspicion to surprise. What's going on? Why did Gaiu group also agree to this project that looks like a train without hesitation? As old rivals, they know the nature of Gaiu group best. They are definitely the kind of people who will not release the eagle until they see the rabbit. Now that they agree so quickly, there must be something fishy. Whether it was Cheng Fei, who knew Kuiguang group very well and had cooperated with them countless times, or the rival group, they all agreed with Yang Ruoqian's statement at the speed of light. It makes sense that Cheng Fei relaxed her vigilance because she had cooperated with Kuiguang so many times, but Gaiu group had never had any form of cooperation with Kuiguang group before today. Even they didn't think about it. Either they had inside information, or they understood the meaning of Yang Ruoqian's words. Gaiu's people understood, but I didn't. I can embarrass myself, but I must not embarrass myself in front of Gaiu's people. The person in charge of Cheng Gaiu group no longer hesitated and said calmly, "Of course we fully agree with President Yang's perfect proposal. President Cheng's meaning is my meaning." So, with completely different perceptions of the three parties, they successfully reached an agreement. After the lawyer signed the contract, Yang Ruoqian looked at the black and white and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally the damn sponsorship problem was solved. As long as the movie fails, the 50 million just received can be returned instantly, and another 50 million can be paid back. This negative 50 million is a life-saving straw for the Kuiguang group. The biggest trouble now is that after the movie fails, the Kuiguang group will certainly have to pay 50 million, but before the box office results of the movie come out, the 50 million sponsorship fees of the two companies will have to be pledged to the group's account, which is uncomfortable to watch. If the movie is not released this quarter and the box office results are not stabilized before the settlement date, the 50 million sponsorship will become the performance of this month. Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Quickly release the movie, spend all the budget, let the box office rot as much as possible this quarter, and pay out double the sponsorship fees. If it is later, so much money will probably only rot in the company to feed rats. It's just right. Now the crew members are almost gathered, and we can arrange work for them later. Yang Ruoqian waited for the people from the two large groups to leave the meeting room before getting up to pack up his things and pushing the door out slowly. As soon as he went out, he saw Miss Shankai, one of the crew members, hiding next to a potted plant, looking around furtively. Seeing Yang Ruoqian coming out, she immediately gave him a look that said "You are so strong," ran over happily, and rubbed her palms like a flatterer. "Boss, you really know everything." No wonder the two major groups are scrambling to sponsor. "Boss, do you want to give us a surprise?" Mr. Yang, who had just finally solved the sponsorship issue, didn't feel surprised at all and asked calmly, "What surprise did I give you again?" After saying this, Yang Ruoqian suddenly felt that his mental state was relatively stable and he didn't have any adverse reactions such as dizziness, tinnitus, and palpitations. After being the boss of Kuiguang Group for a year, he has become accustomed to unexpected situations. If there is no accident one day, it will make Yang Ruoqian a little surprised. Seeing Yang Ruoqian like this, Shankai was more certain of her thoughts. She smiled slyly. "Boss, you should have also booked that live broadcast, right?" Hearing such half-finished words, Yang Ruoqian was so angry that he laughed. It was very comfortable when he spoke like this, but once the identities were reversed, it would be painful immediately. In the group, Yang Ruoqian always let others guess. When did he have to guess too? Just say what you want to say. Where did you learn this bad habit? Yang Ruoqian glanced at the watch on his wrist. What's wrong? Our big star is famous, and he is used to speaking half-heartedly. Shanghai Anayu muttered in a low voice in dissatisfaction. Didn't I learn this from you? What did you say? Oh, boss. I'm talking about the live broadcast of the Water City Film Festival award ceremony that will be held in 2 months. They have sent the invitation letter directly. Yang Ruoqian listened and was a little puzzled. What film festival is it? What does it have to do with me? Who is bored enough to watch this kind of program? If he has this time, Yang Ruoqian will 100% choose to watch the live broadcast of esports competitions. Moreover, there should be no Chinese channel for this kind of live broadcast. With Yang Ruoqian's English level, it's okay to do a listening exercise. If you want to understand the live broadcast of English with fast speed, accent and various local slang, it's better to save your time. Yang Ruoqian naturally didn't plan to watch it. He shook his head. I'd better not watch this kind of live broadcast. Huh? Not watching? What a pity. Shanghai Anayu showed a regretful look on his face. Boss Yang, do you have inside information? You are sure that we can win the award, so there is no surprise? Boss, I find that you have some bad taste in you. It's been several times. You know everything, but you pretend not to know. Do you still have a lot of things to do? Then I won't bother you for now. Bye. After saying that, Shanghai Anayu disappeared from the office in a flash. Only Yang Ruoqian was left in a mess. Wait, what the hell? What award? Water City Film Festival, award? Exclamation mark. Yang Ruoqian instantly realized the huge amount of information hidden in Shanghai Anayu's words. Our company, the only movie that is eligible to participate in this kind of award selection should be The Boys, right? It's a superhero theme, with deep thoughts. This seems to have a real chance of winning an award. Damn, could a movie made from a script he wrote with his feet win an international award? Exclamation mark. No, this movie has already been released in overseas theaters. How could it still win an award? After the initial confusion, Yang Ruoqian quickly found the logical loophole. For international film festivals like this, if you want to win an award, generally speaking, only domestic theaters that show the movie are allowed to show it, not global theaters. This kind of movie can be nominated, but it is almost impossible to win an award. This is one of the unspoken rules that everyone knows. Only some movies with really good quality and good reputation can make an exception. And The Boys has already been released in theaters around the world, so it is more or less a pipe dream to want to win an award. After figuring out the key to the problem, Yang Ruoqian breathed a sigh of relief. It should be just a nomination candidate. Putting my movie in is just for show. Winning an award, it's definitely not going to win an award. Wait, that's not right. Shanghai Anayu just said an invitation letter? Did the organizing committee send us an invitation letter? The organizing committee will not send an invitation letter to a crew that hasn't won an award. I must have won an award as an exception. But there's nothing to worry about. It should be a small award like the Best Newcomer award at most. The Golden Lion Award and the Silver Lion Award definitely have nothing to do with me. As long as I don't win a big award, it's not a big problem. The possibility of winning a big award is basically 0%. Yang Ruoqian used his professional knowledge to analyze it carefully, calmed down, and let reason return to his brain. In fact, if it is just a small award at the Water City Film Festival, it may not be a bad thing. Awards at film festivals like this only represent honor. There will not be a penny of bonus, and it can also bring a little benefit to the reputation of the Kuiguang group. If, in the name of attending the award ceremony, the crew of the Black Robe inspection team was organized to take a luxury tour to Europe, wouldn't it be a waste of money? I don't have the ability to win awards, but I have the ability to spend money under the name of winning awards, and it's huge. Yang Ruoqian quickly returned to his office and called the finance department. At this moment, in the elevator of Shengjing Haoyan, the two groups of people who had just signed the contracts were terribly silent, looking down at their phones, and the awkward atmosphere in the air was almost condensed into substance. Suddenly, someone from Chenggayu Group changed his face and handed the phone to Cheng Fei. Mr. Cheng, Please take a look at this message. The crew of the Black Robe Inspection Team received an invitation letter from the organizing committee of the Water City Film Festival. Cheng Fei was a little surprised. She naturally knew the selection criteria for the Film Festival Awards. A movie that has been released for a long time has actually been nominated for the Water City Film Festival? Exclamation mark. The Black Robe Inspection Team is so amazing. No wonder Yang Ruoqian has such great confidence and dares to say such a grand goal of 3 billion box office. It turns out that he relies on this. Yang Ruoqian must have learned a lot of successful experience from the movie The Black Robe Inspection Team, plus the hype of the Water City Film Festival and the overseas box office. Sure enough, I agreed with Yang Ruoqian's approach without even thinking about it. Cheng Fei smiled. Just as she guessed, there is a deeper meaning behind every word and every decision of Yang Ruoqian. Even if it is not visible at the moment, these meanings will emerge after a while. As long as it is what Yang Ruoqian said, as long as it is a decision made by the Kuiguang Group, just believe it without thinking. It is absolutely a sure win. As the distributor, she has only one thing to do, to fully cooperate with the Kuiguang Group, to maximize the publicity offensive, and to help the wandering blue star achieve the goal of 3 billion box office. The person in charge, who was originally confused about Cheng Fei and Gao Yao Group's decision, also saw the news, as if he had suddenly realized something. Water City Film Festival. So that's it. So that's it. I understand everything. So that's it. Ha ha ha. Cheng Fei is worthy of being the chairman's daughter. She looks at things in the long term. No wonder Gao Yao agreed so quickly. Fortunately, I was decisive enough. I knew that these people had no good intentions. At this time, in another corner of the elevator, several people from Gao Yao Group were also whispering around the same mobile phone. As a company that attaches great importance to information, they also saw the information that the Black Robe Inspection Team was nominated for the Water City Film Festival at the first time. The person in charge of Gao Yao Group was looking at his mobile phone, and at the same time he was glad that he had made a decisive decision just now. Water City Film Festival. So that's it. So that's it. No wonder Cheng Yu agreed so quickly. I understand everything. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, I was decisive enough. I knew that Cheng Yu and his gang had no good intentions. Ding. At this time, the elevator arrived at the negative first floor. Two groups of people filed out of the elevator, looking at each other with vigilance and raising the danger level of each other in their minds. Let's go. Let's go. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257. It's too expensive. The company can't afford it. In the luxurious toilet of Kuiguang Group, an employee was making a phone call with a helpless look on his face. Hey, okay, mom, I know everything. I'm at work now. Let's talk after get off work. The boss will deduct my salary later. Beep, beep. Lei Mengying hung up the phone quietly, looked around quietly, and was relieved when he was sure that his page-shitting behavior was not seen by other employees. Working in a place like Kuiguang Group, even if you just slack off for half a minute, you feel guilty. Especially Lei Mengying is now carrying an important task, the purchase list management of the group's new movie. Although I don't know how he was recruited as a purchaser when he applied for a design position, this salary is real. Lei Mengying was about to put his phone away when the leader of the crew group sent an urgent message. Zio Lei, General Manager Yang wants to see you. Where are you now? Hurry up. The big boss of the group wants to see him, and he wants to meet him. Lei Mengying almost lost his grip on the phone. All things were previously handled by his direct superiors, so when would it be his turn as a small employee? When he first learned that his task was related to a movie with an investment of hundreds of millions, he was uneasy for a long time. If something went wrong, he couldn't afford to pay, even if he was sold. What's more, he was not a talent in this area. God knows why the leader assigned him such an important task. Now he is summoned in person. Did something go wrong at work? Lei Mengying hurriedly washed his hands took two tissues to wipe them clean, and took the elevator to the luxuriously decorated 23rd floor. Generally speaking, only middle-level managers and above in the company can go to work on the 23rd floor. Lei Menglian came here only once on the first day he reported to the company. It is said that just a year ago, Kuiguang Group only occupied a small corner of the 23rd floor, and just 1 year later, Kuiguang Group already owned 5 floors of this office building and the heated swimming pool on the roof. There was even a rumor that the Kuiguang Group was likely to buy the entire office building and rename Shengjing Haoyuan to Kuiguang Building. That's amazing. I'm still facing unemployment at Mr. Yang's age. Alas, I wonder what he wants to talk to me about. When a not so excellent employee is suddenly called by the leader, it's like a not so excellent student being called to the office by the head teacher. He feels uneasy, hoping it's a good thing, but also afraid it's a bad thing. After going around the company leaders, Lei Menglian knocked on the door of the president's office. Mr. Yang, I'm coming in. Yang Ruoqian's voice came from inside. Lei Menglian, right? Come in. Relax, I'm here for nothing else this time. I just want to talk to you about a small problem on the purchase list. Small problem. The small problem that the leader said may not really be a small problem. Anyone who really believes this will definitely be unlucky. Lei Menglian did not dare to neglect it, nodded, and said cautiously, Boss Yang, if there is anything I did not do well, please feel free to criticize me. Yang Ruoqian did not waste words, and directly took the brief list of purchases, put it on the table, and pointed to one of the items. I have no problem with other purchases, but here, about the cost of aerial photography, it is said to be 9,300. Lei Menglian did not quite understand why the boss used such a brief document, but he still answered very seriously, yes, Boss Yang. DJI's products are about this price. Do you think the premium is too high? As an employee, Lei Menglian must consider the boss's face and cannot say too expensive, so he has to be a little more tactful. If he said it was too expensive directly, wouldn't it seem that the company's strength was not enough and Yang Ruoqian was too stingy to buy it? Yang Ruoqian took the list back and sighed softly. Lei Menglian, you are also a member of the company and a purchaser. It's okay for me to talk to you about some things. You should have heard that the group has been suing many people recently, and there are many investments with long payback periods. It's a bit difficult to turn over funds. It's better to save some things. For example, the DJI you mentioned. Hey, you said that changing a brand shouldn't make a big difference. Lei Menglian lowered his head and listened, and nodded with some shame. The group did not deduct wages or reduce benefits at this time. He actually forgot to put himself in Yang Ruoqian's shoes and think about the problem. It was really wrong. Boss Yang, I'm sorry. Yang Ruoqian was still very tolerant in this matter. He immediately stopped Lei Menglian's apology and said, no need to apologize. It's the company's lack of ability to make money that has tied your hands and feet. Instead of talking about this, why don't you take a good look at what brand we should change to? Lei Menglian immediately put his hands in his pockets, wanting to take out his mobile phone and introduce some other brands of drones to Yang Ruoqian. As a purchaser, he naturally compared prices from 3 different suppliers before finally deciding on the DJI drone. Of course, there were other brands of drones among those abandoned plans. Mr. Yang, let me show you. But before he could finish half of his words, Yang Ruoqian took out his mobile phone and pointed to a picture on the webpage. What do you think of this brand? It's just over 5,300 and the quality and reputation are very good. Gulfstream G650. If your crew overcomes the difficulties and uses it, there won't be any big problems, right? Lei Menglian was stunned. What? Yang Ruoqian sighed and zoomed in on the picture of the private jet on his mobile phone. Look at this plane. It should be able to meet the needs of your crew, right? And in just 2 months, the crew of the Black Robe inspection team will also go to Europe to participate in the Water City Film Festival, and they can also use this plane. Try not to waste anything and make the best use of it, right? In the future, the group's international business will increase, and there will be more and more places where aircraft will be used. We should try our best to choose an aircraft with the best cost effectiveness. Look, the cabin space is also large, and the range is long. Lei Mengliang, with his head buzzing, could no longer hear the rest of the words. Gulfstream 650 is a private business jet. The price is indeed around 5,300, but the unit is 10,000 US dollars. Mr. Yang, our crew is just planning to spend a little 10,000 to solve the problem of aerial photography. Do you want to go directly to a private plane? Our budget is 9,300, not 10,000, let alone US dollars. So the company's lack of money means that it can take out 53 million US dollars in cash to buy a private plane? Exclamation mark. Mr. Yang said it was too expensive, meaning that 93 million US dollars was too expensive? Exclamation mark. Lei Mengliang opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't say anything. You know, if you want to own a private jet, the cost is not just the price of the aircraft itself. Even buying a private jet itself is an extremely complicated process. Kuiguang Group is not a professional airline company. If you want to buy a private jet, you must hire a professional team to solve the procedural problems. The first thing is to make an intention. After all, this is a very valuable project. You must determine the price and pay a deposit and explain the aircraft parameters and configuration requirements and other key information. The second step is the complicated legal contracts, including submitting an application to the Civil Aviation Department, completing the registration of the aircraft, various import and export procedures, paying various taxes and fees, etc. The safety of an aircraft also needs to be strongly guaranteed. Therefore, these documents also need to include the engineering inspection and calibration history of the aircraft. If you want to issue such documents, you must spend a lot of money to hire a professional company. After all the headaches above are dealt with, it is time to officially hand over the aircraft. Then there are a lot of laborious and expensive things such as hiring crew members, maintaining the aircraft, fuel costs, insurance costs, route approval, customs clearance, applying for airworthiness certification, radio station licenses, etc. All in all, the maintenance cost is at least tens of millions a year. Boss Yang, what's wrong? Are you having difficulties? Seeing that this guy was a little confused, Yang Ruoqian interrupted him immediately. Don't complain if you have difficulties, speak up boldly. The company is humane and will help you. You think the funds allocated to you by the group are not enough, speak up boldly. How about this, you do the work, and I will give you an additional 20% of funds for redundancy. Is that enough? After saying these words, Yang Ruoqian closed his mouth and stared into Lei Mengliang's eyes. How could there be employees with such poor enthusiasm in helping the group spend money? Did they not memorize the employee code of conduct? Did they not take the ideological guidance to heart? Exclamation mark. How could they be so cautious and afraid of making mistakes for a matter of just a few hundred million? I'm not afraid of making mistakes. I'm afraid of not making mistakes. Feeling the murderous aura, Lei Mengliang felt a chill on his back. He dared not refuse and immediately agreed. No problem, Mr. Yang. No problem at all. I promise to do it beautifully. Okay, then go ahead and do it. If you encounter any difficulties, you must speak up. Don't keep it in your heart and solve it yourself. Understand? Yes, Mr. Yang. Lei Mengliang, who was suddenly burdened with hundreds of millions of dollars, walked out of the office in a daze and entered the elevator. He was in a trance, as if he had a big dream, when he left the president's office. What does it mean to speak up when encountering difficulties and not keep it in your heart? If it were the DJI drone incident before, a matter of a few thousand or 10,000 yuan, even if something really went wrong, it would be nothing more than Lei Mengliang paying his own salary to make up for it. But what is it now? A private jet worth hundreds of millions? Once this kind of project encounters difficulties, can Lei Mengliang solve it by holding it in his heart? Even if there are no difficulties, it is beyond the scope of Lei Mengliang's business capabilities. Ding. Thinking of this, the elevator has returned to his warm office. Lei Mengliang, who was not very focused, had just taken 2 steps forward when he almost bumped into the leader, who had been waiting for him. The leader had no time to care about these trivial matters at this time. The tension in his tone was no less than Lei Mengliang's. How is it? What does Mr. Yang want to see you about? The crew of Wandering Blue Star had just been formed. He finally became one of the senior leaders of the crew. He didn't want to be dismissed because of something that had nothing to do with him. The chief producer of this crew was Shaoyuki, and the deputy producer was Cheng Fei from the partner Chengyu Media. Among them, Shaoyuki was only responsible for the general direction and major decisions, while Cheng Fei was basically a figurehead out of courtesy. Except for occasionally coming back to the crew to take a look, he basically didn't care about anything. Apart from these two, he was the biggest person in charge and the one who had to deal with the most things. As a result, Yang Ruoqian just sent a message directly to the crew work group, asking to see Lei Mengliang, who was in charge of the most important work under him, and almost scared everyone to death. You know, the most important thing in the early stage of this movie is the terrifying investment amount. If there is any mistake, the rest of my life will be gone. Lei Mengliang saw the leader's nervous look and shook his head heavily. No, Mr. Yang just made a small modification to our procurement plan, nothing else. A small modification. The leader breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, felt a little strange. For such a small modification, usually the request can be sent directly to the work group. Why did they suddenly summon the person in charge without any warning? Could it be that they didn't listen to what Mr. Yang said? But, as long as the matter can be resolved satisfactorily, you are still too young and not careful enough in doing things. You made some small mistakes and were seen by the boss, right? What exactly happened? We will take a look at it later and help you check it. Lei Mengliang was silent for a moment and said, President Yang just thinks that DJI is not suitable for aerial photography and finally decided to use Gulfstream 650. You see, it is still President Yang who considers it carefully. What did you say? Seeing that his leader had the same reaction, Lei Mengliang sighed. Yes, boss, you heard it right. President Yang decided to replace the DJI drones on the purchase order with Gulfstream 650. The Gulfstream 650 you mentioned, is it the one I understood? Yes. Is this the small change you mentioned? The price of this plane has directly exceeded the investment in the entire movie. Does making a movie really require this kind of thing? But that's what President Yang said. Sure enough, I'm still too young and can't understand President Yang's genius thinking. 23rd floor. In the president's office, Yang Ruoqian watched Lei Mengliang leave. A full minute passed, and he still didn't hear the system's violation warning. After confirming that there was no violation, Yang Ruoqian put away his worries. It seems that after the overseas box office of the Black Robe inspection team has improved, the esports club needs to fly around the world, and it has been nominated for an international award. The system has also recognized that the company needs a private jet that can be used at any time. When the company was just founded, even buying a high-end A8 was a luxury. Of course, buying an airplane is something that only happens once in a lifetime, and it is one of the non-renewable killer weapons. I don't believe I can make money this quarter after spending so much money. Yang Ruoqian snorted coldly, turned around and opened a web page on the side, wanting to search for a guide to buying a private jet on the internet. While searching, he suddenly saw two lines of small words in the hot search column. #ANOTHER bad movie with a divine song. Chapter 258, a bad movie. Yang Ruoqian has seen this kind of hot search countless times in his rich experience of surfing the internet. Yang Ruoqian ignored this inconspicuous and unimportant hot search and entered keywords related to the purchase of private jets in the search box. In fact, when Yang Ruoqian decided to buy a private jet, he also carefully considered the type of aircraft. For example, a large business jet, similar to the Boeing Airbus modified one, must have more space, and the maintenance and fuel costs will be higher. Moreover, the larger the aircraft, the larger the internal space, and more money can be wasted on interior decoration and entertainment projects, such as air banquet halls, air cinemas, and even luxury equipment such as air saunas, which provide an excellent flight experience. Business jets like the Gulfstream 650 have far less operational space than business jets modified from large passenger aircraft, and the comfort is not that good. What's more, such small aircraft have a faster cruising speed, can land at more airports, and the operating and maintenance costs are much lower than those of large aircraft. In the long run, it is definitely more wasteful to buy a large business jet, which is more in line with Yang Ruoqian's need to lose money this quarter. However, there are also many problems in ordering large business jets. The most important point for Mr. Yang is time. Buying an airplane is not like buying a mobile phone. You can just go to a mobile phone store and pay the money and get the goods. Once you buy it, you can park it at home. If you want to customize a new model of a new aircraft, it is not impossible to spend several years to go through the internal decoration and external procedures. Several years. Yang Ruoqian can't afford to wait. He doesn't even want to wait for 3 months, so how can he wait for several years? Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. If you want to spend the money quickly, you can only make some compromises. At worst, you can wait until the company's poor financial situation stabilizes, and then consider replacing the aircraft with a large wide-body business jet. What's more, one thing that is counterintuitive is that small business jets are not much cheaper than ordinary large wide-body business jets in terms of purchase price. For example, Airbus's ACJ320 business jet is worth about $100 million, which is only slightly more expensive than the latest small business jets such as Gulfstream or Bombardier. On the contrary, small business jets that are not the latest models are generally available. Even if there is none, at worst there will be second-hand nearly new aircraft. Whether it is purchase or transfer, the time required can be greatly reduced. Therefore, Yang Ruoqian considered it for a while, and naturally chose the plan that can spend the money in the shortest time without hesitation. Private Jet Purchase Guide. Search. How luxurious are the world's 10 most luxurious private jets? A two-seater private jet that can be bought for $500,000. A private remote-controlled aircraft is also considered a private jet? Look carefully. This person is called Xiaoshui. That person is called Xiaomi. Looking at these titles, Mr. Yang couldn't help but complain. What the hell is this? Can there be some reliable guides? But the background music is still pretty good. Yang Ruoqian looked at these irrelevant videos helplessly and silently switched to the song identification app. Unlike searching for playlists and recommendations on the music player before, now Mr. Yang wants to find some nice new songs. Generally, when he hears a good background music while watching videos, he goes to the song identification app, then follow the singer of the song to see if there are any other good songs under the name of this singer. Occasionally, when he is really out of songs, he will take a look at the music recommendations of some music bloggers. As for the recommendations on the music player, Yang Ruoqian has not used them for a long time. Yang Ruoqian opened the song identification app, and a few seconds later, this unfamiliar but beautiful song title appeared in the center of the mobile phone screen. Time Cooks Rain. I haven't heard it before. It should be a new song. The theme song of the movie A Little Thing Called First Love. Oh, it turns out to be the original soundtrack. Yang Ruoqian has never liked to watch art films like this, so he didn't pay much attention to the movie and directly opened the song details page. The comments section of this song is very lively, and most of the comments were posted recently, even in the last few minutes. As expected, a bad movie produces a hit song. I suggest that director Guo, who made A Little Thing Called First Love, should cut out of the record company. If it weren't for this song, your movie wouldn't deserve such a high popularity. I gave this movie a score of 1, including -1 for the movie and 2 for the theme song, a total of 1. I played it on repeat. It's really nice. I specifically searched for the production company, and it's a company I haven't heard of before. It's common for small companies to produce hit songs, but they are most likely to run out of inspiration and reach the peak as soon as they debut. Looking at the comments, Yang Ruoqian could roughly guess that Time Cooking Rain was the hit song from the bad movie mentioned in the hot search just now. Unexpectedly, I missed it just now, and now I see it again by chance. It seems that this song is quite predestined for me. Yang Ruoqian first threw the song into the playlist, and then clicked on the lyrics page of the song as usual, intending to write down the name of the singer and the name of the music company, so that when he has time and remembers it in the future, he can visit their homepage to see if there are any new songs released. Looking down, Yang Ruoqian suddenly saw a very short name in the song production list at the top of the lyrics interface. Huang Wei. His. President Yang tactically blinked his eyes. Why does this name look a little familiar? Damn. Isn't this the name of the general manager of Spark Records? Could it be that this song with such a high popularity has inexplicably become a product of Kuiguang Group? Exclamation mark. No, calm down. The name Huang Wei is not a very unpopular name. There are many people with this name all over the country, and it may not be the one in his own company. Moreover, Huang Wen's position in Spark Records is the top leader, the director. With such a high position, how could he appear in the list of producers? Can't he just let his subordinates do it? Yang Ruoqian opened the lyrics and came to the detailed introduction page of the production team and then saw a few big words that caught his eye. Spark Records enjoys the copyright of this work. Spark Records. Copyright. It's really you. Yang Ruoqian was so angry that he deleted the song from his playlist and uninstalled the music player. He actually did such a big thing behind the scenes without saying a word. He regarded Spark Records as the best child in the group and poured so much effort into Spark Records. Rebellious son, rebellious son. The only good student with the best grades in the class was actually led astray by a group of disobedient poor students. How could Yang Ruoqian not be angry? Originally, there were only 2 projects in the group that could lose money. One was the legal department and the other was Spark Records. Now, one of the 2 big protectors has been lost. At least in the short term, Spark Records can't be expected to lose money. This song can be searched into the hot search list, and a large number of videos have begun to use this song as background music. It means that the popularity is very high, and the profit is definitely not small. Although a little thing called light has a very bad reputation, it is also very well known. There is no need for promotion at all, and countless moviegoers know this song. After a series of combined punches, Spark Records not only saved a lot of money in the most expensive song distribution stage, but also completely promoted the song's fame. Too smart. This clever move that kills 2 birds with 1 stone is not a good idea that ordinary people can think of. Yang Ruoqian gritted his teeth. He thought he had a destiny with this song, but he didn't expect that this destiny was too big to bear. Huang Wei, I really misjudged him at the beginning. I originally thought that an old employee who has been working at the bottom for more than 10 years is a rare big bastard. I didn't expect that he is so scheming. I thought I got a big one, but it turned out to be a big one. When establishing Spark Records, Yang Ruoqian had obviously taken care of everything, disgusted people from the inside out, and frantically provoked conflicts among employees, destroying their unity and creative enthusiasm. Why, even under such adverse circumstances, they can force themselves to create a good work. It's not impossible to create a good work, but can you create it before I acquire it? Can you stop backstabbing me? After a while of collapse, Yang Ruoqian took 2 deep breaths and comforted himself. It's okay. Anyway, I have Wandering Blue Star and private jet orders this quarter. The income from just 1 song from Spark Records is just a drop in the bucket. What a music production company like this needs most is inspiration. Just because this song is popular doesn't mean that future songs will be popular. It's just a flash in the pan. It's normal for students with good grades in the class to perform poorly occasionally. We can't be completely disappointed with it just because of this performance problem. Besides, Spark Records has been the pillar of the group for so long. It's just a small mistake, so we can't sentence it to death directly. In the Kuiguang Group, the projects that Yang Ruoqian has completely sentenced to death include, but are not limited to the live broadcast sector, esports sector, esports peripherals, and Shanghai Anyu's personal IP, etc. But Spark Records, a project that has high hopes, is definitely not included. After this round of turmoil is over, Spark Records will definitely return to its original position and become the pillar of Kuiguang Group again. At the same time, just below Yang Ruoqian, in the meeting room of Spark Records, Huang Wei called all the employees involved in music production in the company and stopped them from working. Today is the 3rd day since the release of the movie A Little Thing Called, and the 3rd day since the release of Time Cook's Rain. Judging from the feedback from the market in the past 3 days, this song that everyone in the company has put their heart and soul into has been a great success. It was so successful that even the bad movie A Little Thing Called failed to affect the reputation of the song. In order to reduce costs and increase efficiency, Huang Wenyi took on huge pressure and even put on the name of the headquarters of the Kuiguang Group. He finally signed this contract, which was a bit of a gamble. Spark Records cannot continue to ask the group to increase investment when there is no hope of profit. And now, with the unremitting efforts of everyone in the company, they have finally made their first profit since the merger. Even if this profit is not worth mentioning for the market value of the entire group, it is a breakthrough from nothing to something. At least in the future, when they eat at the group, they don't have to sit at the child's table, and when they see Mr. Yang, they don't have to be ashamed. At least they are no longer a burden to the group. Facing the excited employees in the conference room, Huang Wenyi's heart surged, and even his voice trembled. Everyone, I believe everyone has seen this good news. Our new song, Time Cooking Rain, has achieved the expected results. This song has also become popular with the singer. According to the contract, every time she sings this song in a commercial performance, we can get a certain percentage of commission from it. The remuneration for commercial performances varies according to the scale, but hundreds of thousands are definitely available. The copyright fee of the song, the income from commercial performances. These incomes are enough for them to survive until the release of the next song. The employees of Spark Records and the audience have long been flushed with excitement. Among them are old employees who have been working in the company for 10 years, new employees who have just reported to the company, those who left halfway and were recruited back, and even old leaders who were pushed to the bottom by Yang Ruoqian. After nearly 10 years of failure, struggle, despair, and numbness, Spark Records finally regained its vitality today. What makes them so excited is definitely not just profit. When President Yang and the group gave Spark Records full trust, they also put them under tremendous pressure. Now they have finally proved that they are worthy of Yang Ruoqian's trust and have walked out of the haze of the past. People who have not walked this road will find it difficult to understand their sadness. Congratulations, Mr. Huang. I've said before that our song will definitely be a big hit and make a lot of money. I'm so proud now. I used to feel my legs trembling when I saw the leaders of the group. Does anyone understand this feeling? I usually hide in the bathroom for 5 minutes after get off work to avoid bumping into them. It's so embarrassing. I don't even dare to speak loudly during company dinners. Today I'm going to take the initiative to bump into them. How about having dinner tonight to celebrate? Sure. Huang Wenyi watched the discussion of the employees below the stage gradually deviate from the topic. He coughed lightly and brought the topic back on track. Okay, I officially decide that everyone in the company will have a day off, plus a cash reward of 1,000 yuan per person. We have to keep the rest of the money as the cost of producing and releasing new songs, and everyone should understand. Don't forget that Mr. Yang has assigned us a task. Whether we can get the production of the Dragon and Phoenix Legend song depends on our future performance. Many employees below laughed and said, "Old Huang, you really are. Who hasn't been through this for so many years? Now you have a salary increase and a bonus, which was unthinkable in the past." That's right. Don't worry, we have almost completed the production over there, and we guarantee to give President Yang and the group a surprise. Humph. Didn't President Yang say before that he was willing to wait 10 years to create a good work? Not only will we not let him wait 10 years, we won't even let him wait 10 months. This quarter, we must come up with new works to let the group know that we are not a flash in the pan, and let President Yang see that we also have long-term profitability. By the way, doesn't the shelter company have a new movie coming out? Are we going to make the theme song for them this time? I heard that the popularity of their movie on the internet has reached a new high. It's amazing. The main reason is that they are very productive. It's only been a short time since the last Titanic 2 was released, and here comes another one. It's been less than a month, right? We have to target them. In the future, cooperate more with the shelter company. By leveraging their popularity, we can save a lot of publicity and promotion costs. Let's talk about this the day after tomorrow, when we get to work. Come on, let's celebrate. The information about the plane and other things are all information I found on the internet, so they may not be authentic, so just treat them as if they are real. Chapter 259. Work injury must be considered a work injury. At Jinhae Airport, Guo Fan, who had been working all night, just walked out of the terminal and hailed a taxi. Guo Fan put his luggage away and just got in the car. The taxi driver turned around and asked enthusiastically, "Where are you going?" Guo Fan fastened his seatbelt, took a sip of the coffee in his hand, and replied, "Let's go to Xinhuan Hotel first. Master, please wait for me downstairs. I will come down after I put my things away, and then you can take me to Kuiguang Group." Guo Fan had been delayed for a few days because of a small matter before. Now he is finally free and has to report to the company quickly. "I heard that Kuiguang Group has high expectations for the movie Wandering Blue Star." Guo Fan just gave his intention with a tried out mentality, but he didn't expect that they would actually choose him. Since others trust him, he can't neglect it. For this reason, he accidentally cut his finger when he went out because he was too anxious. "Wow." The taxi driver exclaimed in surprise, "You work for Kuiguang Group?" Guo Fan, who had originally planned to rest his eyes in the car, was stunned, and curiosity suddenly surged. "Master, have you heard of Kuiguang Group? The taxi drivers in Jinhae City are so fashionable, and they still care about the entertainment industry. It is reasonable to care about the celebrities and artists of their era and some classic works, but Kuiguang Group is a new enterprise, and it is not a company that stands in the front. How can this also attract attention?" "Of course I have heard of it." The driver was obviously a very talkative person. He chatted while driving. "My daughter wanted to work there before, but they didn't want her. Such an excellent child, how could they not want her?" Guo Fan thought about it and comforted him. "It's okay. Excellent children are talented wherever they go. There is no need to hang on to one tree." The driver chatted and rushed through a yellow light calmly. "How is this different? Who doesn't know how good the benefits of working in Kuiguang Group are? It's like a stable job." As a director, Guo Fan has traveled a lot across the country. The knowledgeable Guo Fan laughed and said, "How can it be so exaggerated?" The driver looked at his face and said with a "Look of you kid, are really short-sighted," and said firmly, "You can see that she has just been hired, right?" "Yes, isn't this going to report?" Guo Fan glanced at the scenery outside the window and pressed the band-aid wrapped around the wound. The driver smiled and said, TSK, you will know when you go to work in this company. Is it so magical? A company can be known to everyone in the local area and have such a good reputation. Nowadays, there are big companies and companies with good reputations, but big companies with good reputations are rare. And there are young people who are upset because they were not hired by Kuiguang Group. Is it really so magical? Guo Fan nodded with interest. "I'm looking forward to it." After a pleasant chat, the driver sent Guo Fan to the downstairs of Shengjing Haoyuan. Guo Fan, who was very curious about Kuiguang Group, paid the fare, and after a simple registration at the front desk downstairs, he took the elevator to the 23rd floor. As a director, it would be a lie to say that he was not honored to be selected by a company that filmed the Black Robe Inspection Team. What's more, he also learned from various reliable insider information that the main theme, subject matter and tone of the Black Robe Inspection Team were personally determined by Yang Ruoqian, the boss of the group. Even the market at that time was opposed, but Yang Ruoqian still insisted, overcame all objections, and finally filmed a work that convinced everyone. Moreover, all the actors in the movie are powerful, and there is no big name. This is enough to show that the atmosphere of Kuiguang Group is also quite good, and everything is based on strength. Being able to work in such a company and discuss issues with such a boss is a kind of enjoyment, no matter how you look at it. Guo Fan even couldn't wait to discuss various details about Wandering Blue Star with Yang Ruoqian. I believe that with Yang Ruoqian's work attitude, he should have read this science fiction novel a long time ago. The front desk lady who led the way knocked gently on the door of the president's office, then turned to look at Guo Fan and smiled sweetly. "Director Guo, you can just go in. We have already informed President Yang." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Guo Fan nodded, stretched out his hand to push the door and enter. Yang Ruoqian, who had been waiting for a long time, raised his head and greeted him. "Director Guo, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Guo Fan walked to the desk, took out a document, and put it on the desk, and said enthusiastically, "Mr. Yang, you are joking. I have heard of your great name for a long time. To be honest, I didn't expect you to choose me as the director of this movie. Some things have delayed my time in recent days. I'm really sorry, but I have not delayed my work. I also took the time to reread the original book of Wandering Blue Star. The above are some of my superficial opinions." Yang Ruoqian couldn't help frowning as he listened to Guo Fan talking about various very professional terms, and looked at him taking out the document full of hard work. Not to mention that Yang Ruoqian was just a cloud reader and had never read the original book of Wandering Blue Star at all, so he didn't know how to respond at all. Guo Fan's work attitude alone was too positive and a bit inconsistent with the spirit of the group. No, he must first give this new director a Kuiguang style show of power. Guo Fan said a lot of things, but seeing that Yang Ruoqian remained silent, he could only stop and asked tentatively, "Mr. Yang, do you have any other ideas? Could it be that there is a huge difference between his opinion and Yang Ruoqian's? That would be a bit difficult to deal with." Although Guo Fan has great confidence in his ability, Yang Ruoqian sitting opposite him is also not a pushover. He is also very capable, and is his superior. If the differences between the two are not reconciled in time, the movie is likely to fail. Yang Ruoqian stared at the finger on Guo Fan's hand with a band-aid on it and asked, "Director Guo, what's wrong with this finger? Finger? Exclamation mark." Guo Fan, who was originally reciting the script in his mind and was planning to have an inspirational collision with Yang Ruoqian, was dumbfounded. How did they end up talking about fingers? Guo Fan was stunned for a moment and first thought carefully about his words and actions just now. After making sure that there was no problem, he said with some uncertainty, "It should be. I was too anxious to go out this morning, and I accidentally scratched it." Yang Ruoqian frowned. "Scratched? What scratched it? Metal?" Guo Fan was completely confused when he heard this question. "Aren't we here to discuss movies? Aren't we here to talk about Wandering Blue Star with hundreds of millions of investments? How come I'm the only one who cares about movies from the beginning?" Yang Ruoqian seemed to be completely indifferent, and he didn't say anything about movies since he came in. Director Guo Fan, who had just got off the car and was looking forward to his future in Kuiguang Group, was confused for a moment. There was confusion about President Yang, confusion about the company, and confusion about the future. "I always feel that there is a little gap between Kuiguang Group and what I imagined." Guo Fan, who almost thought he was seeing a doctor, hesitated for a long time and stammered, "I don't know. It should be no." The expression on Yang Ruoqian's face gradually became serious. "In other words, you are not sure." "Director Guo, this is a very serious accident. You can't just ignore it. It's such a simple way to treat the wound. What if you accidentally get infected with tetanus? If you end up in the hospital because of such a small matter, wouldn't all the big things be delayed? You have to be cautious and serious in doing things. If Director Guo doesn't take his body seriously, how can he have the energy to take the movie seriously in the future? Since Director Guo was injured on the way to the company, it is an industrial injury. Kuiguang Group has the obligation to be responsible for your serious injury and bear all your examination and medical expenses. Director Guo, you should put down the things in your hands for the time being and hand the things over to the assistant director. With your current injury, it is really not advisable for you to worry too much about work. You should take good care of your injury and cooperate with the doctor for active treatment." Guo Fan looked at his healed wound blankly. This is not even a skin injury. Why did Yang Ruoqian make it sound like he was already terminally ill and would die young if he didn't receive treatment? After all, he was a filmmaker. Guo Fan thought about it and said tactfully, Mr. Yang, I haven't started working yet, so why don't you just forget about it? There's no point in seeing a doctor for such a small injury. If you go later, it will heal on its own. Whether you join the company or not is just a matter of formalities." Yang Ruoqian said seriously, "You have been seriously injured for this movie and have put in so much effort. You can't get subsidies from the company just because of a piece of paperwork. Kuiguang Group is not such an impersonal company. After signing the contract, I will immediately send someone to go to the hospital with you for a comprehensive examination to ensure that there are no problems. Yang Ruoqian stood up and blamed himself. Look at me. The company has been in business for so long, but I forgot about this. I forgot to build a medical room for the company. If we encounter a seriously injured employee like Director Guo in the future, we can also rescue him in time to avoid missing the best rescue time. Alas, our employees work so hard, and it is so dangerous to go to and from get off work every day. We really need to make good plans for their personal safety. As he said that, Yang Ruoqian called two people and carried Guo Fan out of the office, not giving him any chance to refute. After being taken to sign the contract by two nervous people, Guo Fan was taken downstairs without stopping and stuffed into the car. It was not until this time that Guo Fan realized that he was actually sent to the hospital. He was actually identified as a work-related injury because of a broken finger and was forcibly sent to the hospital. Rescue? Have I risen to the point where I need to be rescued? Is there something wrong with this Kuiguang group? How can a company send someone to the hospital right after signing a contract? The most important thing is that the medical expenses are still paid by the company. In addition, the work situation of the employees of Kuiguang Group, Guo Fan could tell from the few glances he had when he first arrived. It was definitely very easy. He is a man who has seen the world, and Guo Fan knows very well what a really busy company is like. Are you still worried that the employees will get sick from exhaustion? Are they afraid that they are all idle and moldy? Bang. While thinking about it, Guo Fan was carefully carried to the backseat of the car by a man and a woman on both sides. Seeing that he would really be sent to the hospital if he didn't resist, Guo Fan began to try the last futile effort. You two, can we discuss something? Guo Fan looked at the driver who was starting the engine and said in a complicated tone, I feel that Mr. Yang has misunderstood something. You don't have to send me to the hospital, just take me to the set. He couldn't argue with Yang Ruoqian, and his arms were not as powerful as his thighs. It should be okay to persuade these employees of the group, right? You can't just go to the hospital with pay as soon as you arrive at the group, right? The driver didn't dare to neglect it and said in a very polite tone, Director Guo, do you think there is nothing wrong with your body? Seeing that someone was finally willing to listen to his explanation patiently, Guo Fan, whose worldview was completely refreshed, finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. It's you. You can also see that I just broke the skin. Before he finished speaking, the engine of the car was ignited, the driver stepped on the gas, and the car soon reached the main line on the ground. However, the driver did not listen to Guo Fan's opinion, nor did he ask him for the address of the studio. He just whispered to his colleague sitting in the passenger seat. Boss Yang said that the more people say they are not sick, the more serious their illness is. The woman in the passenger seat also nodded and whispered, since Director Guo refused so quickly, his condition must be very serious. You must see a doctor as soon as possible. If you arrive later, something might happen. After exchanging opinions, the driver said in a deep voice, don't worry, Director Guo, Boss Yang has specifically told us that you just sit tight. The hospital will be here soon, and you must actively receive treatment. Guo Fan. No, I'm really not sick. Let me off. What the hell is Kuiguang Group? The scene on the set of Wandering Blue Star. Because they had learned the exact news that Director Zheng was coming, all members of the crew gathered on the set. This included the chief producer Xiao Yuki and the deputy producer Cheng Fei. What's going on? Where's Director Guo? Someone kept looking towards the entrance of the studio. Why haven't we seen him yet? Yeah, where did he go? Can the opening ceremony be completed smoothly today? Just when everyone was getting a little impatient, Xiao Yuki suddenly came out of his lounge, holding a mobile phone in his hand, and his face didn't look very good. All the noise disappeared at once. The expression of the chief producer. Could it be that something went wrong with the movie? Xiao Yuki put down his phone and said in a deep voice, here, I want to tell you a bad news. Our chief director, Mr. Guo Fan, was injured on the way to the company and is currently receiving active treatment in the hospital. The only thing to be thankful for is that his life is not in danger for the time being. Everyone present was shocked after hearing the news. Updates will start tomorrow. Chapter 260, a knockoff that is faster than the original. 47. What happened to director Guo Shankayanayu, who had already warmed up and was ready to get down to work, asked in astonishment, "What happened? Is it serious? The new movie hasn't even started filming yet, and the director is already in the hospital due to an accident? This is a bad start." The information Shaoyuki got was also sent to him by Yang Ruoqian. The information was very brief, and he could only roughly analyze director Guo Fan's current condition through a few words. Looking at words such as rush to the hospital, under comprehensive examination, vital signs are stable and patient's mood is unstable, he has already imagined a bunch of people in white coats surrounding Guo Fan in the ICU ward for a consultation with experts. The injury should have been brought under control. Shaoyuki put the phone back into his pocket, but we can't delay the filming process. Let's let the assistant director take over for now. Don't complain, everyone. You know the shelter company, right? Their latest movie has been released. We can't be left behind. Come on, everyone, calm down and get moving. It was the shelter company that Shaoyuki personally recommended to Yang Ruoqian. If they are now fired by this company, it will be a real shame. At the same time, Yang Ruoqian, who told the crew about Guo Fan's injury, put down his phone. He could swear to heaven that none of the words he sent to Shaoyuki were false. Guo Fan was indeed rushed to the hospital, and he was indeed undergoing a comprehensive physical examination, and there was no problem with his vital signs. Of course, his emotions were indeed a little unstable. They were all true, but how Shaoyuki understood it had little to do with Yang Ruoqian. Alas, how chaotic will a movie be without the participation of the director in the early stage? Looking forward to it. A movie with an investment of hundreds of millions of yuan has so many problems right at the beginning. The crew's mentality is probably unstable, right? In addition, the film review platform that will be handed over to Yu Jinggai is about to be launched. With a two-pronged approach, the reputation and quality will definitely fail. Well, speaking of this, it's a good opportunity to ask about the film review app. Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian took out his mobile phone, opened the WeChat chat box with Yu Jinggai, and typed a line of words. "Zio Yu, how is the work I assigned to you? How is the progress?" Yu Jinggai replied almost immediately, "Yes, boss. The progress is okay. I guess I can fast forward to the progress of submitting my resignation letter soon." Yu Jinggai didn't tell a complete crosstalk. She was busy running between school and company. This was the first time she knew that communication between people could be so difficult. She tried her best to write down all the requirements for the app in her mind into a requirements document and sent it to the security guard of the group. The finished product was not very different from what she imagined, but at least it was completely different. To give an example, Yu Jinggai's idea was a car that could move, but the security guard ZHU Kifan finally made a car with legs. You say it meets the requirements, it is a car with legs. You say it does not meet the requirements, but it can indeed run, and it is indeed a car. Yu Jinggai was confused and wanted ZHU Kifan to make some changes, but ZHU Kifan was also confused. Doesn't this completely meet the requirements? It is impossible to explain it. As a Chinese major, Yu Jinggai felt for the first time that she was so at a loss for words. With the communication efficiency and effectiveness of both parties, the final product would probably give Boss Yang a brain hemorrhage. If you offend the boss, the final result will be to hand in your resignation letter and leave. What's wrong? Are you having difficulties? Yang Ruoqian was stunned when he saw Yu Jinggai's answer, and then he was overjoyed. What difficulties did you encounter? Tell me in detail. Difficulties are good. If there are, we should work harder, and if there are none, we should correct them. Yu Jinggai sent a crying expression and said, "Boss Yang, I can't explain this matter clearly for a while. How about I give you an internal test qualification, and you can experience it yourself?" After that, Yu Jinggai sent a link and an invitation code. This girl is too honest. If it were other employees, when they encountered difficulties or problems with the app, they would definitely try to evade them, delay time, and solve the problems before they completely exploded, so as not to let the boss find out. As a result, Yu Jinggai actually showed Yang Ruoqian the app, that she herself was not satisfied with. What a stupid child. I feel like he can team up with Shankai Anayu and make a debut as Kuiguang Entertainment. Yang Ruoqian sighed, comforted Yu Jingyu a few words, clicked on the link she gave, and downloaded the beta version of Fishbone Movie. When the app is opened, a streamlined community page comes into view. At the top of the page, there are only 3 buttons: follow, hot search, and recommend. In the middle, which occupies 90% of the screen, are the posts corresponding to the 3 columns above. At the bottom of the page, there are home, rating, my and a big plus sign for users to post. Just by looking at it, Yang Ruoqian probably understood why Yu Jingyu's eyes went dark. Judging from the page of Fishbone Movie, there is actually no big problem. It is just a very ordinary community app page. But what Yu Jingyu wants is an official rating software, not to allow all users to rate the movie. By analogy, it is like a game media icon. Player rating is one thing, and media rating is another. Focusing on a high quality content, only certified bloggers and officials have the authority to post at any time. Other ordinary users can only comment on these posts and cannot actively post. Attracting a large amount of traffic through high quality content, and then attracting more high quality bloggers through a large amount of traffic. This is the community environment that Yu Jingyu racked his brains to create. Only by competing with other platforms in a differentiated way can we achieve the dual goals of reputation and popularity as mentioned by Yang Ruoqian. Any platform that has no threshold for speaking, no matter how it has operated in the past, will eventually be a mixed bag. Zhu is the best example. It can be seen that Yu Jingyu is indeed working hard to meet the various outrageous demands that Yang Ruoqian had put forward before. It looks pretty good, but Yu Jingyu is a bit too picky. I think this is enough. We can't really make her a platform that has both good reputation and popularity. This mentality is not difficult to understand. After all, it is the first job, and it is a job with such a high salary. Anyone would definitely want to do the project as well as possible. Yang Ruoqian, with a curious mentality, clicked the rating button in the lower right corner. Since the internal test qualifications are only randomly issued, and the number of places is very limited, Yang Ruoqian has not seen any interesting posts for the time being. At most, there are a few meaningless posts such as "Is anyone there?" or "Are you there?" Clicking on the rating column, the first movie that comes into view is the masterpiece Black Robe Inspection Team of Kuiguang Group. There are about 100 people participating in the rating, and the overall rating is 9.5. It seems to be relatively fair and objective. Well, that's how it should be. Reject any shady operations. First, spend money to attract customers, and then reject all merchants who want to spend money to brush ratings, completing a perfect loss-making closed loop. Of course, Yang Ruoqian also knows that, even if merchants can't find the platform to brush ratings, they can spend a higher cost to find Water Army, to register accounts and force good reviews. In order to prevent this situation as much as possible, Yang Ruoqian's countermeasure is also very simple: one person, one account. Each real name authentication can only have one account. At the same time, secretly monitor the background chat data, and if any transaction of brushing ratings is found, the account will be directly added to the implicit blacklist. The implicit blacklist will not affect the user's normal use of the app, nor will it affect his rating, but the user's rating will never be counted into the average score. Of course, this trick is not very effective for users who do not trade in the app. In order to make the rating more objective and fair, Yang Ruoqian currently has the idea of making a hidden whitelist and selecting those users who are not Water Army and are relatively objective and fair. The weight of the ratings they give to movies and TV series will be higher than that of ordinary users. In this way, under the mechanism of one person, one account, the water ratings given by hundreds of Water Army are not as good as the normal ratings of a selected user, which will greatly increase the cost and efficiency of brushing ratings. Well, I will send this request to Yu Jingyu later and ask her to add these functions to the background of the app. To select the blacklist and whitelist, it will also require a large number of employees, and it will also increase the labor cost, which is good. Yang Ruoqian continued to look down, and found that there were not only movies, but also TV series in the rating column. Some funny users even threw some esports competitions, sports competitions and other things on it, asking everyone to rate them for fun. In short, as long as you can rate and give ratings, you can go to this app, and everyone can participate in the rating. Even a certain sports player, a certain esports player. Overall, Yugu Movies did meet all of Yu Jingai's needs, but there was an indescribable odor. It was clearly said that it was going to be a movie review app, but it made such a weird thing. If the positioning is not clear and the target group is not clear, it will be very difficult to promote, and the operation will be very chaotic. Yang Ruoqian nodded slightly as he scrolled down. The more he looked at the app, the more satisfied he was with it. ZHU Kifan is worthy of being the sweeping monk of the group. He made such an outrageous app at the first try. Mr. Yang switched Fishbone movie to the background, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Yu Jingaiu. I think this app is very good. There are no shortcomings. The official version will be launched in this version. No need to make any changes. I just want to add a few small functions in the background. I will send you the requirements document later. Zio, you have to be more confident and realize your excellence. You know, you have completed your work very well this time. I will give you a bonus next month. Yu Jingaiu, who was waiting to be criticized, but unexpectedly waited for a bonus. Really, boss? You are not just comforting me, you will fire me directly later? The scene of being deliberately made difficult when joining the company is still vivid. Yu Jingaiu dare not be careless at all. What's more, the app he took out is really terrible. Kuiguang Group has never actively fired any employees. Don't worry. Yang Ruoqian is not arrogant, and he will not think that such employees who dare to joke in front of him do not respect him. On the contrary, he believes that such behavior of employees is the real recognition and trust from the heart. He thought for a moment and added, also, I think the name Fishbone movie is not very good. How about changing it to Baopu? Baopu, which sounds like Baopu in Chinese, reflects Mr. Yang's earnest hope that this app will be a big hit as soon as it goes online. Yu Jingaiu, boss, you can decide the name. I have no objection. Yang Ruoqian thought about the girl's previous mumbling in the hotel, and then said, by the way, I remember you have classes in the afternoon, right? How are your studies recently? How are your preparations for the exams? Are there any tests? How are your test scores? Yu Jingaiu was silent for a long time before she replied, Boss Yang, in fact, you heard everything I said at the door of the hotel that day, right? I apologize to you here. Kneel down and kowtow. Will you forgive me? You are a big man, and don't bear grudges. Let me go. The child really knows that he is wrong. Originally, Yu Jingaiu thought that she would be the biggest joker of Kuiguang Group, but now it seems that she is very likely to be the biggest joker of Kuiguang Group. The generous boss Yang waved his hand. Okay, let you go, and get busy. After that, Yang Ruoqian switched the mobile app to Yugu Film Review. He was still very curious about what these internal test users thought of their own movies and other controversial movies. The Dragon Son-in-Law, score 8.2. Well, after all, it is a TV series that focuses on fun, and it is not deep enough, so the score is not bad. Yang Ruoqian nodded gently, and continued to scroll down. Titanic 2, score 2.8. Isn't this too low? Yang Ruoqian looked at the eye-catching score and complained. Less than 3 points, right? This group of netizens really don't give any face. In fact, from the production, plot, and picture, it is not too much to give Titanic 2, a big bad movie, 2.8 points. It is popular and funny, but these can't cover up the essence of this movie. Yang Ruoqian thought about it, stretched out his hand, and gave Titanic 2 a high score of 1 point, and continued to scroll down. A Little Thing Called First Love, 5.2 points. Green Lantern, 6.1 points. Fortress of the Magic City, 1.7 points. Atlantic Rim, 3.6 points. Iron Man 2, 8.0. HMM! Exclamation mark. Wait, what strange thing is mixed in with this bunch of movies? Yang Ruoqian browsed through it in a cursory manner, and suddenly noticed a movie name that was not right. He quickly pulled up the post, frowned and said to himself, can the score of Pacific Rim be so low? How can it be only 3.6 points? I have the impression that this is a mecha movie with good reputation and box office. When he really saw the name clearly, his eyes were dull for a moment. What the hell? What is Atlantic Rim? A sequel? There are actually hundreds of comments. Yang Ruoqian clicked on the introduction page of the movie in a strange way and began to search for the production company of the film in the pile of information. Then, his eyes locked on those 5 familiar words. Sanctuary Company. After 3 seconds of silence in the president's office, President Yang's voice of disbelief broke out. What the hell? Why are you here again? Didn't you just finish filming Titanic 2? Why are you here again? It's only been a few days. Originally, in Yang Ruoqian's mind, the shelter company was a company with low revenue, which occasionally appeared in the financial report, and was disgusting, but it was definitely not a major threat. It was common to take a quarter, half a year, or even several years to make a movie. It was not a big deal for the current Kuiguang group to make a few million in such a long period of time. But now it seems that the shelter company is not as simple as it seems. Making a few million by making a movie in a few months is completely different from making a few million by making a movie in more than 10 days. Although the money made by the shelter company from a movie is not amazing, it can't stand up to its high productivity. Making a few million in more than 10 days, how much can it make in a quarter? This profitability is comparable to those of the most disobedient major threats in the group. Shaoyuki, you prodigal son, what kind of monster did you recommend me to acquire? Yang Ruoqian was shocked and angry. He immediately quit the deserted fishbone film review and opened Station B with trembling hands. He searched for the ID he least wanted to see in the search box. SYNOPSIS movie. All manuscripts, sorted by the most recent release. At the top, an extremely conspicuous title slapped Yang Ruoqian in the face, and the small line of 301W views below the title was even more dazzling. A rant against the sky about the new film Atlantic Rim by Shelter Company. What does it mean that the copycat is released faster than the original? The introduction below the video manuscript was even more heavyweight. It's okay to complain about bad movies, but I still have to say that Kuiguang Group may have really found a sustainable way out for the majority of grassroots artists. 2 consecutive low-cost movies can achieve such results. Perhaps the ecology of the entertainment industry can really usher in a long-term change. At least after failure, you can still make a living. At least after the dream is shattered, you can return to life. In any case, a company that dares to innovate and change the existing rules deserves everyone's praise. Yang Ruoqian looked at the content of the manuscript and almost couldn't catch his breath. He still clearly remembered that ZYOLIU had said something very similar in the last manuscript evaluating Titanic 2. Originally, he was going to deal with this upmaster, but the counselor called him, and Yang Ruoqian forgot about it. Who knew that the shelter company could produce movies so quickly? This is the evil result of procrastination. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the contact information of ZYOLIU movie on his mobile phone, gritted his teeth, and called the operation. Wengzikin. Please contact ZYOLIU movie in the name of the company. P.S. There will be more later. 4/7. It's just the progress that I still owe, which doesn't mean I will only add 4 days. I will add until I can't write anymore. Of the 7 chapters I owe, 6 are for monthly tickets, 1 is for leave, 3 chapters were paid last month, and the rest will be paid this month. Chapter 261, The Hangman Banquet. LIU's film studio. Boss, it's great. The number of views has reached a new high this time. LIUB stared at the backstage of his account intently and nodded gently. No one expected that the movie produced by the shelter company could be produced so quickly. Fortunately, we worked overtime to get the manuscript out. Speed is secondary. The key is that they can take advantage of other people's publicity. The publicity team of Pacific Rim 2 must have been very tired. They spent a lot of money, but ended up promoting other people's movies. They released a promotional video and trailer, and were preparing to warm up the movie. As a result, the shelter company took advantage of this gap to shoot a copycat version. It's fun. A lot of people who don't know the truth are so stupid to watch this bad movie, and they are wondering why it can be shot so badly, and why it is a Chinese movie. Ha ha ha. At this point, everyone couldn't help laughing, and the atmosphere of the whole studio was filled with a happy atmosphere. A few days ago, when the three of them squeezed together to watch Atlantic Rim, there was the same joyful atmosphere. This movie, the picture can't be said to be bad, it can be said to be unbearable to watch. It was so unbearable to watch that it made people laugh. A monster that hadn't even been cut out properly rushed out of a fake sea and ran rampant among a bunch of plastic buildings. Even those with a keen eye could see a zipper on the monster's back. After the city was destroyed for a while, a bunch of giant mechas made of cardboard glue fell from the sky, trampled on several buildings, and then wrestled with the monster. The scene was so fierce that it was comparable to a fight between elementary school students. Whether it was a monster hitting a mecha, or a mecha hitting a monster, all the movements were weak and powerless. Sometimes, they flew 100 meters away with just a slight touch, which made people laugh. As for the sound when the two sides collided, it was just a recording of pots and pans smashing on the ground. LIUB was too lazy to complain about this small flaw. But, no matter how good the quality of the movie is, its popularity is there, and the videos using it as material are also there. LIUB shook his head and said with emotion, "Since we have been following the Kuiguang group, our income has been rising sharply. Yes, with their film production speed and profitability, not only the grassroots entertainment practitioners benefit, but also us film review up masters. From the number of views, we can see that the audience really likes this kind of film review video with program effects. Ding-ling-ling." The three people were chatting happily, and suddenly an old-fashioned mobile phone on the table next to them rang a harsh ring. Someone called? Or is it a work call? LIUB got up with some doubts, picked up the phone, and took a look. It was a very unfamiliar number. After thinking for a while, he still pressed the answer button, and pressed the hands-free. "Hello. This is Zio LIU Film Studio." A very sweet voice came from the other end of the receiver, which was obviously a professional customer service voice. "Hello, Mr. LIU. We are the headquarters of Kuiguang Group. Do you have time now?" Hearing this voice, LIUB subconsciously wanted to hang up the phone directly, either selling insurance or promoting financial products. But, after the words Kuiguang Group came out, LIUB stopped his finger from hanging up. Kuiguang Group's phone. But doesn't the boss of Kuiguang Group have his own personal contact information? Why call the work phone? This doubt just arose, and LIUB had the answer himself. A large group like this must be divided into many departments and many different businesses. It is very likely that the person who came to the door this time was just one of the departments of the group. Of course, they would not bother their boss for such a small matter. After all, he was a big boss who was rewarded with food, so LIUB's tone immediately became polite. "Oh, you are from Kuiguang Group. It's easy to talk. What's the matter?" "It's like this. The group wants to invite the three of you to Jinhae City to discuss deeper value-added cooperation between the two parties in the future. I wonder if we have this honor?" The three people in the studio looked at each other and saw surprise in their eyes. Deeper value-added cooperation? Exclamation mark. Was this directly recruited by Kuiguang Group? Although the two sides had a certain degree of cooperation before, it was limited to one project and one movie, and there was no long-term relationship between the two sides. After adding Yang Ruoqian's WeChat, LIUB never took the initiative to contact him. As someone who has been working in society for so long, he knows best how precious this kind of connection is. It is definitely a super rare source of life-saving level. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it will never be used. Now, Kuiguang officials actually came directly to the door. LIUB felt like money was raining from the sky and excitedly grabbed the phone. "You are so polite. We are free, so free. Just tell me a time." The girl at the front desk glanced at the lines Yang Ruoqian sent her and continued to read with a smile. "How about tomorrow? We will take care of your food, clothing, housing and transportation for the next few days. Just come over." "Tomorrow? No problem. We'll prepare when we are free." "Okay, I look forward to meeting you. What will you do next?" "You're so polite, so polite." Beep, beep, beep. After making sure that he had hung up the phone, LIUB clenched his fists excitedly, turned around and said to his colleague, "What a surprise. Another colleague nodded excitedly. The official contacted us directly. What kind of treatment is this? Will we be able to work for Kuiguang Group in the future? Don't think that they are doing film reviews smoothly now. In fact, they rely on the platform for their livelihood. Any small change can easily ruin their jobs. Moreover, the wind direction of the entertainment industry changes very quickly. If you fail to seize the opportunity, it is easy to collapse completely. Once you get close to the big money of Kuiguang Group, will you still be afraid of not being able to control the wind direction of the entertainment industry in the future? Even if you can't control the wind direction of the entire entertainment industry, at least you can control the wind direction of the resources under Kuiguang Group. But, boss, we have another video to make recently. How can we make the video when we go to Junhei? What are you afraid of? We'll do it over there. If it doesn't work, the three of us will show up first, and then you can continue in the hotel. Anyway, you two don't like to go out that much. Okay. Should we post a status? We were invited by Kuiguang to be a guest. It would be so face saving to say it out. LIUB cursed. Post a shit. Look at our backstage. How many upmasters contacted us, asking us to help connect with Kuiguang Group to say good things. Do you think I dare to agree to it? We are pretending to be dead in the backstage, and the front desk posted a status that Kuiguang Group invited us to dinner. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by everyone? If you want to pretend to be dead, just pretend to be dead. Why post a status? This matter must be covered up. That's right. Boss Yang, LIUB has agreed to come tomorrow. How are the specific arrangements for food, accommodation, transportation, and travel? Yang Ruoqian, who was always staring at his phone, let go of his worries. In the past, he would definitely not care about the time of 1 or 2 days, and he had to let others rush over. But the speed at which the shelter company made movies was too fast. Yang Ruoqian was afraid that, if he wasted a few more days, they would release a new movie and make millions more, and LIUB would spread rumors. It was too outrageous to think about it. When did stopping making money have to be a matter of life and death? Yang Ruoqian thought about it and replied, food, clothing, housing and transportation. Didn't we receive an interview group last time? The treatment they received was the same as the treatment LIUB and his group received. LIUB and his 3 people must be made to experience the pain that others have experienced again. Okay, Mr. Yang. What about the schedule of activities? As soon as the question was asked, Yang Ruoqian's mind flashed with the scene of LIUB making videos overnight for bad movies such as Titanic 2 and Atlantic Rim. Don't you like watching bad movies? Then I'll let you watch as much as you want. Yang Ruoqian gritted his teeth and smiled. It's very simple to arrange the itinerary. As creators, we always need to share inspiration with each other. Find dozens of rubbish movies. Find a luxurious little dark room, lock them in, and let them immerse themselves in how we find inspiration. Of course, we won't waste their time. As long as LIUB and his team insist on watching bad movies at 1 speed in the little dark room every day, we will give them 1000 yuan a day in compensation. You must watch it in the little dark room every day. You can't watch it at double speed, you can't sleep, and you can't leave halfway. Just set up a Hanuman banquet for LIUB and let him feel the same pain as Mr. Yang. After this wave of bad movie bombing is over, let's see how LIUB can post videos in the future, and how he can blow up those bad movies. What purifiers in the entertainment industry, what a way out for all low-level artists. I just want to make a bad movie, don't mess with me anymore. These people who don't know the truth must see the true face of Kuiguang. The lady quickly took notes, and then asked, okay, Mr. Yang, do you have any other arrangements? That's all for now. I'll let you know when I think of it. Do you have any other questions? Generally speaking, when Yang Ruoqian asked this kind of question, it meant the end of the call, and he could hang up after a polite no more. Then the front desk would convey the information to the operation department, who would be responsible for the specific arrangements. But this time, the lady at the front desk hesitated, and did not answer immediately. Yang Ruoqian keenly noticed this change, and without waiting for the receptionist to say anything, he immediately asked, why don't you speak? Is there anything else? The receptionist hesitated for a long time, before she said weakly, Mr. Yang, I have a suggestion. I don't know whether I should say it. Just say it. Kuiguang Group doesn't have so many weird rules. That is, you can actually find an assistant to help you make the contacts in this regard. You just need to tell your assistant whatever you want to do. When saying this, the girl at the reception seemed to have used up all her courage. If it were before, she would definitely not have the courage to tell her leader about this kind of personnel arrangement. That was a little bit beyond the line. Yang Ruoqian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled happily and asked teasingly, "What's wrong? Do you want a promotion and a raise? Is your salary not enough?" The girl at the front desk denied it again and again. No, Mr. Yang, you misunderstood. I don't have that ability. I just always see you answering the phone and arranging tasks in person, and it feels a bit different from what you do in TV dramas, so I just gave you a suggestion. Just think I'm being nosy. She envied those secretaries or assistants who were paid high salaries and could be directly by the boss side, but she also knew that this job was not as easy as it seemed on the surface. She had to properly handle a lot of things, make the boss's arrangements in an orderly manner, contact all parties, help the boss make the most efficient schedule, etc. It was definitely not a vase beauty who just stood there in the TV drama. This kind of work requires extremely high skills, and a small mistake can easily cause huge chaos. At that time, I'm afraid I will be directly fired and held accountable, and even my current job at the front desk will not be kept. Unless you are in the mindset of climbing into the boss's bed, a rational person will not take the initiative to take on work that he is not competent for. And the Kuiguang Group doesn't have such evil practices. Yang Ruoqian nodded slightly. What you said makes sense. I'll think about it when I'm free. You can continue with your work. Okay, Mr. Yang. After saying this, the receptionist hung up the phone in a hurry. Yang Ruoqian had thought about the assistant secretary, but there weren't many things to do in the company before, so he directly let Chang Ziking take on the job. Later, the group grew bigger and bigger, and Chang Ziking had more and more work on hand, and gradually she couldn't take care of so many things. Yang Ruoqian himself was always busy with big projects. In his previous life, he was used to being a boss without a secretary or an assistant, and he forgot about this. Now that he thinks about it, it's indeed a bit inappropriate for the boss of such a big group to do everything himself. Well, now that LIUB has agreed to come to Kuiguang Group, we can promote this matter well. Send the signal to the outside world that LIUB's film has been acquired by Kuiguang Group, so that his videos will be less persuasive in the future. At that time, let the operation arrange some people to take a few photos and post them to the company's official Weibo and Bilibili account with a high-profile copy. This is equivalent to official announcement of the relationship between the two parties. Yang Ruoqian himself is a surfing expert, and he also has his own personal Weibo account and Bilibili account, but he has never done official certification, and no one knows that the person behind this account is the boss of Kuiguang Group. After all, Yang Ruoqian has no idea of becoming an internet celebrity. He still understands the truth that people who are famous are prone to gossip. Look at Shanghai Anayu, who used to go out casually and even find time to watch a movie with him. What about now? Even when you go out, you have to wear a mask, otherwise you will be surrounded by passers-by taking pictures and being chased by them, asking questions, and it will be difficult to walk. Not to mention watching a movie with the boss of your own company. Rumors will fly all over the sky in minutes. The paparazzi didn't care whether when Ruoqian was around or how far apart they were. They just started with a picture and made up the content. Although it was no secret what Yang Ruoqian looked like, anyone who wanted to check it could easily find it, but there was basically no news about him. The popularity was not high, so even if some photos were leaked, it would not be a big deal. Yang Ruoqian had no interest in a life where he could not do whatever he wanted and everyone was watching his every word and action. It's almost time to get off work. Let's go home directly and think about how to torture LIUB and the other two tomorrow. A few dozen minutes later, Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking returned home together. After eating casually and cleaning up the dishes, Yang Ruoqian picked up his mobile phone and began to search for the garbage he would throw to LIUB tomorrow in the vast sea of movies. For such an important matter, Yang Ruoqian had to screen it himself, otherwise he would not be very reassured. "What are you watching?" Chang Ziking came over from the side and glanced at Yang Ruoqian's phone. "Looking for a movie?" Yang Ruoqian tilted his phone a little and nodded. "Yes, do you want to watch it together? Why are the ratings so low?" "Low ratings are not a problem." Yang Ruoqian swiped down the movies. "None of the movies produced by the shelter company has a high rating, but they still make money, right?" Chang Ziking pinched Yang Ruoqian's shoulder hard. "Are you still thinking about work after returning home? At this stage of the group, some things can be handed over to your subordinates. Watching bad movies is not all work." Yang Ruoqian dodged to the side and argued, "Were you also there for the bad movie challenge at our last class reunion? How fun." Chang Ziking thought about it for a while and felt that it seemed to be the case, so she nodded slightly. "Okay, then you choose a bad movie and we'll watch it together tonight." Watching it together. It's not impossible. It just so happened that Yang Ruoqian was not interested in the cover of the rough workmanship and poor quality that he didn't want to click on at first glance. Asking Chang Ziking to help choose movies is a great way to kill two birds with one stone. To make her happy and to throw this job to her. Alas, after being together for a long time, people have become naughty. This is the feeling of childhood sweethearts, college classmates and old couples. Yang Ruoqian pushed the phone over. "Why don't you choose it? See which movie you are interested in." "Let me choose." Chang Ziking took the phone and frowned slightly. "I'm not very interested in these." Yang Ruoqian, who didn't want to work, immediately encouraged. "It's okay. You have to watch bad movies with the mentality of watching for fun. Just pick one that you like." Chang Ziking lowered her head in silence, slowly flipping through the list of bad movies. A few minutes later, she pointed at one of the horror movies and asked, "What do you think of this one?" Yang Ruoqian took a look and said perfunctorily, "It's okay. Does this cover suit your taste? Or do you want to watch a suspense movie?" Chang Ziking scratched the legs of the female lead on the movie cover with her fingernails and exclaimed, "No, this female ghost has long legs. I quite like it." "Old Chang, you are a little bit disappointed. PS, don't doubt that I will quit. My updates are still very stable. Why are there so many comments that are afraid that I will quit?" Chapter 262, Enlightenment at Langchangzhou, 57. Wow, it's so hot. Liub is from the north, and it's his first time to set foot in Jinhei, a city known as one of the four furnaces. As soon as he got off the car, a wave of heat blew on his face, and even the scenery in front of him was blurred. This kind of ghost weather. As long as people leave the air-conditioned room, they will be sweating profusely in less than a minute. Even mosquitoes can't survive in this temperature, right? Fortunately, the car sent by Kuiguang Group to pick people up was waiting near the airport early, and Liub and the other two got in the car without staying outside for long. The driver sitting in the driver's seat first checked the condition of everyone's seat belts, and then said politely, "Mr. Liu, there is a car refrigerator in the middle of the car seat, with cold drinks in it. You can help yourself to what you want to drink." "Oh, but you are too polite, really too polite." Liub was flattered to the extreme. He is a nut master with an average monthly income of 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. After deducting the mortgage and car loan, his living expenses are so tight. As a worker in a first-tier city, he seems to live in a big city with flourishing flowers, but apart from the terrible traffic jams and commuting, he has not actually reaped many benefits of a big city. Usually, he has to hold the handrail when squeezing into the subway, give up his seat to the old lady when taking the bus, and when he has to take a Didi, he has to think about whether he can find someone who can give him a ride. When has he ever enjoyed such top-level treatment? Just the spacious backseat of this luxury car and the cold drinks available at any time make people relax instantly. As the weak party, being treated with such high standards, Liub's impression of Kuiguang Group has reached the peak. Fortunately, Liub and his group's outfits this time are not bad, so they are not looked down upon by others. This business trip is definitely as good as traveling. It's so comfortable. Half an hour later, the luxury car drove smoothly to the door of a huge luxury hotel. The driver turned around and smiled politely. "Mr. Liu, we have already opened the rooms for you three. You can just go to the lobby to check in." I will wait for you downstairs. Just call me when you are ready. Liub didn't dare to keep the people from Kuiguang Group waiting for a long time. He got out of the car and trotted to the hotel lobby with his companions to check in. Under the anxious gaze of the three people, the hotel front desk slowly checked their identities, took out 3 room cards, and handed them over, saying politely, "Hello, sorry for the long wait. Your room is an executive suite on the 12th floor, for a total of 5 days. Please keep the room card. If you need any service, just contact the front desk. Thank you for staying. Executive suite! Exclamation mark." The 3 people didn't even dare to say a word. They took the room card and walked into the elevator unsteadily. "Boss, why do I feel that this treatment is a bit too good? Doesn't Kuiguang Group want to slaughter us and sell our meat?" Liub sneered. "Come on, we have kidney stones and alcoholic liver. What profit can we make from selling us? It's just that Kuiguang Group is very considerate. Don't worry." "No, didn't you notice something wrong just now? It seems that no one in this hotel is wearing formal clothes." Liub was a little surprised. "Why do you care what others wear? Are you free? Your TV is playing all kinds of amusement facilities in a loop. Why do we feel like we have entered a resort hotel?" However, Liub, who had been bombarded by all kinds of sugar-coated bullets from General Manager Yang and was at a loss, could no longer believe such slander. He waved his hand indifferently. "Who cares? A resort hotel is a resort hotel. It's okay as long as you have a good stay." He didn't spend a penny on food and accommodation, and it was all reimbursed by others. "Why do you still think so much?" Liub, who had never stayed in a 5-star hotel, walked in with a room card and was directly blinded by the exquisite decoration in the room. In the space of more than 200 square meters, the living room, banquet hall, big TV, freezer, fruit plate, coffee machine, exquisite recliner and coffee table, etc. came into view. Each one was shiny and clean, almost blinding Liub's eyes. Outside the living room is a balcony with an excellent view, with a small hot spring and a small bar on the side, and a telephone and waterproof menu next to it. Night, hot spring, iced beer, barbecue. Just these words appeared in Liub's mind, and he couldn't imagine how comfortable it would be. So thoughtful, so generous. Boss Yang, Kuiguang, it really lives up to its reputation. How much do they value Liub to give him such treatment? After putting away their luggage, they were excited for a while, before they finally remembered the purpose of this trip. "By the way, boss, what are we here for this time? Did Kuiguang tell you?" Liub realized that he had forgotten the main thing, and quickly put away his smile and replied, "Yes. Kuiguang Group invited us to participate in their Inspiration and Creativity Incentive event, saying that they wanted us to experience firsthand how they find inspiration when they create." After saying that, Liub felt a sense of pride. As a fellow creator, Kuiguang Group was willing to invite him to find inspiration together. What kind of recognition is this? Liub didn't think that Kuiguang Group invited him because of his fame or something else. Indeed, Liub is also a well-known art master on Bilibili, and the two sides did have a few tacit understandings. But for a company like Kuiguang Group with a market value of more than 1 billion and still growing rapidly, it is just a hair on a 9-headed ox. Nothing. The fact that they could invite him to such a high level must be because of the mutual appreciation and recognition between the creators. The fact that Kuiguang Group can show such sincerity is the greatest recognition of Liub, the creator. What a wonderful feeling it is to find a soulmate. The other two were also surprised, sharing the process of finding inspiration. Just for this kind of thing, they invited us here with great fanfare, and treated us with good food and drinks. This reason is too outrageous, right? It sounds like an excuse. Oh, two vulgar people. Liub sneered, and took out a bottle of happy water from the refrigerator. The cool feeling immediately melted the summer heat. Kuiguang Group has developed to its current scale in such a short time, because of such ideals. A year ago, Kuiguang Group only had a female anchor who broadcast the Green Grassland Live, and a dark-skinned man who danced a scam dance. But now, a small half of the entertainment resources in the entire Jinhae city are controlled by Kuiguang Group, which can be said to be able to call the wind and rain. This is not unpredictable, but destined. Stop chatting. The driver is still waiting downstairs. Let's pack up and go down. Liub randomly chose a room, put his suitcase there, and went to the bathroom to tidy up his appearance. The hotel has food and laundry services, so the three of them don't have to worry about anything else except work. Even the messed up room will be cleaned up by someone. The three of them took a short break, and Liub called the driver downstairs and solemnly declared that he was ready and could find inspiration at any time in the best condition. Soon they got in the car and gradually drove away from the hotel. Just as Liub was admiring the scenery outside the window and was curious about how the creators of Kuiguang Group found inspiration, his body suddenly leaned forward. The luxury car braked! Exclamation mark. It was not long since we left the hotel. There were no traffic lights or other cars on the road. Why did it brake? Before Liub could react, the luxury car turned and drove directly into a fork road not far from the hotel. There is a big archway on the side of the road. Jinhae Wildlife World welcomes you. Liub's brain power was not enough. Wait, are we going to the zoo now? Aren't we going to see Mr. Yang first? The driver drove attentively and answered seriously, yes, Mr. Liu. Visiting the zoo is the first step for our Kuiguang Group creators to get inspiration. Mr. Yang is dealing with very important business now, and he will be free to see you in the afternoon, but don't worry, we will follow you all the way. After that, he asked again in confusion, Mr. Liu doesn't usually embrace nature to get inspiration? Liub. Let's not talk about what inspiration you can get from watching animals. Just in this dog days, it's frustrating to go and show teeth to rhinos in the scorching sun. What kind of people can get inspiration in this way? Exclamation mark. Just when Liub wanted to ask a question, he sat in the spacious and comfortable car, and the extremely luxurious hotel just now suddenly made him sober up a little. No, I can't think like that. What kind of company is Kuiguang Group? It is a company that is different from others. Since they said they wanted to get inspiration from the zoo, they must have their reasons. Maybe this is the secret of their success. My account has been operating for several years, but it has not been very popular, while others have achieved a market value of more than 1 billion within a year. What is the reason for this situation? It is creativity. And the source of creativity is inspiration. It is right. Everything is right. Kuiguang Group is sharing its own successful experience and also testing itself for the last time. If he had been impulsive and questioned just now, he might have been considered unshakable by Kuiguang Group, and all future cooperation might have been completely ruined. Liub secretly thanked his rationality in his heart and said righteously, of course, without the influence of nature, how can you cleanse your soul? Without a pure heart, how can you create good works? Let's go, I can't wait. After parking the car, Liub impatiently took his hotel check-in certificate and went to the ticket window to buy 3 full tickets. At this time, there was a group of children standing near Liub, chattering and making a lot of noise with their foreman teacher. I could vaguely hear them excitedly saying words like giant panda and giraffe. These kids are still at the stage of seeing mountains as mountains and water as water. Liub smiled confidently and walked into the zoo with his head held high. PS. The recommendation of bestseller selection is really amazing. It is worthy of being the strongest recommendation of Gideon. The data is soaring that it makes me stunned. Chapter 263. The disabled but strong-willed Liub. How is it? In the office of Kuiguang Group, Yang Ruoqian stared at the screen of his mobile phone. He estimated that the time was about right, so he sent a message to the driver. Boss Yang, Mr. Liu and the others have entered the zoo according to your arrangement. Yang Ruoqian was relieved. Very good. Keep them in the zoo. At least don't let them out this morning. Understand? Inspiration requires a gradual process, a period of precipitation and fermentation. The driver sent a message. Understood, Boss Yang. Are there any other tasks? Remember to take a photo of them and use the company's official account to post a dynamic on all social platforms and make a big fanfare. Boss Yang, don't worry, the photography team is ready. Yang Ruoqian reminded again. Pay attention to whether Liub and the others have any abnormal movements. If so, report to me in time, okay? Got it, Boss Yang. After arranging the task, Yang Ruoqian put down his mobile phone and immediately looked up at the paused screen in front of him. This is the 13th bad movie he has been looking for with great effort. Because of some indescribable reasons last night, Boss Yang's plan to screen bad movies was seriously delayed, so he could only pile things up until the next day. In order to find an excuse to stabilize LIUB, General Manager Yang had no choice but to come up with a dirty trick at the zoo. First, let LIUB slap mosquitoes in the zoo for a morning, and then let him go to the nearby amusement park to experience a roller coaster, haunted house, and pendulum package. All this is just to buy time. After Yang Ruoqian has thoroughly selected the bad movies, he will let LIUB and his 3 people leave the amusement park and come to the company. Taking down the Zhao Liu movie studio is an extremely important public opinion war, and we must not be careless. Let them brag about the shelter company again. It will really become a super efficient money printing machine. Yang Ruoqian plans to post a dynamic first and publicize the false news that Zhao Liu movie has been recruited by Kuiguang Group, reducing the gold content of the video of Zhao Liu movie bragging about the shelter company, and then spend as much money as possible to achieve the third quarter loss target as much as possible. Yang Ruoqian was driving at 4 times the speed, muttering to himself, "This movie is okay, it's mediocre, but it's disgusting, so I'll select it. This action movie is okay, you're the one. An ugly cartoon with a green hat? This kind of harmful garbage must be handed over to professionals like LIUB. The days of pain and torture are always very difficult to bear." After several hours of speechless pain, Yang Ruoqian finally suppressed his nausea and selected 30 extremely bad movies. This number of bad movies should be about the same, enough to fill all of LIUB's free time in the next 5 days. After making all the preparations before the war, Yang Ruoqian reached out and picked up the phone and called the private cinema in Kayanda Plaza across the street. After a few seconds, the call was connected. "Hello, this is Zuli Private Cinema. I'm the receptionist with work number 721. I'm happy to serve you. Do you have any needs?" Yang Ruoqian glanced at the information he had sorted out and asked, "Can you watch any movie in your cinema?" "I'm sorry, sir. According to relevant regulations, movies that have been released for less than a week cannot be shown in private cinemas. They can only be shown in private cinemas after the theaters are offline. But our private cinema has level 3 equipment and all the complete qualifications. We can play most movies that have been released for more than a week. If it's quite professional." Yang Ruoqian was in a hurry and interrupted directly. "I don't have any demand for newly released movies. I have some less popular movies. I wonder if they can be shown here." The girl in the private cinema was very patient. "Most of them you can find. Those with genuine resources are fine. You can tell me the name of the movie, and I'll check it for you." "Okay, this one, Calabash Dolls Punk, 7 Heroes. Do you have any resources?" The receptionist over there was silent for a moment, and her originally peaceful and sweet voice was a little confused. What did you say? Can you repeat it again? What dolls? What punk? How many heroes?" Yang Ruoqian knew that the name of such a movie was indeed a little unusual, so he slowed down his speech a little. "Calabash Brothers Punk, 7 Heroes. Wait a minute. I'll check for you. There is one. Do you need it? Okay, if there is one, then it's fine." Yang Ruoqian nodded with satisfaction. "I want to book the most expensive and luxurious room there. Is there any vacancy?" In fact, private cinemas are also available in Kuiguang Group, but due to cost considerations, Yang Ruoqian only regards watching movies in the company as an alternative. If private cinemas operated in other places really don't have these film resources, Yang Ruoqian will use the company's internal cinema. Now it seems that this plan is unnecessary. Hearing that the customer who came was the kind of customer who only cared about price regardless of quality, the girl at the front desk raised her voice a little. "There are more. What time period do you need to book?" "Starting today, 5 days. Okay. 5 days? Exclamation mark. Book a private cinema for 5 whole days? Let's not talk about who would have such a long time to watch a movie. Even if you really want to watch a movie, you don't need to book it for 5 days, right? No matter what, you have to go out for a while, right? The receptionist, who had never received such a guest since the opening of the private cinema, made several low-level mistakes in a row. She was stunned again and said, you mean you want to use our VIP theater for 5 days, right? Yang Ruoqian replied briefly, yes. Speaking of 5 days, Yang Ruoqian would definitely not be so cruel as to let Liub and the other two really live in the private cinema for 5 days. But 8 hours a day is definitely unavoidable. Okay. Can you wait a moment? I'm going to ask the supervisor to see what kind of discount I should give you. Private cinemas don't have such a business as a weekly package, but asking guests to buy a weekly package service at a package price is obviously bullying people as fools. Anyone who wants to do repeat business will definitely not do this. It's just a front desk, and there is no power to decide the price. As soon as Yang Ruoqian heard the word discount, he flatly refused. No discount is needed. Don't offer any discount. Just follow the original price. Customer, you may have misunderstood. I said to give you a discount. Yes, I don't need a discount. Okay, then do you have any requirements for the 5-day filming? I have a total of 30 movies here. Give me a contact number, and I will send you the name. See if all the resources are available. My contact number is... Oh no, may I ask your name, sir? Okay, then hang up. After handling all the things, Yang Ruoqian finally breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back in the chair. Watching so many rubbish movies in a short period of time would make anyone feel irritated. Not to mention watching rubbish movies for such a long time, even playing games for such a long time at a time, is very easy to get bored. Now, everything is finally over, and it is finally my turn to watch others suffer. Outside the door, there was a light knock on the door. Mr. Yang, Mr. Liu has arrived. Hearing the source of all suffering coming, Yang Ruoqian immediately turned off the computer, smashed the mouse on the keyboard, and hurried to the door. Finally it's here. I can't wait to see Liub's expression when he was bombarded by bad movies. You must also bear the pain I have endured completely. Outside the door, Liub, who was in a trance, heard the voice coming from the office, and his eyes suddenly brightened up. Sure enough, I passed Mr. Yang's test. As the boss of such a large group, he was so happy and eager to welcome me. Although he was attacked by the scorching sun and mosquitoes, was pointed at by the children around him, when he was wearing formal clothes to watch tigers, his tie was blown away by the roller coaster, and he was scared to the point of hoarseness in the haunted house. But he got a set of plans to get inspiration. If he had objected to entering the zoo at that time, would Yang Ruoqian still be as excited as if he had found a confidant? Liub was even a little embarrassed about himself. After all, he had been in the zoo for so long and played so many amusement facilities, but still couldn't get any inspiration. Alas, it's so shameful. But in order to get on the bus of Kuiguang Group, Liub, who was disabled but determined, had to bite the bullet and say that he had got inspiration. Boss Yang. Hello, I've heard a lot about you. Yang Ruoqian walked up and shook Liub's hand vigorously. Mr. Liu, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you this morning. How was the collection? As he spoke, Yang Ruoqian also took a good look at Liub. The two had worked together online before, but this was the first time they met in person. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. For such a serious threat, Boss Yang always gives the greatest respect. Well, from the outside, he is a standard homebody, with a somewhat frail body, messy hair, not much hair, and a weak handshake. It is obvious that he does not exercise regularly. He looks like an ordinary office worker who would be hard to find if thrown on the street. However, the damage he has caused to the group is far greater than that of many employees in the group. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Boss Yang is even younger than in the photo. I'm so envious. Liub's limbs were sore and his hands were weak. He almost fell to the ground with this handshake. While at the zoo and the amusement park, Liub had already eaten lunch and recovered a little bit of energy. By the way, why did you come alone? Where are your two partners? Yang Ruoqian asked curiously. They are too tired, and we just happen to have some work matters to deal with. What is the matter with Mr. Yang looking for them? If it is important, I will call them now. Yang Ruoqian was very satisfied with Liub's initiative and waved his hand generously. It's okay, if you can't come, then don't come. Inspiration is something that can't be forced. It is indeed a bit too inhumane to torture 3 people at the same time. It is almost the same to torture the culprit. What's more, the harm caused to the audience in a theater with 3 people and a theater with only 1 person is completely different. Of course, Yang Ruoqian is not a bad person. If he wants to torture others, he must give them enough compensation in terms of money. And the specific monetary compensation must be made clear on the spot, so as not to cause irreversible psychological damage to Liub at that time. We can't waste 5 or 6 days of your time in vain by calling you here in a hurry. Yang Ruoqian took out the contract that had been prepared long ago. This is our compensation contract. Do you think the conditions above are acceptable? There is also a compensation contract. Liub was pleasantly surprised. He quickly took the contract and glanced at the most important contents. A compensation of 1,000 yuan a day. Just sitting in an air-conditioned room and watching a movie. All food and drinks are free. Is there such a good thing? 5,000 yuan in 5 days, which is equivalent to 30,000 a month. Mr. Yang, you are too polite. Liub was a little afraid to sign the contract. We use your food and accommodation, and we also get paid. This is not appropriate, really not appropriate. Liub, I'll be frank. Kuiguang Group has plans to cooperate with your studio for a long time, but I'm not sure if you can get used to our working environment and creative state, and whether you can match your brainwaves with our creators, so I plan to let you experience it first. Liub's pupils shrank slightly. Long-term cooperation? Yes, the company wants to hire you as an exclusive film critic. Yang Ruoqian nodded. We will not interfere with your content creation. As long as you can review each of our movies in time, you can get a subsidy of 30,000 yuan a month. How about it? No interference in content creation at all. As long as you review the movies under Kuiguang Group in time, you can get a subsidy of 30,000 yuan a month. Exclamation mark. The problem is that the ZOLIU movie account will never miss any movie of Kuiguang Group. Does it mean giving money for free? Even if the shelter company can continue to explode and maintain the progress of shooting a movie every 10 days, it is not a heavy burden for these film review up masters. Even if all other videos are not profitable in the future, they can live very well just by eating the subsidies from the Kuiguang Group. Moreover, working for the Kuiguang Group is stable. Although it is profitable and flexible to be a self-media now, who knows when the wind direction will change, and who knows when the audience will get tired of it. Now a stable high salary is in front of you. Who would not be tempted? Out of politeness, Liub wanted to pretend to refuse. But after thinking about it for a while, he gave up this dangerous attempt. What if others take this politeness seriously? Liub picked up the pen, wrote his name on the contract, and said seriously, okay, Mr. Yang, I'm willing to try it. Okay. Yang Ruoqian put away the 2 copies of the contract. Then let's go. Take you to experience the creative state of our company. After that, Yang Ruoqian took Liub away from Shengjing Haoyuan and came to Kayanda Plaza opposite Zuli Private Cinema. What's wrong with you? You don't give a discount to such an important customer. Is that reasonable? The owner of the private cinema criticized the little girl bitterly. What if he doesn't come in the future? Hearing that a customer paid 40,000 yuan to book a top-level room for 5 days, the owner of the private cinema rushed over from home. The room cost 328 yuan per hour, and the customer directly threw in 5x24 money. The extra money was used for food and drinks. It's exaggerated to say it out loud. It can be said that it's a great fortune for such a customer to come to the door on his own initiative. The little girl said aggrievedly, I told him. He said he didn't want a discount. You won't give it if he says he doesn't want it? The boss was so angry that his brain was dizzy. You really won't give it if he says he doesn't want it? You have worked in vain for so many years. I'm sorry. It's useless to tell me. Go and tell the customer yourself later. Come on, they are coming. The customer is coming. The girl at the front desk was startled and hurried to Yang Ruoqian's direction. Hello, Mr. Yang. I'll take you to your room. The boss next to him was so angry that his face flushed. "We have prepared a big gift box here. Bring it to the guests as well." Yang Ruoqian was originally chatting happily with Liub and was stunned when he heard the words and asked, "Gift box? What gift box?" The boss hurriedly greeted him and smiled apologetically. "Mr. Yang, this is our gift to you. Free. This child is ignorant. Please forgive me. Free." Yang Ruoqian was a little unhappy immediately. "Then don't take it. You can keep it for yourself." After that, Yang Ruoqian didn't even turn his head and took the confused Liub and the girl at the front desk to their luxurious private room. In the luxurious screening room, everything was cleaned spotlessly, and the air conditioner, blankets, and various drinks and snacks were placed full. Very good. The environment is very good. Before the torture began, Yang Ruoqian asked the victim's opinion. "How is this environment for finding inspiration?" Liub, who had been tortured by the zoo and the haunted house for most of the day, almost didn't think about it. "Great. Working in this environment will definitely bring you inspiration. You said it yourself." Yang Ruoqian nodded. "Okay, then if you have any needs, just tell the people in the private cinema directly. We will bear all the expenses. Just be careful. You immerse yourself in the experience for 5 days first. Feel the ideas of the group's creators, and it will also help you to be more objective when you write film reviews in the future. Watching 8 hours of movies every day, it's easy, right? Easy? This is simply enjoyment. Eating watermelon in a cold air-conditioned room, half lying on the bed with a blanket, watching movies happily. It's actually part of the job. There is such a good thing in the world. Not to mention 8 hours. It's completely fine to stay in such a place for a lifetime." "Ha, those two guys didn't come. They are so stupid." Liub nodded very touchedly. "Yes, Mr. Yang. Then I'll leave first. I have several important projects on hand." Yang Ruoqian helped Liub close the door of the room, and in his heart he mourned for Liub for 3 seconds, then turned and left the private cinema. Before leaving, he also specifically instructed the person in charge of the private cinema that they must not meet the guest's request for double speed playback. In the dim room, Liub picked up a piece of iced watermelon and put it into his mouth happily. Mr. Yang's arrangement is too thoughtful. Is this the enjoyment of rich people? After eating the fruit, Liub lay comfortably on the sofa and watched the movie playing on the big screen. Perhaps because of the relationship between loving the house and the dog, Liub's expectations for this movie were also infinitely raised. Do the creators of Kuiguang Group usually find inspiration in such a comfortable environment? Look at this opening. How retro? Look at the picture quality. There is a kind of hazy beauty. Look at the casting. How down to earth. Look at the name of this movie. How Calabash Brothers Punk 7 Heroes? What the hell is this? Did I enter the wrong way? Or did the people in the cinema make a mistake? Liub, who has watched countless movies, has a very high resistance to drugs, but when he saw the name of this movie and saw the picture presented by the movie, he could hardly hide his shock. What the hell is this? Motorcycles and carriages can appear in the same frame? What is the Calabash brother with prosthetics? Fuck my eyes. The sound insulation of the private cinema is very good. Of course, even if the sound insulation is not good, Liub's screams will hardly be heard at the headquarters of Kuiguang Group. At this time, Yang Ruoqian was in the group's legal department, listening to Ding Daoi's report. "Boss Yang, we have finished the lawsuit with Yufu Group and the first batch of upmasters, and the first trial result should be available soon. The first trial result." Yang Ruoqian didn't care much when he heard these 4 words. The motherland implements a second instance final judgment system. Whether it is a plaintiff or the defendant, as long as they are dissatisfied with the first instance judgment, they can choose to appeal to a higher court. Only the second instance judgment is the final judgment. Anyway, whether it is Yufu or Kuiguang, it is impossible to stop at the first trial, so there is no need to care too much. After all, the system has rewarded the company with a lot of evidence, and the result of the first trial will definitely be more unfavorable to the defendant. Can Yufu take this loss? Impossible. Yang Ruoqian nodded and asked perfunctorily, "Yes. Are you sure about the lawsuit?" Boss Yang actually expected the answer to this question in his heart the last time the system rewarded a lot of evidence related to this lawsuit and sent it directly to the legal department. With the evidence of the system and Ding Daoi's professional level, the outcome of the lawsuit was actually not much suspense at the beginning. Now Yang Ruoqian only expected one thing: Youfu Group could delay as long as it could. As long as the delay was long enough and the cost of the lawsuit was higher than the amount of compensation, then Yang Ruoqian's goal would be achieved. Ding Daoi's blood boiled when he thought of the miserable appearance of Youfu's representatives in court. Don't worry, Mr. Yang, I guarantee that they will be killed without a single piece of armor left. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an excited shout outside the door. Here it comes. The results are out. Good news. We won. A young lawyer pushed the door open, his hands shaking. Mr. Yang, Lawyer Ding. We not only won this time, we won a great victory. The first instance judgment agreed to our claims and required Youfu Group to compensate us for all the compensation we asked for. The lawyer team of Youfu Group is well known in the industry. Dogs see dogs and hate dogs. If they are provoked, they will be covered in blood. Even if they lose, it is difficult for the plaintiff to get full compensation. When can I lose so miserably and so cleanly? It has not been long since I became a trainee lawyer, and I can handle such a case and win so beautifully. The sense of accomplishment is simply full. No wonder he was so excited. Ding Daoi was not surprised by the result. Stay calm, it's just the first trial. Youfu will definitely not give up easily. The young lawyer was full of confidence. Looking at the current situation, they probably won't win even in the second trial. We can't celebrate in advance. Let's quickly prepare the materials for the second trial. Well, Mr. Yang, the specific situation is probably here. Do you need me to copy the file for you? Yang Ruoqian, who was illiterate in law, had no interest in such boring documents. He shook his head and refused. No, you can just figure it out yourself. Alas, is Youfu's legal department only this combat power? I thought I could delay it for a longer time and waste more company funds. But it doesn't matter, there is still the second trial, and it can be delayed further. And this time Youfu will definitely put in 12 points of effort. Okay, report to me if there is anything else. Yang Ruoqian packed up his things and leisurely returned to the office, half lying on the chair with ease. Wandering Blue Star, Leopard Poo app, the Air project of juniors and juniors, the inspiration for LIUB, and a lot of cases that just passed the first trial. Although there was a stab in the back from Spark Records, it was harmless. The situation in the third quarter has gradually opened up. Oh, it's comfortable. After sending away LIUB, the plague god, I should be able to spare time to look at private jets. After Yang Ruoqian asked to replace the expensive DJI with a cheaper Gulfstream last time, the cruise procurement was in chaos. No one has ever experienced buying an airplane. The crew urgently looked for connections and finally found a more professional team. And after all, it is a matter of hundreds of millions of dollars. What kind of airplane to buy and whether the airplane meets the requirements still needs Yang Ruoqian's personal signature to confirm. Otherwise no one can take responsibility. Ding-ling-ling. Just when Yang Ruoqian was complacent about his third quarter layout, the phone on the table suddenly rang, which scared Yang Ruoqian. Now every time he answered the phone, Yang Ruoqian felt like he was waiting for the teacher to announce the test results. Nervous and exciting. No one knew whether the news from the front desk lady was good news or bad news. Hello. Yang Ruoqian answered the phone and asked with some caution. Boss Yang, someone from Youfu Group's headquarters wants to talk to you by name. Do you want to answer the call? Someone from Youfu Group wants to talk to him? Exclamation mark. Boss Yang was completely surprised by the other party's motive. The first trial result just came out, and Youfu came to him directly? What's the matter? Are they making harsh remarks and calling him to accuse him? After a few seconds of hesitation, Yang Ruoqian said, well, please call Lin Ko to the office for me. Take the call. After all, they are a hostile company with extremely tense relations. They may not have any good intentions when calling. They may want to dig a big hole for themselves. As a former middle-level manager of Youfu, Lin Ko might be able to provide some objective views and expose their possible conspiracy. Hello. PS. A daily 10,000 is really scary. People are numb when they write it later. How do those authors easily get a daily 10,000? One Linuan traveled through countless worlds at the same time and became countless Linuans. They shared each other's talents and even strength. They were all monsters who could push through everything with their physical bodies. And every time they gathered together, they would start an earth-shaking battle for who is the main Linuan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. Don't give up. We can talk. 67. Hearing that it was about UFO group, Linkeo didn't even think about it. He put down all the work in his hands and rushed to Yang Ruoqian's office at the fastest speed. Boss Yang, I'm here. What conspiracy are those people in UFO going to play? You must be careful. None of these people have good intentions. Don't fall for their conspiracy. Yang Ruoqian stepped back slightly. As expected of an anti-UFO man, he seems to have a stress reaction as long as UFO is mentioned. Having worked in Kuiguang group for a long time, Yang Ruoqian naturally knows how deep Linkeo's subjective feelings are towards UFO, but Linkeo still has some connections in UFO. As long as he eliminates his subjective views and adopts objective views, there will be no big problems. Don't worry. Yang Ruoqian coughed lightly. I asked them to call back in 3 minutes. There is plenty of time. Have you asked your former colleagues at UFO? Did they tell you what the situation is? Linkeo didn't even take out his phone and sneered. Boss Yang, just answer the phone. I know what kind of fart those people in UFO want to fart, even if they raise their legs. It is difficult for ordinary employees to get wind of things like this involving legal disputes. However, Linkeo felt that he could do this job. Boss Yang was talking to the person in charge of UFO, and he was responsible for translating on the side to ensure that he could see through all the conspiracies of UFO. Seeing Linkeo's confidence, Yang Ruoqian did not doubt him and looked at his phone. 3 minutes are almost up. Just thinking about this, the phone on the table rang. Yang Ruoqian was refreshed, threw a look at Linkeo, and picked up the receiver. In fact, getting involved with UFO group, suing UFO group, and clearing up those ups who received black money from UFO did not put too much pressure on Yang Ruoqian. From a legal perspective, the Kuiguang group is a company that has nothing to fear from its shadow. Even the most note-picking people can't find any problems. Not to mention the profit aspect. Yang Ruoqian is not afraid of losing money at all. He even dislikes the fact that UFO's fighting power is a bit too low. However, being invincible does not mean that everything is fine. A black-hearted company like this has a lot of disgusting means. You must be cautious enough and not be led by them. On the other end of the phone, the voice of the girl at the front desk came. Mr. Yang, UFO called again. Shall I transfer it to you? Transfer it. Yang Ruoqian nodded. Okay, please wait a few seconds. Taking advantage of these few seconds, Yang Ruoqian turned his head and told Linkeo, when the call is connected, you will be responsible for talking directly with the people in UFO. I will tell you how to answer. If you find any conspiracy from them, then do it yourself. Yang Ruoqian made this arrangement because he didn't want to be caught with any handle. After all, he had spoken in many media. If someone with ulterior motives recorded and took his words out of context, he would not be able to clear himself, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. And if Linkeo spoke for him, there would be no such trouble. Linkeo, who originally wanted to be a consultant, jumped up and held the receiver excitedly. Yes, Mr. Yang. Being directly responsible for the call with UFO group, what a trust. Linkeo was terrified when he was entrusted with an important task. Moreover, the most important thing is, in an emergency, he still has the right to play freely. At this moment, Linkeo represents the mouth of the group, and every word and action will be infinitely magnified. Mr. Yang actually trusts me so much. Then I can't let him down, and I can't let Kuiguang group fall into the trap of UFO. We must speculate every word, every character, and every punctuation mark of the UFO representative with the greatest malice. Beep beep beep. Soon, the representative of UFO Group spoke first. "Hello, is this Mr. Yang?" Lin Ko glanced at Yang Ruoqian, and seeing that he did not express his opinion, he deliberately lowered his voice. "If you have anything to say, just tell me." The representative of UFO Group was not surprised by this result. Hearing this, he only asked, "What is the name of this gentleman?" "You can call me Bao Huaquan." If Yang Ruoqian did not answer the phone in person, then didn't the chairman or general manager of their UFO Group personally handle this call? Everyone has a tacit understanding about this matter. Lin Ko replied. Unfortunately, he did not know Bao Huaquan. "I heard that UFO Group lost the case, and this person should be from the legal department." After a simple exchange of identities, Bao Huaquan did not waste words, and went straight to the point. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Recently, there are some small misunderstandings between our two families. You see, this is a mess. Neither of us has gained any benefits, and it is not a good thing to continue like this. It is not a good thing to continue to make trouble." Yang Ruoqian frowned while listening to the hands-free. "What does that mean? Does UFO want to give in? Want to pay some money to let Kuiguang withdraw the lawsuit?" After all, the conversation had just begun, and the amount of information was not yet sufficient. Yang Ruoqian had not yet directed Lin Ko, signaling him to continue to play freely. Lin Ko looked at Yang Ruoqian's frown, and immediately understood what he meant. His tone quickly changed from low to tough. "What do you mean by not pleasing both sides? Didn't you lose the case? I've seen spiritual victories, but I haven't seen spiritual draws." "Ha. It's so funny." Yang Ruoqian was stunned. "No, you're just scolding now? At least listen to the other party finish their words first, and pretend to be a snake first." The demeanor of a large group, the detachment of the winner. Bao Huaquan obviously didn't expect that the attitude of Kuiguang Group would be so tough, and he couldn't say the words that just came to his lips. Haha. That's it. Bao Huaquan choked and laughed. "It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. The storm is almost over. We can discuss the lawsuit." Lin Ko immediately asked Yang Ruoqian with a sharp look, and the meaning was very simple. Should we directly reject their nonsense? Mr. Yang, who thought he could listen to what the UFO Group was up to, nodded slightly, indicating that Lin Ko could continue to listen. The two people's tacit communication was completed silently. Lin Ko snorted coldly. "Discuss? Why should we discuss with you? Is it because we lost the lawsuit?" After saying that, he also looked at Yang Ruoqian with admiration. He is indeed a young and powerful entrepreneur with top strength and a tough personality. He is much stronger than those old-timers. He directly confronted UFO, the leading enterprise in the entertainment industry. What a courage. Yang Ruoqian was confused. He has now begun to doubt whether it was a mistake to let Lin Ko be the messenger. Why do I feel that there is a slight deviation in their understanding of this conversation? Bao Huaquan on the other end of the phone wiped his sweat and continued to say, "Yes, Mr. Lin, but the first instance is not the final instance, and we can continue to appeal. But if you do this, even if you win in the end, the original judgment will be upheld at most, but the money spent on hiring lawyers for the lawsuit will not be wasted. How can a good discussion cause such a big pressure?" Bao Huaquan, representing the legal department of UFO Group, really wants to understand this matter with Kuiguang in private. The will of the company and the will of the employees are actually not the same, especially in this lawsuit. Kuiguang Group is clearly well prepared, and all kinds of evidence are complete, which makes people wonder if there is a ghost in UFO Group. No matter what the upper management of UFO thinks, at least from the professional perspective of their legal department, the possibility of winning this lawsuit is very small. Even if the second instance appeal is made, even if all the methods of delaying time are used, the final result will most likely be to maintain the original judgment. Not only will it be embarrassing, but the final expenses will also be greater. These are all performances. Anyway, it is inevitable that they will lose, so it is better to admit defeat now, stop the loss in time, and bargain with the Kuiguang Group for the amount of compensation, and give an explanation to the superiors. As long as the range of bargaining does not exceed the cost of a second lawsuit, there is no need to worry that the Kuiguang Group will not agree. The Kuiguang Group has earned all the face in this lawsuit. It is impossible to refuse the proposal of win-win cooperation and earning money, right? Stopping things now will benefit both parties. But who knows? Kuiguang Group's attitude is surprisingly tough. Bao Huaquan naturally would not believe that Lin Ko had such authority to say such harsh words. He must have been authorized by Yang Ruoqian. Tough is the attitude shown by Yang Ruoqian. The second instance appeal. Can I understand that you are threatening us? Lin Ko looked at Yang Ruoqian's expression all the time when he spoke, becoming more and more confident and calm. No. Bao Huaquan, whose every word was misinterpreted in the most malicious way, was about to collapse. I mean, we don't want to fight this lawsuit anymore, and we won't appeal for the second trial. It's just that the amount of compensation, can you give us a little less? Please be kind, at least let us report to the higher-ups. Bao Huaquan said this directly, which should have been tacitly understood by everyone, and it can be seen that he was indeed a little anxious. If the Kuiguang Group recorded this conversation and reported it to the upper management of the UFA Group, Bao Huaquan's professional reputation would basically be declared ruined. However, after hearing this, Yang Ruoqian, who had always been in an undefeated position, stood up directly from his chair. What the hell? Exclamation mark. The notorious UFA Group legal department directly announced that it had admitted defeat. Exclamation mark. No more appeal. No second trial. That's the end. Exclamation mark. Just asking for less compensation? You know, if the court meets all the plaintiff's demands in the first trial, and the plaintiff cannot produce any new evidence to add claims, it cannot file a second trial. The legal department of Kuiguang Group was facing a formidable enemy at that time. How could they hold back? How could they produce any new evidence? Yang Ruoqian originally thought that the lawsuit had just begun, and there would be plenty of time to argue and waste money in the future. But UFA came directly and said that they didn't want to play anymore and surrendered. You can't surrender. You can't admit defeat. We can still talk. Yang Ruoqian didn't dare to make any eye contact anymore and hurriedly made a mouth shape to Lin Ko, silently stating his request. The lawsuit cannot stop. Lin Ko nodded slightly, expressing Yang Ruoqian's meaning completely. Mr. Bao, have you UFA Group's people always been so naive? I will be merciful and reveal some inside information to you. Kuiguang Group has countless handles on you. Do you think this lawsuit is over? No, it's just the beginning. Do you think Kuiguang Group wants your little bit of compensation? The pattern is too small. What Kuiguang Group wants is the status, resources, reputation of UFA Group, and everything you can think of. Lin Ko's words were sonorous and powerful, and his blood boiled, as if he had returned to the second-year school days. Sorry, we won't negotiate with you. Goodbye. After that, he hung up the phone in a cool manner and looked at Yang Ruoqian with admiration. What does it mean to be proud? What does it mean to be determined to win? And what does it mean to be domineering? In this conversation, Mr. Yang showed his full power and showed his strong demeanor. He scolded UFA and criticized it. To be fair, Lin Ko thought that, even if he had left UFA Group and was now a senior executive of Kuiguang Group, he would not dare to use such tough words to confront his old boss. Only Mr. Yang had the ability and courage to be so disrespectful to his peers. Even if it was SYNOPSIS Group, which is of the same status as UFA Group, the two sides would talk at most with swords and stab each other coldly, but would not really tear each other apart. After tearing this face, Yang Ruoqian actually had a backhand and announced that there were many lawsuits to fight and many faces to tear apart. The lawsuit will not stop. What a confident 5 words. Boss Yang, you, Lin Ko, have admired you since the first day I met you, but I have never admired you so much as I do today. He went to visit UFA Group and played a trick on Lin Ko, who could have crushed Kuiguang at that time. Then he set a trap and tricked Lin Ko into digging a worthless anchor and tricked him into going around in circles. In the countless confrontations afterwards, Kuiguang Group had an absolute advantage. And today, Yang Ruoqian can even sit firmly behind the scenes and let this old employee of UFA avenge the arrow of revenge at that time. Until today, Lin Ko finally got back his place in his career, money, and face. Everything is thanks to Yang Ruoqian. How can people not be grateful? Yang Ruoqian sat in a chair blankly and couldn't hold back a word for a long time. It's over. Just now, Lin Ko opened his mouth, uttered auspicious words, and hung up the phone. Youfu Group could no longer let this lawsuit continue. Since Kuiguang Group has new reasons to appeal, Youfu will not waste its energy on a lawsuit that is bound to fail. Once Youfu falls, those black-hearted upmasters who are sued will definitely lose. So much compensation will be deposited into the company account. P.S. There will be more later, before 0000 hours. Chapter 265. Jinhei Pizza Hut. Pengcheng, Youfu Group. In the legal department, the atmosphere was as silent as death. Bao Huaquan and his colleagues looked at the landline with a busy tone, their faces darkened to the extreme. It would be fine if the Kuiguang Group just rejected their request for negotiation. At worst, everyone would suffer losses and fight the lawsuit to the end. Anyway, the Youfu Group is a big company, and things have come to this point, so it is not impossible to bite the bullet and force the lawsuit. Regardless of whether I pay money or not, you can't have an easy life anyway. The arrogant and domineering attitude of the Kuiguang Group is really too uncomfortable. As one of the top legal teams in the country, when has Bao Huaquan and his team been treated like this? But the problem is, Lin Ko just said on the phone that after this lawsuit, there will be countless lawsuits to fight. From the tone, you can hear that he is very determined and confident, and he is definitely not bluffing. Kuiguang Group is not some upstart. During the confrontation in court, the legal team headed by Bao Huaquan had experienced the opponent's strength. Lin Ko bluntly revealed this information. It must be because Kuiguang Group is sure to win. Even if the legal department of Youfu Group knows the news in advance, it will be useless. Just like this lawsuit, it's a bit difficult. Bao Huaquan sat at the table with a frown and couldn't help turning the pen on his fingertips. They seem a little reluctant to reconcile with us. What should we do? Do we still want to appeal? Forget it. This time the opponent is different from the past. The inside is more important than the face. Bao Huaquan shook his head. It's a completely hopeless lawsuit. There is no need to spend time on it. I agree. Let's think about what excuse the Kuiguang Group will use to sue us next time. This is not the point at all, right? A lawyer angrily threw the documents in his hand on the table. The point is why the other side can have so much evidence. Is it our fault that we lost the lawsuit? Indeed, no matter who is asked to fight this lawsuit, there is no hope. Let those useless people in the company quickly check where the mistake was made. If we are still so passive in the future lawsuits, I'm sorry, even if we invite gods to come, we can't win. You did a good job of keeping secrets, and you blame us for losing the lawsuit. Do you really think they are a piece of cake? They held a knife, and we were barehanded. There are also a bunch of troublemakers behind us. How can we win this lawsuit? Although they lost the lawsuit, several lawyers were also very resentful and unwilling to accept it. The various evidences provided by Kuiguang Group in the court were so detailed that there was no room for rebuttal, and the sources were legal. On the other hand, there were very few cards in their hands, and several attempts to bribe the other party's employees with money ended in failure. People can't help but wonder if there was a traitor in the company, which made Youfu's intelligence one-way transparent to Kuiguang. However, the Yu Mansion investigated from top to bottom and could not find the so-called traitor. Recently, a second thorough investigation is being carried out, which has caused panic in the whole company. It really drove the leaders above crazy and made many onlookers laugh. Stop complaining. Hurry up and prepare the materials. By the way, notify the board of directors that this lawsuit cannot be fought. If it continues, it will only lose more money and may affect the future things. How much did they claim? 5 million, not a lot, just give it. Listen to what Lin Ko said, the big one is still to come. Boss Yang, how did I perform? Lin Ko raised his head proudly. It was a wonderful feeling to become the sharp knife in the boss's hand and stab the old boss fiercely. Go and do your own thing. Yang Ruoqian was silent for a while and waved Lin Ko out of the office. After experiencing this incident, Yang Ruoqian determined one thing in the future: all matters related to the Yu Mansion must not be allowed to be interfered with by Lin Ko. This person is really outrageous. Forget it, it's only 5 million. Even if all the other uploaders lose the lawsuit and admit defeat, the total amount will not exceed 10 million. Fortunately, I used my best weapon this quarter and bought a private jet. Otherwise, with the current situation, it's hard to say whether I can lose money at the end of the quarter. If the lawsuit is won, it's won. If I grit my teeth, I can still lose the 10 million. Anyway, the company has grown, and there will be more lawsuits one after another. It's impossible for the system to reward evidence every time, right? This unsustainable one-time reward is not a big deal in the long run. Let's see. What time is it now? LIUB's experience of bad movies today should be coming to an end. I don't think it's a good idea to torture him like this. Let's treat him to a big meal later. Eat well to get on the road. No, eat well so that I can get inspiration tomorrow. After sorting out his mood, Yang Ruoqian took out his mobile phone again and wanted to check the time. As soon as he turned on his mobile phone, Yang Ruoqian suddenly saw a lot of unread messages and new updates on various social media. The first and most dazzling message was sent by Cheng Fei, his old enemy. Boss Yang, we have also received the latest news. Congratulations. The reputation of your legal department has been completely established. You sued all those who spread rumors and took bribes at once and won the case. It's amazing. Now even the online trolls who slandered you are all silent. It's a real evidence that they bully the weak and fear the strong. Haha. Yang Ruoqian looked at Cheng Fei's news and felt sad. Yes, after winning this lawsuit, even the trolls who dared to directly name the Kuiguang group would not dare to be so arrogant anymore. This is the biggest failure in the battlefield of public opinion. Boss Yang marked Cheng Fei's messages read, opened Station B again, and found those upmasters who took money to slander him. As expected, a few of them were playing dead, and most of them posted a dynamic, either admitting their mistakes or lamenting that it is not easy to make money now. But no one dared to scold Kuiguang, and even those who were sarcastic were not seen. Yang Ruoqian randomly found the most popular dynamic and clicked into his comment area. Oh, now you've been sued and have to pay money. Are you scared now? I have saved the updates you posted before. Don't think everyone will forget them if you delete them. You also know that making money is not easy. Then why do you spread rumors about others and affect their money making? You want to blacken a company like Kuiguang Group, which only shows that your way of making money is a bit too unscrupulous. It's disgusting to see you crying like a weakling now. I still want to see your arrogant and domineering appearance before. I suggest you just change your account. Your account is useless. You have offended Jinhae Pizza Hut. Find a place to bury yourself. Hahaha Jinhae Pizza Hut. So fitting. According to inside information, Kuiguang won the lawsuit between Kuiguang and Youfu. The first instance judgment has been handed down, but I don't know if Youfu will appeal. Really? Can Kuiguang win the lawsuit against Youfu? Youfu has been rampant for so long and disgusted so many people. This time, they are finally sanctioned. Haha, I suggest you avoid provoking Kuiguang in the future. Didn't you notice? After this incident, even the voices on the internet that criticize them have decreased a lot. Brother, my voice was a little loud outside just now. Now I kneel down for you? Hahaha. Yang Ruoqian saw this and deleted the background of B Station directly. It looked boring, so he left. Let's go and see LIUB, the only hope in the current public opinion battlefield. Yang Ruoqian stretched his muscles and set off for Zuli Private Cinema. As soon as he reached the door, the receptionist who had been scolded by the boss came over quickly. Hello, Mr. Yang. What's the situation inside? Yang Ruoqian glanced at the room where LIUB was and asked, did you do what I told you to do? Yes, I didn't play it at double speed. Yang Ruoqian nodded with satisfaction. Which movie is playing now? The receptionist was obviously prepared and answered immediately. It's Titan Blade, The Passionate Red Mansion and The Ruthless Dream. Okay, I'll go and see it myself. You don't have to come with me. After saying that, Yang Ruoqian quietly came to the door of the luxury private room and secretly observed LIUB in the theater through the glass window. LIUB was lying on the sofa like a pile of mud at this time. His eyes were numb, and even the blanket he was wearing slipped to the ground. As if he had been destroyed countless times by something, the luster in his eyes had dissipated. Suddenly, the scene in the movie changed. An armored warrior jumped out of an ancient wooden building and shouted to the air, "You are here." Then, a man in leather clothes and dyed red hair also walked out of the shadows and said calmly, "I'm here. You shouldn't have come. But I'm here." Then, the two of them wrestled with each other, from the blue tiled brick house to the street, and from the street to the lake, which was not fierce at all. This kind of scene, if you watch it for one more second, is a great torture to the soul. Liub's eyes changed from numbness to despair, and from despair to confusion. After a while, the confusion disappeared, and the numbness returned. He couldn't help but check the time, wanting to see how long he would stay in such a place, and at the same time he was repenting. It turns out that life is so meaningful. It turns out that life is so beautiful. It turns out that there are such terrifying things in this world. Horror and suspense movies are just for fun. If you want to see real horror, you have to watch the movie arranged by Yang Ruoqian. Seeing Liub being tortured in the room, Yang Ruoqian's dissatisfaction just now disappeared in an instant. It is not the lack of suffering, but the inequality of suffering. As long as there is someone being tortured together, even if he is being tortured as much, he will feel much better. The 40,000 yuan spent on the private cinema is really worth it. Yang Ruoqian was a little bit hesitant before, wondering whether such a filming arrangement could torture Liub. After all, a professional film critic like him should have a high drug resistance. But now it seems that facing such an abstract movie, even people with a high drug resistance will find it difficult to persist. After experiencing this for a few days, Liub will hardly have a good impression of the productions of the shelter company in the future, right? Even if the film reviews in the future are praises, they will probably be very stiff, right? Yang Ruoqian was very satisfied. He reached out and knocked on the door of the private cinema room, pretending that he had just arrived. "Liub, can I come in?" Liub was still immersed in the ocean of despair and couldn't extricate himself. When he heard Yang Ruoqian's voice, he didn't react immediately and was stunned for several seconds. Then, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, he almost wailed and rushed to the door, opening the door for Yang Ruoqian. "Boss Yang, you're here. You're finally here." If no one came to save him, he would really get injured from watching movies. "How did you gain?" Yang Ruoqian asked with a smile on his face. "Can you feel the state when we get inspiration?" "Ah, not bad, not bad. Haha, pretty good." "Feel the state when getting inspiration?" Exclamation mark. Liub didn't gain any inspiration at all, but he gained a lot from pain. Now he suddenly admired the employees of the shelter company. Is this how they usually look for inspiration? Looking for inspiration in this environment every day. Will there really be no mental illness? Sure enough, successful people have some qualities that ordinary people can't achieve. At least it is absolutely impossible for him, Liub, to find any creative inspiration in such a tormented environment. But Liub looked at the serious expression on Yang Ruoqian's face, and the words in his heart couldn't come out. Anyway, he was just experiencing this place for a few days. The work after that only required him to make film reviews of Kuiguang Group's movies on time. If he gave up a monthly income of 30,000 yuan for this matter, it would be a bit of a loss for the sake of the big picture. Thinking of this, Liub felt a little ashamed, because he actually didn't live up to the feelings of Kuiguang Group from the beginning. Others asked him if he had gained any inspiration from the zoo. He obviously didn't gain anything, but he insisted that he did. So Yang Ruoqian spent a lot of money to treat him with good food and drinks, and asked him to experience the creative state of the creators of the shelter company in such a good environment. As a result, not only did he fail to enter the state of the creator, but he was impatient and wasted everything, which deeply failed Yang Ruoqian's expectations. His ability is still not enough. Seeing that Liub couldn't answer anything, Yang Ruoqian knew that his plan was completely successful, so he waved his hand generously. "Okay. No matter how much, it's a good thing to gain something. Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal in my personal name." Just from Liub's expression, it was enough to see that he didn't gain any inspiration at all. However, Yang Ruoqian was not angry at all, because the idea of looking for inspiration from bad movies was a set of rhetoric that Yang Ruoqian made up himself. Who would watch this kind of movie to find inspiration? It would be strange if they could find it, right? As a film critic, I was tortured by this kind of movie. What would happen if it was an ordinary audience? Although I promised not to interfere in the affairs of the shelter company, it is not impossible to quietly give them some hints and let them change the direction of their future movies in this direction. The headquarters of the Uncommon Characters restaurant. Yang Ruoqian parked the car in the parking lot and led Liub towards the restaurant. However, after just 2 steps, he saw something unfriendly. A very high-end black business car. Specifically, it was Cheng Fei's car. This car seems to belong to Chenghai Media. Are they coming to my place for dinner again today? Yang Ruoqian has long been accustomed to the fact that the people of Chenghai Media use the Uncommon Characters restaurant as the default dinner location. But getting used to something does not mean that there is no feeling in your heart. Thinking of Cheng Fei and her people eating and drinking in the restaurant and leaving a pile of difficult to handle money, Yang Ruoqian felt very uncomfortable. Forget it, let's see what they are doing. Didn't I arrange Cheng Fei to be the deputy producer of Wandering Blue Star? How come you still have time to come to eat? I haven't heard that Chenghai Media has any big projects recently. Yang Ruoqian just took 2 steps inside and the clerk greeted him respectfully. Hello, Mr. Yang, Mr. Cheng and Mr. Xiao are in the private room on the 2nd floor. I'll take you there. Mr. Xiao? The only person who can be called Mr. Xiao by the clerk is Xiao Yuki. Xiao Yuki is here too. Yang Ruoqian suddenly realized that this is the crew of Wandering Blue Star having a dinner. Okay, take me there. Seeing that the clerk misunderstood, Yang Ruoqian simply made the best of a bad situation and went with the flow. Please let me in, both of you. Soon, the two came to the door of the private room. As soon as the door was pushed open, everyone in the room looked over. Just as Yang Ruoqian guessed, this was a dinner party for the crew of Wandering Blue Star. Not only were the 2 producers Xiao Yuki and Cheng Fei present, but also the leading actors such as Shankai Anayu, and even the director Guo Fan, all had their own seats. Cheng Fei was the most surprised. Mr. Yang, why didn't you tell us in advance that you were coming? I just had a sudden impulse, it just happened. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand as a greeting. Are there any empty seats? Yes, sit anywhere. Yang Ruoqian nodded and said, let me introduce you to each other. This is Liub, the person in charge of the account Zio Liu movie, a famous film review up master on Station B. These are the crew of our new movie Wandering Blue Star. These 2 are producers, these are the leading actors, and this is director Guo Fan. Except for director Guo Fan, who was successfully rescued and discharged from the hospital, everyone else nodded to Liub. Liub was very flattered, and he kept bending over, and he almost never stopped saying hello, hello. These people are either big bosses of big companies or quasi first-line stars. If a so-called famous film critic like me is thrown into the mix, I'm nothing but a small shrimp. It can be said that they are not in the same circle at all. Mr. Yang introduced them to each other. Does he already treat him as his own? Exclamation mark. Or is he going to reveal some inside information to me? Hello everyone. Hello everyone. You can just call me Zio Liu. Yang Ruoqian has already sat down. You're welcome. Sit down. I just happen to have some questions for you. When the 2 came over, the crew had already ordered the dishes, but the main dishes had not yet arrived. Now there were only some side dishes on the table. Liub sat down in panic and only dared to pick up some dishes to eat after most people had started using their chopsticks. He had never experienced a restaurant with this kind of environment, this kind of service, and this kind of dishes in his life. At most, he had seen it in some videos of food area up masters. Usually, the side dishes he had seen the most were peanuts and pickled cucumbers. When had he ever seen such a delicate and delicious appetizer? While eating, Liub inevitably felt a sense of panic in his heart. After all, he didn't get any inspiration. He hesitated for so long. What if he couldn't answer the questions Yang Ruoqian would ask? Would the 30,000 yuan contract be ruined? In front of so many big shots, if he accidentally lost face, would he never have a chance to take off in the future? Liub said carefully, Mr. Yang, ask. How many movies have you watched? Yang Ruoqian asked casually while eating naturally. Liub recalled the painful memory and replied, 3 in total. Only 3. The progress is not fast enough. Yang Ruoqian has prepared 30 movies, and the order of them is also particular, highlighting a step-by-step approach, and there are gaps between bad movies. Today has passed, and there are still 4 days left. It converts to 7 movies a day. It feels like there is not enough time. If the bad movie he had carefully prepared could not be fully stuffed into Liub's mind, he would feel a little regretful. Yang Ruoqian rolled his eyes and asked again, do you have any activities planned after you return to the hotel? He planned to make an exception and arrange some overtime tasks for Liub. Anyway, Liub is not an employee of Kuiguang Group, so the employee code does not apply to him. Liub was stunned and said, no plans, just rest and sleep. I'm really tired today. Today's full day schedule can be said to be a bitter history of blood and tears for Liub. From physical to mental torture, he now just wants to finish dinner quickly, go back to the hotel, to take a comfortable bath, soak in a hot spring, and relax. How about this? I will send you some movie resources that can grab a lot of inspiration later and share them with your colleagues after you return to the hotel. Yang Ruoqian ignored the meaning of Liub's words. After all, it's a creative team. Inspiration requires a pair of brain waves. How is it? Is there any difficulty? Hearing Yang Ruoqian's arrangement, Liub's face almost showed a gaffe. No, you have to watch those things when you are resting and relaxing. What kind of torture is this? Seeing that Liub was a little difficult to accept, Yang Ruoqian reminded him maliciously, don't you want to share your experience this afternoon with your colleagues? Only when there are more people can sparks of creativity. Liub suddenly had an epiphany. Yes. When I was suffering and tortured, those 2 rebellious sons were enjoying the air conditioning and delicious food in the hotel. How could I suffer like this alone? Only when others feel pain can I feel happy. Especially these pains are what I have endured. Liub immediately agreed. It's not difficult at all, Mr. Yang. I promise not to play it at double speed, and I guarantee that they can quickly enter the state of inspiration acquisition. P.S. Who understands the pain of typing while watching the S13 game? Congratulations to JDG, but I feel that some people play a little strangely. I don't know if it's an illusion. Now all the pressure is on LNG. Whoever doesn't make it to the semi-finals will be embarrassed. Haha. I hope that all LPL members will have a civil war and play an LPL winter game. Chapter 266 is inspiration a derogatory term? 77. The dinner was almost over. Boss Yang, I'll go back first. Liub had several bad movies sent by Yang Ruoqian on his phone, and he couldn't wait to go back and share them with his 2 good brothers. He couldn't wait even a minute. Liub left first, and only Yang Ruoqian and a few members of the crew were left in the luxurious room. Yang Ruoqian finished his bowl, looked at Guo Fan with concern, and asked sincerely, why is Director Guo out of the hospital so soon? Is your injury healed? He really meant it as the soul of a movie. The longer the director is kept in the hospital, the greater the possibility that the movie will flop. According to Yang Ruoqian's original plan, Guo Fan would have to be locked in the hospital for at least a week. So why did he get out now? Could he have climbed over the wall to get out? When Guo Fan heard Yang Ruoqian's soul-searching question, his whole body shook, and the chopsticks he used to pick up food became unstable. Haha, but it's almost healed. Haha, Mr. Yang is busy with all kinds of things, so you don't need to care about such trivial matters, right? Why is it a trivial matter? When Yang Ruoqian saw Guo Fan's attitude, he immediately knew that he did not leave the hospital in a formal way. Director Guo, no matter how important the film is, it is not as important as your health. When the other people in the crew heard Yang Ruoqian's words, they all nodded slightly, among which Shankai Anayu nodded the most. That's right, the body can't be repaired if it's broken. Director Guo has been terrified since Yang Ruoqian entered the private room. Seeing that he mentioned this kind of thing as expected, he finally wanted to cry, but had no tears. Mr. Yang, I'm really not injured. Really, you believe me? whether there is an injury or not, and how serious the injury is. Yang Ruoqian is the one who knows best. When Guo Fan entered Yang Ruoqian's office, he had already made it clear that he had accidentally cut his finger when he went out. He had done all the disinfection and the wound had healed. What happened? Yang Ruoqian sent him to the hospital without saying anything, and even arranged a VIP ward and a full body checkup. Not only was Guo Fan confused, but even the doctor in charge of the hospital was a little confused. Fortunately, Guo Fan went to the hospital in time. If it was later, it would have healed on its own. It was just a skin cut, so why did he need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a comprehensive checkup? Director Guo, I know your physical condition. You can't just force yourself. Yang Ruoqian said in a serious tone, you can't feel many illnesses yourself. You think nothing is wrong, but in fact it is already very serious. Don't be careless. Watch the news more. How many people don't pay attention to the small signals from their bodies and think that a little discomfort is normal? As a result, they miss the best treatment window and end up with serious consequences. If we ignore the physical health of the crew members just because of the filming of a movie, it will deviate from our original intention. Listening to Yang Ruoqian's emotional and logical speech, Shaoyuki and Cheng Fei nodded in agreement. Even though Guo Fan does look energetic and in good condition on the surface, they still believe in Yang Ruoqian more in their hearts. They know too many creators and too many very hard-working people. These people are highly capable and hard-working, but most of them have a common shortcoming: stubbornness. Even though the facts are in front of them, they are still as stubborn as a cow. For example, the family is not short of money, and now they are no longer short of food and clothing. They have also learned from various authoritative platforms that leftovers are bad for the body, but they still insist on eating the leftovers in the refrigerator first. Now it seems that Director Guo should be in the same situation. As the boss of the group, Yang Ruoqian will definitely not send people to the hospital for a comprehensive examination for no reason. It must be because Guo Fan is in poor health. At least he is suspected of having some serious symptoms, so Yang Ruoqian is so eager to let Guo Fan go for an examination. You must know that the investment of Kuiguang Group in Wandering Blue Star is as high as 300 million. There are rumors that Mr. Yang even took a private plane for this. It can be seen how much he values Wandering Blue Star. Speaking of which, Yang Ruoqian must be the person who is most reluctant to see accidents in the filming of the movie. If conditions permit, how could he force Guo Fan to recuperate? Kuiguang Group is now in the limelight. Whether it can maintain its development momentum depends on this movie. If the box office fails, all the praises now will immediately turn into sarcasm. Yang Ruoqian has been winning, but he can't afford to lose. However, even though Mr. Yang, who couldn't afford to lose, still insisted on letting Guo Fan see a doctor, it was enough to show the seriousness of the problem. Yes, Director Guo, nothing is more important than health. You should listen to Mr. Yang and take care of your body first. It doesn't matter if the movie is shot a few days later, but it would be a big deal if something happened to the person. Don't worry, we are all people oriented. Yes, Director Guo, you are still drinking. You really can't drink anymore. Listening to everyone's good advice, Guo Fan finally realized what it meant to be unable to defend himself. If he admitted that he had a problem with his health, he must go to the doctor as soon as possible and undergo a comprehensive medical examination. If he stated the facts and said that he had no problem with his health, he would be pretending to be strong, and he must go to the doctor as soon as possible to avoid missing the treatment window. Anyway, no matter what he said, the result was to go to the doctor as soon as possible. Okay, it's okay, let's do it this way. We listen to Director Guo on the set, but Director Guo, you have to listen to us when it comes to your health. The bill has been settled. I'll take Director Guo to the hospital. It's on the way. Okay. When the Wandering Blue Star crew paid the most attention to Guo Fan's health, Liub had already dragged his broken, tired body back to the hotel. As soon as the door opened, the two people inside couldn't wait to ask, "How was it, boss? Did you have fun this afternoon?" Following curiosity, the smell of various barbecue spices came out of the room, which made people drool. After all, they were office workers in a sub-healthy state. Everyone lacked exercise. When they were exposed to the sun and frightened by the haunted house, they were directly paralyzed. But he had to give face to Kuiguang Group, and he couldn't refuse their invitation. As the boss of the studio, Liub had to bite the bullet and take on this heavy responsibility and went to Kuiguang Group alone. As a result, he suffered a lot of hardships and finally returned to the hotel alive and saw such a scene that made people's blood pressure rise. Good man, barbecue, and beer, what a taste. When Liub was carrying a heavy burden, it was these two rebellious sons who made his life peaceful for him, right? You guys deserve to die. Originally, Liub had a lot of bad movies to give to his two colleagues, and he felt a little sorry. Now it seems that it was completely self-indulgent. Let these two people experience the torture that I have experienced without any psychological burden. Liub forced a smile. You two, you are really at a loss if you didn't go with me to Kuiguang Group today. The two people were still eating skewers with greasy mouths. Hearing this, they turned around and asked curiously, really? Lost a lot? What did you do this afternoon? Haha. Liub, who was full, looked at the barbecue they ordered on the table and sneered. I did more things than you can imagine. The other two were skeptical. Tell me, are you bragging? Liub, whose eyes were red with jealousy, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the album, and played the photos taken on it. When he first arrived at Zuli Private Cinema, he was still dazzled by the luxurious private rooms and various exquisite services. With such enjoyment, everyone has to take a photo and save it. If there is a chance in the future, he may be able to show off to his brothers and friends and brag about it. Only a few minutes later, when the movie started, he realized that he might have been imprisoned in an exquisite cell. But others don't know about the things that happened later. See, Kuiguang Group has booked the most luxurious private cinema, with good food, good drinks and a good environment. Watching movies, eating barbecue, eating fruits and drinking cold drinks in this environment, isn't it much more comfortable than what you are doing here? The two of them squeezed their heads together and looked at Liub's mobile phone screen. Just looking at the fruit plate that cost 19.99 yuan and the complete viewing experience, their eyes were wide open. In the past, they watched movies in their own studios and watched them at high speed. Not to mention the fruit plate. Sometimes they didn't even have time to eat instant noodles. Fuck, it's great. This environment, the taste comes up immediately. Liub took out a can of ice cold beer and sneered. Who said it wasn't? You two cried. After walking for half a day, you can only miss this opportunity. Oh, it's okay. After looking at the photos for a while, they comforted themselves with a giggle. The environment in the hotel is not bad. Heh, then you are wrong. Liub sneered again, turned the album back a few pages, and showed the scene of dining with the crew of Wandering Blue Star. Look at this. Do you know who these people are? The boss of Chenghai Media, the crew of Wandering Blue Star, and Mr. Yang's personal connections. See the dishes on the table? Just picking up a little bit of the leftovers is enough for us to make money for half a month. People with no prospects can only hide in the hotel and spend 100 yuan to eat some skewers, but they don't know what they have missed. The two who were still laughing saw the large table of high-end ingredients, and their eyes were stunned. The starch sausage that was only half eaten in my hand suddenly lost its fragrance. Judging from the appearance alone, this meal is much better than some Michelin restaurants that can only be photographed but not eaten. And the ingredients are very sufficient, which is definitely not the same as those molecular cuisines that are gone in one bite. Look at the tempting golden sea urchin. Look at the crab legs of the king crab. The two swallowed their saliva, and regret appeared in their eyes at the same time. Although these expensive ingredients may not really suit everyone's appetite, everyone wants to try food that they have never eaten. They actually gave up such an opportunity because of a little fatigue. It's really a loss for the greater good. Brother B, boss, is this delicious? Did you pack it back? Let me have a taste. Liub yelled, are you crazy? You packed food in front of Yang Ruoqian, a popular actress, and so many big bosses? Do you still want to be in the entertainment industry in the future? Jinhae Pizza Hut is kidding you? Delicious. Do you think the dishes ordered by this group of big bosses can be bad? Nonsense. It tastes much better than the starch sausage in your hands. Do you know the sea urchin in the photo? This is not a cheap one sold for dozens of yuan outside. This is the top sea urchin airlifted from abroad, and one costs thousands. Have you heard of French blue lobster? And this, Alaskan king crab. This is wild yellow croaker. Don't listen to the rustic name, one is more expensive than the above ones combined. The two of them became more and more annoyed as they listened. In just one afternoon, they actually missed so many good things? Or is it because they have never seen the world? This is the first time they have been invited by the boss of a large group, and they didn't know they would be treated like this. Who knew that such a luxurious hotel couldn't even be considered an appetizer? Don't blame me, brother B. The two bit the starch sausage in their hands and ate it hard. Just tell me, do we still have a chance? Can we have such a meal again in this life? Seeing that the two had gradually fallen into his trap, Liub showed a vicious smile. Very good, the fish has taken the bait. Curiosity, anticipation, and regret have all been hooked. Now there is only one last step, fear. Haha, do you think a big boss like Yang Ruoqian can't see through your little thoughts? If you didn't go today, others would smile on the surface, but what would they think of you in their hearts? Have you ever thought about it? That's really not an excuse. My legs are really tired. Hearing what Liub said, the two were shocked and explained, brother, my legs were cramped this morning. I really didn't mean to not go. Yeah, at our level, how dare we deliberately stand up, Mr. Yang? Liub drank half of the ice cold beer in one breath and sneered. What's the point of you telling me this? Mr. Yang didn't even ask, so how could I take the initiative to mention it to him? Isn't this trying to cover up the truth? What can I do? What else can I do? I can only pretend nothing happened. Tomorrow I will shamelessly take you to that private cinema. Mr. Yang shouldn't mind it. Just be honest and don't give anyone an excuse. It was obvious that he was trying to trick the two colleagues into going to jail in a private cinema, but every sentence in Liub's words was based on this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In order to trick these two rebellious sons into finding inspiration, he did his best. The two were overjoyed. Okay, we will definitely go tomorrow. Let's have a good rest tonight. As they said that, they planned to go back to their own rooms to sleep. How can it be so simple? How can it be so good? Liub stopped them. You only think about eating, living, using, and spending other people's things. Don't you think that there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world? Oh, right. The two slapped their foreheads. Look at this matter. Did Kuiguang send you any tasks? You still send tasks? You are crazy playing games, right? Liub's aggressiveness tonight was completely full, and every word was full of sarcasm. There will be 2 movies for you to watch later. Remember to write your impressions after watching them. There will be random checks tomorrow. I thought it was something difficult. Hearing that it was just watching a movie, the two people's original nervous mood relaxed immediately. Isn't it our old business? Watching a movie, writing a review. A low-profile version of a movie review. They can write a manuscript for this thing in 2 hours. It's different. Liub smiled maliciously, because these movies are about the creative inspiration of the shelter company. You know the movies made by the shelter company, right? It's okay, we are film critics, we just do this. What's the big deal? Just come at us. You said this yourself. Since you are so confident, don't blame me for being rude. Liub glanced at his 2 colleagues, turned around and turned on the TV in the room, and turned on the screen projection mode. Russell. Buzz. As the movie started playing, a noisy sound came up, scaring the 2 of them. Fuck. Is there something wrong with the hotel equipment? It doesn't seem like it. It feels like the problem with the movie itself. Is the resource damaged? Don't worry, keep watching. The 2 muttered a few times, but didn't take it to heart. They continued to watch the movie while eating skewers and drinking beer. Soon, the little unpleasantness at the beginning of the movie passed. A few perfunctory artistic words replaced the logo of the film production company and appeared in the center of the screen. Go Boy, Return of the Dark Chess Master. The moment the 2 saw the title, their brains went haywire. What the hell is this? Exclamation mark. Liu Beijing quietly watched the 2 people's performance from the side, and when they showed the same expression as him, he smiled with relief. It feels great. The frustration of the day was completely released at this moment. Sure enough, the happiness imposed on others' pain is the real happiness that hits the heart. Fuck, brother B, are you sure? Are you kidding? We are going to watch this tonight. What is this? Go Genius Keji fights the Joker in Gotham? Don't mess with me. Is this a movie that people can watch? Liub quickly took the remote control from the table and sneered. You can't speed up or fast forward. Watch it carefully and write a film review report. The money of Kuiguang Group is not so easy to earn. You complete this task tonight, and tomorrow I will take you to that luxurious cinema to enjoy delicious food and drinks. Okay, good. I'll endure it. For a better life tomorrow. How do you evaluate LG's performance today? Hahaha, I laughed. They are really bad and cowardly. A team should come to punish T1. If I fail to win the championship this time, I will be really heartbroken. Chapter 267. Who should I put the small card into? Jinhae City, Gaoao Group branch. Several people were surrounding a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, speaking in a polite tone and with a flattering expression. Boss Shao, why didn't you tell us that you were here? Look at this. At this time, several people were a little nervous. Xiao Changfeng is the chairman of Gaoao Group. He usually works at the company's headquarters in Shanghai. He suddenly parachuted into Jinhae this time. Is there something important? And there was no notice at all. He just parachuted in. Xiao Changfeng took a sip of water and asked indifferently, do I need to ask for your opinion when I come? It's over. Hearing the chairman's sarcastic tone, several people were immediately disappointed. He is here to call for punishment. If it was a good thing, the chairman would definitely not talk to them in this tone. No, no. Several people were sweating profusely. If you have any criticism or instructions, we are all ears. Criticism. Xiao Changfeng shook his head. I'm too lazy to criticize you. It is not your fault that you are not talented enough. I cannot force you to do things perfectly. It turned out to be just a few criticisms. It was scary. Several people were glad that the matter was not serious, and then they began to flatter him. Yes, Mr. Xiao, you are right. We still have a lot to learn. Please give us more guidance. Xiao Changfeng didn't bother to pay attention to the flattery of these people. As he walked out of the company, he sighed in a voice that everyone could hear. Alas, even my useless son has now become a film producer with hundreds of millions of investments. Even so, I still feel it's not enough. I think he is not yet capable of coming back to take over my job. I'll let him continue to gain experience outside and forbid anyone to provide him with help. On the other hand, look at you. Look at your ugly appearance. Forget it. I can't force you to use the standards required of my son. You just need to maintain your current performance. I'm leaving. No need to see you off. After saying that, Xiao Changfeng sighed and walked into his car, revealing a kind of aura of disappointment for his own children. Several company executives who were inexplicably scolded looked at their chairman's back as he walked away. Oh, it turns out that he did this to show off his son. Damn, they were scared for nothing. I've been hearing rumors lately that the chairman always criticizes his only son for being useless on various occasions. For example, it took him and his classmates only 1 year to build a company with a market value of more than 1 billion. For example, he became a film producer with an investment of 300 million at the age of 24. Another example is that his annual salary is only 2 million, not as much as Gaoao Group. For example, his performance is very poor, so he accidentally bought a small company like the shelter company. Now it seems that this rumor is true. This old man is very bad pure versatiles. Xiao Changfeng didn't say anything when Xiao Yiki was lying at home before, but now he has come out to do something big, but it has become a family scandal. Xiao Changfeng didn't care what other people thought. He got into the car expressionlessly and told the driver in the front seat, go to Shengjing Haoyuan, the headquarters of Kuiguang Group. The assistant next to him asked at the right time, Mr. Xiao, do you need me to make an appointment with Kuiguang Group? No, I'm just going to take a look in my personal capacity. Don't disturb other people's work. Just make an appointment with the front desk of the office building. To be honest, Xiao Changfeng's interest in Kuiguang Group is not a day or two. It can make his son, who is always playing bad, suddenly work hard. There must be some magic in it. He just wanted to see what the atmosphere and working status of Kuiguang Group are like. If he visited as a chairman of Gaoia Group, it would be completely different. Xiao Changfeng looked at the scenery outside the window and nodded slightly. Jinhei City cannot compare with the prosperity of Magic City, but it has a unique charm. No wonder Xiao Yiki wants to stay here. Chairman, we are almost there. Xiao Changfeng glanced at his watch and changed his schedule temporarily. Let's go to Kayanda Plaza across the street first. I heard that Kuiguang also has a lot of industries there. Let's go there first. Okay, Mr. Xiao. Soon, the car stopped at the underground parking lot of Kayanda Plaza. The luxurious brand made many people look at it with envy and amazement, and some people secretly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Xiao Changfeng, who had long been accustomed to such lux, opened the car door casually, got out of the car with his assistant, and walked straight into the elevator. Which of them are their industries? Xiao Changfeng asked, after looking at the electronic notice board in the elevator car. The assistant obviously did a lot of homework. She walked to the notice board and pointed to the names of the businesses on the 5th floor, with this internet cafe as the center. As long as it can be radiated to restaurants, toy stores, surrounding shopping malls, they are all their industries. Radiating outward with the internet cafe as the center? Xiao Changfeng asked. In fact, he didn't know everything about Kuiguang Group. He only focused on the part related to Xiao Yiki. Isn't the entire internet cafe industry going downhill now? How can it still radiate outward from the center of the internet cafe? The assistant patiently explained. This internet cafe is not only an internet cafe, but also a training place for any sports club under the Kuiguang Group. Many popular players train here, so customers are coming in an endless stream. Esports club? Hearing these 5 words, Xiao Changfeng couldn't help but frown. When their generation was studying, they also had various entertainment projects. The earliest was marbles, and later it was serialized martial arts novels published in newspapers. Then there were TV cartoons, and then online games, mobile games. But no matter what the name is, there will always be such a thing in every era, which will be pulled out by teachers and parents, and labeled as a model of doing nothing or not doing one's job properly. When Xiao Yiki was still studying, Xiao Changfeng criticized him countless times for not doing his job properly. How can such not doing one's job properly now drive so much consumption? Not bad. Xiao Changfeng didn't say what was in his mind, and nodded very slightly. Take me for a walk. At this time, the elevator door just opened. The assistant walked forward quickly, pressed the door opening button, and said with a smile, I'll take you for a walk. Okay, take me to see. Haha, I can't understand what young people are doing now. Mr. Xiao is still not as good as you. Ha, you can only say this to me. If you say it to his face, he will definitely be angry with you. Xiao Changfeng mentioned Xiao Yiki intentionally or unintentionally on various occasions to show off, but the polite words can only fool outsiders. The assistant still knows some inside information. What I think he is not yet capable of coming back to take over, and let him continue to gain experience outside. This kind of words are pure nonsense. Xiao Changfeng has tried many times to coerce and lure Xiao Yiki to come back and learn to manage the company with him, but all the results have fallen on deaf ears. Is this a question of whether Xiao Changfeng will let Xiao Yiki come back? This is simply Xiao Yiki himself does not want to come back. Wow, this restaurant is decorated quite fashionably. Xiao Changfeng quickly walked to a restaurant nearby. They serve home-cooked dishes, which are quite down to earth. The reviews online are pretty good. Would you like to try it? Xiao Changfeng shook his head. He had long lost the habit of eating out. Just take a look. I'm not hungry. Okay, then I'll take you again. As the two were walking and chatting, a very young girl suddenly appeared from somewhere in front of them. Hello, both of you. Can I take up a moment of your time? Xiao Changfeng was not annoyed by the interruption of the conversation. He also had employees who did this kind of work similar to handing out flyers on the street to attract people. As a boss, he could more or less understand the psychological feelings of these workers. However, understanding feelings did not mean that he really had to listen to the girl carefully. Sorry, we are in a hurry. How about next time? Seeing that this person who was obviously a big customer, was about to leave. The girl immediately became anxious. "Don't worry. It won't take you long. I'm the person in charge of the new business of Kuiguang Group. Have you heard of Kuiguang? I promise to give you a different experience." Gu Yangxin was also a little anxious at this time. Since Yang Ruoqian sent them a project book that was like nonsense literature last time, and everyone jointly pushed her to be the project leader, she has not had a day of peace of mind. It is difficult for anyone to live a good life after seeing this kind of project book. Finally, after Gu Yangxin racked her brains, she finally reluctantly thought of a project that might be feasible. She named this project Private Customization. Private customization, as the name suggests, is to customize a self-entertainment movie for the customer according to the needs of the customer. And the customer himself is the protagonist of this movie. What era the story takes place in, what kind of treatment he wants to get, what kind of personality he is, what kind of supporting role he needs, what the story is, and so on, are all decided by the customer himself. If the customer is too lazy to say so much detail, then just give an overview, and the details will be completed by the private customization team. According to the different difficulty requirements, Gu Yangxin also formulated different charging standards. Rich people have their own way of playing, and ordinary families have their own way of playing. After the filming, the private customization team will be responsible for editing the movie, and then do some advertising placement, and finally hand it over to the shelter company for them to distribute on the internet. As long as the money paid by the customer plus the money for advertising placement can exceed the cost of film production, then the project will be considered a success. Gu Yangxin feels that there is a great market, and today is her first attempt to attract customers. Now this big man who looks like a rich man may become a great benefactor for Gu Yangxin to keep her job. "Sorry, wait, you said you are from the Kuiguang Group." Xiao Changfeng was about to refuse again, and suddenly heard an incredible name. Seeing that the other party's attitude had changed, Gu Yangxin breathed a sigh of relief, and did not forget to strike while the iron was hot. "Yes sir, you can trust us once." Fortunately, the tiger flag of the Kuiguang Group really works. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Xiao Changfeng was really interested this time. He took the flyer from Gu Yangxin's hand and said, "Let's go to the coffee shop next door and sit down and talk." Gu Yangxin was overjoyed. She took out a postcard from her pocket and quickly stuffed it into Xiao Changfeng's hand. "My name is Gu Yangxin. The contact information is on the card. How should I address this gentleman and this lady?" "Just call me Mr. Xiao." After a simple self-introduction, the two walked to the coffee shop. It was during this time that Xiao Changfeng simply read the content of the personal customization flyer. It must be said that this kind of thing is quite novel. Even though Xiao Changfeng is knowledgeable, it is the first time he has heard of it. In fact, it is not uncommon for wealthy capital tycoons to spend their own money to make themselves the protagonist of a movie. It's just that this kind of movie is usually for self-entertainment and has no commercial value. Which audience would pay for this kind of thing? In the past, no one would pay for this kind of thing. But now, there is a film production company called Shelter Company that specializes in making bad movies and great movies, and it can still make a profit. Suitable for all ages, rich and poor. Just mention your needs to complete a film shooting project. It seems that I have never heard of it before, and it sounds interesting. Xiao Changfeng's interest has been aroused. He nodded while watching. The girl is young. The idea is very good, not bad. Thank you. For the time being, I can't compare with the company's seniors. Who is your leader? Xiao Changfeng turned the flyer over and asked. Gu Yangxin was a little confused. Aren't they discussing private customization? How come they talked about themselves? Who is the leader? This kind of thing doesn't seem to be related to company secrets. It doesn't matter if I say it. Gu Yangxin thought carefully for a while and said the name directly. Xiao Yuki. You should not have heard of it. In fact, as the general manager of an independent project, Gu Yangxin herself is the highest leader, and the next higher is Yang Ruoqian. Her level is not too high, but she has no direct leader above her. It's just that the shelter company was acquired through the recommendation of Xiao Yuki, and the private customization project needs to cooperate with the shelter company. Her position is not as high as Shaoyuki, so she simply said that Shaoyuki is her leader. It's a bit too much to say Yang Ruoqian directly. Good. Xiao Changfeng praised. Your project is very interesting. I think it's very good. You can give it a try. Originally, Xiao Changfeng was not particularly interested in this so-called private customization. He usually has too many things to deal with and has no energy to do such high-level house playing. Similarly, he was not optimistic about this project. But when he heard that his son was in charge of this project, he immediately changed his mind. Not only did he feel that this private customization was extremely interesting, but he also believed that this project had a bright future. It's simply a genius idea. He is worthy of being my son, Xiao Changfeng. Gu Yangxin was overjoyed at the success and stood up to express his gratitude. Thank you so much for your support. You are our first customer. Don't worry, our fees are absolutely reasonable, and we won't charge you a penny more. Money is not the problem. Xiao Changfeng quietly put away the poster. When can it start? The old man, who was not interested in entertainment, suddenly became excited. In fact, sometimes, it is also a good experience to occasionally go on the screen. When encountering such a customer who is anxious to pay without saying a word, Gu Yangxin's attitude becomes more cautious and respectful. Any time is fine. You just need to tell us your needs and we can give you a specific plan within 2 working days. If you are not satisfied, you can change it for free until you are satisfied. Is that okay? Xiao Changfeng nodded with satisfaction. No problem. I'll add your work WeChat. Is it convenient to provide it? Convenient. Too convenient. 5 minutes later, the two exchanged the most basic information with each other. Okay, that's it for now. Xiao Changfeng turned his head and gave his assistant a look. I'm leaving first. The assistant understood, took out a gold-stamped business card from his wallet and handed it to Gu Yangxin. The two left. Gu Yangxin took the high-end looking business card and said goodbye enthusiastically. Goodbye, both of you. After the two completely disappeared from her sight, she covered her chest and felt a little proud. It's quite lucky to find a big boss so quickly. It feels like this big boss seems to be very optimistic about us. Sure enough, I said that this project has a future. After being proud for a full 3 seconds, Gu Yangxin took the gold-stamped business card in front of her and looked at it carefully. He is indeed a big boss. Even his business card is so high-end. Name, Xiao Changfeng. Phone number, XXXXXXXXXXXX. Chairman of Gaoia Group. Wow, amazing. It really is a big. Wait. What scary thing did I see? Exclamation mark. Gu Yangxin's face, which was originally somewhat proud and complacent, turned pale in an instant, and she stared at the business card in shock. Gao. The chairman of Gaoia Group. At the same time, not far away in the Zuli private cinema, Yang Ruoqian and Liub tricked his two colleagues into a luxurious private room. Shaoyuki, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, poked his head in. Are you ready? Can we go now? The two of them had agreed to go to the crew together today. After all, the director can only direct remotely, and the scene is still a bit chaotic. Yang Ruoqian walked out of the cinema quickly. Why are you urging me? I'm coming. Brother, do you really want to buy a private jet? When talking to Shaoyuki, Yang Ruoqian naturally didn't use the trick of exchanging DJI for Gulfstream. He nodded. Yes. We have a lot of international business now, so it's good to buy one. You really? Shaoyuki just said 2 words, and his pupils suddenly dilated, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Fuck. Hurry up and move forward. Block me. Yang Ruoqian was pushed forward 2 steps with a confused look on his face, a little puzzled. Why did you suddenly go crazy? My dad is here. Fuck. PS. All the overdue chapters have been added. Spread the flowers. The subsequent plan for adding chapters. Well, as I said before, I will add chapters until I can't write anymore. It's still a bit difficult to get home at 6 o'clock every day and then write 10,000 words crazily. Chapter 268. After the younger one is beaten, the older one comes. Yang Ruoqian was pushed forward and took 2 steps, but his mind was still not able to wrap around. What father is here? You rebellious son, having me as a father is not enough, and you have found a new father outside? However, when Mr. Yang looked forward, a middle-aged man who looked quite similar to Shaoyuki was walking towards him. Oh no, it was Shaoyuki's biological father. The two were college classmates, and Yang Ruoqian had seen Xiao Changfeng by chance, so he recognized him at first sight. Shaoyuki's action of hiding behind Yang Ruoqian could basically be said to be a cover-up. Yang Ruoqian's body size was not big enough to hide a person behind him. Compared with the fact that Xiao Changfeng suddenly came to his door, Yang Ruoqian was more concerned about why the chairman of Gaoao Group suddenly came. Anyway, it was definitely not a coincidence. Thinking of the big gift that Chengfang of Chenggaiu Group gave him before, Yang Ruoqian instinctively developed a fear of this kind of relatives and friends. These big bosses can come to do anything, but they must not come to give money. Gaoao Group is here to give money. It sounds very scary, right? But Yang Ruoqian changed his mind and realized that the situations of Gaoao Group and Chenggaiu Group are completely different and cannot be generalized. Shaoyuki is always talked about by his father, who wants to train him as the only son to be the successor of the company. This time, he should not come here for business matters, but just to find Shaoyuki. If I'm not mistaken, Xiao Changfeng may want to persuade Shaoyuki, his confidant, to go home. Good. If Xiao Changfeng comes for this purpose, then Kuiguang Group will definitely welcome him. Yang Ruoqian immediately turned sideways and showed Shaoyuki who was hiding behind him. Now Shaoyuki can't hide his tracks, even if he wants to. Xiao Changfeng was also attracted by the obvious movement not far away, and when he looked over, he naturally found Shaoyuki in the crowd. With just one glance, Xiao Changfeng took 2 steps at a time and walked over, shouting with full energy, "You are here." Shaoyuki actually knew in his heart that he could not hide, and the action of hiding behind Yang Ruoqian just now was just a subconscious self-protection. "Why did you come here?" Shaoyuki rolled his eyes directly. "Why can't you call me if you have something to say?" Xiao Changfeng first gave Yang Ruoqian an apologetic look, and then said to Shaoyuki, "Who is free to come and see you? Are you busy with business? Go ahead, and we'll talk to you in the evening, if there is anything." Yang Ruoqian, who was originally waiting to see a good family ethics drama, was suddenly a little disappointed. He could only say that Xiao Changfeng is worthy of being the chairman of a large company, and his words and deeds are very particular and have a full sense of propriety. Plots that often appear in TV dramas, such as the parents of an employee coming to the company to make loud noises, disturbing work, and other disgusting behaviors, will never appear in Xiao Changfeng. Since it is working hours now, and since his son and his boss are traveling together, the best choice is to go up and say hello, but not to take up too much time. After saying that, Xiao Changfeng actually left like that. It was as if the person who rushed over to Shaoyuki just now was not him. Yang Ruoqian was very disappointed. "Let's go. Why are you still standing there?" Shaoyuki let out a long sigh. "My dad is not interested in the entertainment industry, and he won't invest in you. Forget it." Yang Ruoqian was extremely surprised to get this guarantee. Really? As long as he could get a guarantee of no investment, even if Xiao Changfeng couldn't take Shaoyuki away this time, it wouldn't be a big loss. As a father and son, Yang Ruoqian believed that they could still understand each other. Since Shaoyuki said that his father would not invest recklessly, then he definitely wouldn't. "Really? Let's go. Don't you want to see the plane? Hurry up." Yang Ruoqian sighed and nodded. Okay, let's go." After Yang Ruoqian expressed his intention to buy a plane, the person in charge of purchasing and the crew was busy and contacted people. After all, Mr. Yang said that this private jet was counted as a prop for the filming of the movie. But this kind of thing, how can a small purchasing agent who has never seen the world handle it? Buying an airplane is not like buying a toy. Just the channels for purchasing airplanes and hiring crew members are enough to give people a headache. So there was no choice. The purchasing agent could only turn to the experienced Shaoyuki for help in contacting. The contact time was set for today. Yang Ruoqian came to personally send Liub to the private cinema, just to ensure that the 3 brothers could sit in jail for a whole day. The 2 got in the car and arrived near an office building 10 minutes later. The contacted private jet agent was waiting inside. "Are you here?" Chang Ziking, who arrived before the two of them, was the first to notice Yang Ruoqian. "I've told you the general situation. If you have any details, you can handle them yourself." "Okay, let me see." During the handover between the two, the private jet agent also stood up and said with a polite smile, "Hello, Mr. Yang. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I'm your private jet agent Yang Lan." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and shook hands with Yang Ruoqian and walked to the large screen in the living room on high heels. Every move was very decent. "I want to ask you a few specific questions, and then I can make recommendations for you. What routes do you usually fly when handling business? I also learned about your needs from your wife before, but in the entire aircraft industry, we have nearly 150 aircraft to choose from, and you can take a look at more." In fact, Chang Ziking had just said that the aircraft Yang Ruoqian wanted to buy was the Gulfstream 650, but as her own private jet agent, Yang Lan knew very well that sometimes customers might not understand their needs, especially those who have never been in contact with private jets. Sometimes it's not that customers want to buy something, they really need it. Or, the thing they want to buy can't actually meet their needs. Yang Ruoqian didn't even think about it and said directly, "Our group's business is all over the world, and the range of this plane should be able to fly directly to any airport in the world. Yes, it must be comfortable enough. I completely understand what you mean. Then what is your maximum budget?" The maximum budget is preferably unlimited. But whether it is unlimited or not can only be thought about. Now the system allows the Kuiguang Group, which has opened various international businesses, to own a private jet, but the specifications of this aircraft cannot exceed the current scale of the Kuiguang Group. If you want to directly get the most top of the line and most luxurious aircraft, it will definitely be rejected by the system. Just like when the company just opened, Mr. Yang wanted to reimburse a bus and could only choose an A8 with the lowest configuration. The maximum budget is 420 million. Yang Ruoqian looked at the maximum limit of the system and said. Yang Lan nodded and smiled. "Your budget is sufficient. How many people are there in your company's external team?" "How many people?" "This is to match the carrying capacity of the aircraft." Yan Janayu, who is specifically responsible for external business, counts as 1. Chang Ziking, who must go out with her, counts as 1, and there are at least 3 project leaders, and business partners must also be considered. Finally, a few positions need to be reserved in case of accidents. After a rough estimate, Yang Ruoqian reported his own number, about 14 people. Yang Lan took notes quickly, and continued to ask, "How old do you want the plane to be?" As if worried about Yang Ruoqian's doubts, Yang Lan immediately added, after asking this question, "Although this is strange, in our industry, an aircraft with an age of 5 or even 10 years is not too old. Private aircraft are different from civil aircraft. Generally speaking, there are not too many flights. 10 flights a year are considered very frequent. And you can also redecorate the interior, almost to make it brand new. In fact, most private aircraft transactions are second-hand, especially since you need it urgently now." Yang Ruoqian didn't even think about it, and immediately answered, "As long as you can find spot goods, the newer the better. Of course, you can use as much as you can with the quota given by the system. The money you spend is yours in the end." After asking the last question, Yang Lan smiled and closed the tablet in her hand, pointing to the screen with her finger. "Then we will recommend business jets like Global 6000, G650 or Falcon 7X. As her hand moved, the pictures of the planes on the screen disappeared, replaced by a picture of the cross-section of the aircraft cabin to simulate the height. You can see if the height of the cabin of these aircraft is suitable for you. If this is not intuitive enough, you can also go to our simulation room to have a look. For business jets like this, the cabin height is generally around 1.9 meters, which should be a more comfortable height for you. Don't look at the height of the aircraft, but the comfort is not bad at all. It can be pressurized to an altitude of about 800 meters in the air, and the noise reduction treatment is also very good, which is very suitable for long distance travel." Yang Ruoqian walked forward, compared the height, and nodded with basic satisfaction. "Not bad, no big problem. After all, business jets like this are not wide-body aircraft, and the cabin height is generally not very high, rarely reaching 2 meters. So for people with tall stature, it is difficult to stand up straight in this kind of business jet, which is very uncomfortable. But for someone like Yang Ruoqian, who is about 1.8 meters tall, the height is just right. Compared with wide-body aircraft, the advantages of business jets are extremely low noise, very fast flight speed, high cruising altitude, and low cabin pressure altitude. Okay, then you have indeed considered carefully to choose the Gulfstream G650. I'm really sorry, Mr. Yang. Then I can introduce you to a nearly new aircraft that is only 2 years old. The owner is also very anxious to sell it. It just meets your needs. Generally speaking, it takes 2 years from purchase to delivery of this aircraft. You are lucky today. Are you interested in listening to me introduce you to the basic situation of this aircraft? Mr. Yang, who has never experienced such a new thing, naturally agreed with great interest. Sure, introduce it to me. Yao Yanglan adjusted the screen, and a large number of aircraft parameters appeared on it. For such numbers that make people dizzy, Yang Ruoqian only asked Shaoyuki and Chang Ziking to remember them. He doesn't care about these things. The basic situation that Mr. Yang wants to know is what settings are inside the aircraft, and what can be improved with money. 10 minutes later, the boring data introduction finally ended, and our Yanglan switched the screen again. This time it was a 3D panoramic picture, and it could even move in the first person according to the control. It looked like she was on the plane herself. Mr. Yang, look. When you enter the cabin, the cockpit is on the left side of the door, and the kitchen is on the right. Well, the Gulfstream G650 has the largest kitchen in existing business jets, with a kitchen worktop, microwave oven, convection oven, and a large freezer for storing cold drinks. This is the crew lounge. Go further and you'll find the cabin. The previous owner of this aircraft turned it into a comprehensive cabin for rest, meeting, and entertainment. There is a high-definition LCD screen that can be raised and lowered and connected to a mobile phone via Bluetooth, and the seats are all specially modified ergonomic chairs. This is the conference room, and if you like, it can also be a cinema. High-speed Wi-Fi covers the entire aircraft. Go further in, and you'll find a double bedroom that's comparable to a luxury suite in a 5-star hotel, with excellent sound insulation. The bedroom is also equipped with a very large dry and wet separation shower room. It will definitely give you an extremely comfortable flight experience. If you're not satisfied with anything, you can also modify it yourself. Yang Ruoqian looked at the scene displayed on the 3D panoramic view, and glanced at Shaoyuki on the side. Gaoao Group also has private jets, and Shaoyuki has ridden on one before. He has the most say on this matter. Shaoyuki understood and nodded, saying, it's good in every aspect, but I feel there are too many useless things, and the cost performance. That's it. Yang Ruoqian interrupted Shaoyuki directly. How much is it? Buy it. Many useless things? Low cost performance? That's right. Yang Ruoqian wants this kind of low cost performance thing. Okay, Mr. Yang, we will contact the other party immediately and try to get the contract signed this week. Okay. At this time, Yao Yanglan couldn't help but sigh that Yang Ruoqian was indeed a straightforward person. As a private jet broker, she naturally had to find out the client's information. This is the youngest and richest entrepreneur in Jinhae City. Okay, no problem at all. After you get it done, just contact the lawyer team of Kuiguang Group directly. Sometimes, Shaoyuki is still quite reliable. Ask him to help contact the private jet broker and find channels, and he can really find them. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Yang Ruoqian to buy a plane in just 1 quarter, and it would be difficult to spend the money. Well, 400 million has been spent, so let's just forget about the shelter company incident. Just when Yang Ruoqian was about to mercifully forgive Shaoyuki, his cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID was Gu Yangxin. Gu Yangxin? This person seemed to be one of those promising juniors and seniors, the one who acted like a complete jerk during the school recruitment, and acted like she knew nothing. Didn't I just throw them a nonsense project book and let them play with it on their own? Why are they contacting me now? Yang Ruoqian was puzzled for a moment, but still pressed the answer button. Hello. PS, it's so hard to find information about the plane. I can only update one chapter today. I'm really sorry. I really can't stand it anymore. Everyone in the subscription group knows that I'm still typing at full speed at 23:30. I'm going to be exhausted if I keep doing this. Chapter 269. Are there any more experts? Boss Yang, this is Gu Yangxin. Do you still remember me in the company? To be honest, if it weren't for this phone call, Boss Yang would have almost forgotten about these juniors. How could a group of juniors who don't even have a basic understanding of the entertainment industry come up with something decent? Even Boss Yang, who has been in the entertainment industry for a full year and has countless successful experiences, is still confused about how to come up with something decent. If he knew that what he came up with could be so decent, he wouldn't have chosen to tinker with this thing in the first place. Yang Ruoqian said calmly, I'm not old enough to forget such an important project. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Gu Yangxin said cautiously. Boss Yang, the matter at Gaoiao Group is not your arrangement, right? Gaoiao Group. What's the situation? Kuiguang and Gaoiao's business can be said to have nothing to do with each other. What can be arranged? Xiaoyuki also said that his father would not make a friendship investment for his sake. Yang Ruoqian walked out of the hall and stood at the elevator door in front of the corridor. What exactly happened? Tell me word for word. Chang Ziqing and Xiaoyuki saw that Yang Ruoqian looked serious, so they didn't interrupt him. Boss Yang, does our company have any business dealings with Gaoiao Group? Not at all. Yang Ruoqian was even more confused. Does your project involve Gaoiao Group? Gu Yangxin was silent for a moment and denied. It didn't involve Gaoiao Group. It's good that it didn't involve. Otherwise, Yang Ruoqian would definitely give Xiaoyuki, the rebellious son who lied about military intelligence, a good lesson. It's fine as long as it's not involved. Yang Ruoqian replied, and then added with concern, if there are similar things in the future, you must make careful decisions. You must know that the waters in large enterprises are complicated. Senior is afraid that you can't grasp it. Gu Yangxin scratched his head. Well senior, you may be a little late to say this. Although we didn't cooperate with Gaoiao Group on this project, we accidentally cooperated with Xiao Changfeng himself. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Didn't cooperate with Gaoiao Group, but cooperated with Xiao Changfeng himself. With Xiao Changfeng himself. What? The sudden surprise almost made Yang Ruoqian crush his mobile phone. Please explain it clearly. What kind of cooperation? How to cooperate? And what stage has the cooperation reached? Gu Yangxin continued to scratch his head. I went to Kayanda Plaza to distribute flyers in the morning, but accidentally handed the flyer to Xiao Changfeng. After asking a few questions, he was quite interested in our project. So, then, Mr. Yang, you know. I understand. Yang Ruoqian was so angry that he laughed. What kind of project is this? Tell me about it. Gu Yangxin kept scratching her head. Didn't you assign the project to us? How come even Mr. Yang, who assigned the project, didn't know what the project was? Did he really write a completely meaningless projects book at that time? Yang Ruoqian's mouth twitched. You answer whatever the leader asks. It's not that I don't know the project I assigned, but I'm afraid that you will make some mistakes when executing it. Gu Yangxin's doubts were dispelled, and she said honestly, Mr. Yang, the project we are doing is a private customization. In short, others give us money, we make movies for them according to their needs, and then let the shelter company release it, highlighting a self-entertainment. In short, we just want to help customers turn their dreams into reality. How about it? Not bad. Yang Ruoqian. It's okay. Spend money to help customers realize their dreams. Do whatever you want. Why does this sound a bit like an advanced version of script killing? Just thinking about it in my mind, it doesn't seem like a model that is easy to make money. Even if all costs are compressed to the extreme like the shelter company, the cost of a movie is still very high. Arranging extras costs money, right? Props cost money, right? The venue fee is also an expense, right? Even if an extra only works for a day and is paid only 100 yuan, a movie will have more than a dozen people, plus the food for filming, and the labor cost is several thousand yuan. Counting the cost of props and venues, it is impossible to cover the cost without tens of thousands of yuan. It is definitely not a project that ordinary people can afford. Projects that cannot enter thousands of households are destined to take the high-end elite route. High-end elites are very dependent on brand effects. If Disney wants to launch such a project, perhaps many people are willing to pay for it, because it not only has consumption attributes, but also social attributes. Through such a circle, perhaps more high net worth people can be met, and the film production company itself is also well known. Kuiguang Group. Although it is already well known nowadays, the brand effect can only be said to be better than nothing. How can ordinary people spend tens of thousands of spare money just to make a self-entertaining movie and play a high-level game of house? The only hidden danger now is that Xiao Changfeng, a master of the underworld, wants to get involved for no reason. Even if the big boss is very frugal, he will not lose face. There will definitely be hundreds of thousands of expenses. However, the hundreds of thousands of dollars in the account are only a one-time payment. Generally speaking, the problem of this project is not big anyway. A big boss like Xiao Changfeng has a lot of things to deal with every day. After playing this time, it is unlikely to play again in the future. This kind of experience usually only happens once in a lifetime. It feels like a project that is doomed to fail, so there is no need to stop it. Well, it's okay as long as it's okay. Gu Yangxin finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing her boss's affirmation. Then is there anything we need to pay attention to when receiving Xiao Changfeng? I'm afraid that, if I don't do something well, there will be an accident between the companies by accident. Yang Ruoqian was not worried about any accidents at all. He even hoped that there would be some accidents, so that the reputation of this private customization would be a little worse. It doesn't matter, do whatever he wants, and whatever he asks. Okay, then I'll do it. President Yang, just wait for my good news. Yang Ruoqian thought about it, made sure there was nothing missing, and nodded, then hang up. Oh, by the way, when you are doing things, remember to find out your status at the time of the interview. Gu Yangxin listened to the busy tone coming from the receiver. When Yang Ruoqian came to the university for an interview before, Gu Yangxin thought that he would never be admitted with his conditions, so he simply pretended to be terrible and knew nothing about anything, and ended the question and answer session at the speed of light. Who knew that in the end, everyone was recruited into the company? Originally, Gu Yangxin thought that Yang Ruoqian, such a busy man, had long forgotten her little willfulness during the interview, but who knew that Yang Ruoqian not only remembered it, but also mentioned it to her face. This is going to become her black history. What's wrong? Chang Ziking's eyes never moved away from Yang Ruoqian for even a second. As soon as he put down his phone, he couldn't help but ask, is there a problem with the project? There is no problem with the project. Yang Ruoqian shook his head and glanced at Xiao Yuki. Someone lied to me about military intelligence. Xiao Yuki, who was originally watching the show on the side, was shocked. Could this bad fire burn him? When he heard Yang Ruoqian chatting, Xiao Yuki was not really panicked in his heart. Even if there was a problem with the project, it would not have much impact on the group as a whole. Now the group's business is getting wider and wider, and almost all assets are high quality assets. Even if the largest project suddenly explodes, at most it will make a little less money, and there is absolutely no possibility of shaking the foundation of the group. This is the benefit of forming a scale. Xiao Yuki protested unconvincedly. You can blame me for this. What did I do? Yang Ruoqian chuckled. Didn't you say your dad wouldn't interfere in our business? Huh. When it came to this, Xiao Yuki's originally righteous tone immediately weakened a lot. What do you mean? Did my dad invest money in the company? No, it's unlikely. The atmosphere among the three of them was now relaxed. They were all college classmates and had known each other for many years. They were not in the company, so there was no need to put on airs. He didn't invest money. Yang Ruoqian took out his mobile phone and copied the information that Gu Yangxin sent him to Xiao Yuki, but it seems that he is going to become a VIP user of a project of our company. VIP user? Isn't my dad not interested in things in the entertainment industry? Xiao Yuki received the file and browsed it curiously. After watching for 2 minutes, Xiao Yuki was even more surprised. Huh? Isn't this an advanced version of script killing? Is my dad interested in this kind of thing? But it looks quite interesting. When did our company launch this business? Yang Ruoqian pressed the elevator button and said, didn't the counselor ask me to help him with employment? So I took all his people. Shaoyuki nodded. I've heard about this. And then what? Did they come up with this project themselves? Although Shaoyuki did not follow Yang Ruoqian to participate in the campus recruitment, he still heard about it roughly. But like Yang Ruoqian, he was not very optimistic about what these younger students could do. Yes, they were handing out flyers at Kayanda Plaza today, and they happened to be handed to your dad. Yang Ruoqian said as he walked into the elevator. Maybe your dad just got the flyer in his left hand and turned around and ran into us. Oh, it's not a bad thing. Shaoyuki patted Yang Ruoqian's shoulder with a giggle, trying to get away with it. It's just a one-time consumption, so it won't have much impact. It's not an investment, right? In fact, Shaoyuki himself was very resistant to Gaoao Group's intervention in investing in Kuiguang Group. He likes the current atmosphere of the company very much, but these things are all maintained by Yang Ruoqian and the circle of company veterans around him. If external capital intervenes, even if it is Gaoao Group, it is likely to cause a devastating blow to this atmosphere. This is also the main reason why Shaoyuki has been too lazy to take over his father's job. Gaoao Group is too complicated and has too many twists and turns. As long as you walk in, you will feel inexplicably irritated. It is a world of difference from the happy work of Kuiguang Group. But, consumption and investment are fundamentally different. No matter how big a customer is, he is just a customer and has no right to interfere in the internal operations of the group. Yang Ruoqian nodded. I hope so. I hope the private customization project can be a failure soon and stop being a profit assassin. Now the discordant voices within the group have begun to gradually gain the upper hand, and a new project is urgently needed to support the scene. Even the worst student Spark Records has to learn the trend recently, which is really worrying. Of course, after confirming the aircraft order, Yang Ruoqian's mentality has stabilized a lot. It is certain to lose money this quarter, it's just a matter of how much loss. 400 million cash flow expenses. This is not Cheyenne Bank. How can so much money be produced in one quarter? The ordering of private jets has been almost completed. As long as the contract is signed, the money is paid, and the remaining procedures are completed, it can be officially used. Before using it, Yang Ruoqian needs to come again to choose a suitable crew team. The choice of pilots, flight attendants, ground staff, etc. In addition, there are too many things to deal with recently, and it is indeed a bit too busy. The matter of recruiting assistants must also be put on the agenda. Ding dong. Soon, the elevator arrived on the first floor. Okay, I'll go to the crew first. You two can go back to the company. Shaoyuki took out his car keys and unlocked his car door. The shooting progress of the new movie has been delayed a lot. We need to speed up the progress. After all, a movie without a main director will definitely slow down the progress. Guo Fan is still receiving the most comprehensive treatment in the hospital, and it will take at least a week to be discharged. Well, don't be too anxious. As long as we can finish shooting and release it this quarter, there will be no problem. After returning to the company, Yang Ruoqian habitually opened the company's financial report and began to check various businesses. The financial report of Spark Records is stable and improving, but the situation is not good. What went wrong? I have to find time to investigate them on site. How come they are already moving towards profitability without losing much money? Didn't we agree to lose money for 10 years first? How long have you been losing money? You haven't even lost money for 10 months. Are you worthy of my earnest expectations? Are you worthy of me bringing you back to life? This is repaying kindness with enmity. Although Spark Records has not made much money, and the main reason is because of the popular song Time Cooking Rain. Just when Yang Ruoqian was feeling distressed at the financial report, an excited voice came. Huang Wen's excited voice came from outside. Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang, are you there? Speak of the devil, right? Yang Ruoqian, who just happened to have a lot of questions, closed the terrible financial report and said lightly, come in, I have some questions for you too. Huang Wei pushed the door open and came in. his joy almost overflowing from his face. "Boss Yang, we won. Dragon and Phoenix Legend chose the music we produced. Thank you, Boss Yang. Thank you for giving us this opportunity." Chapter 270. I will not allow scalpers to appear here. Mr. Yang, who was originally planning to give relevant guidance on the recent financial situation of Spark Records, was stunned by Huang Wen's news. Before he could even speak, Dragon Phoenix Legend chose Spark Records production. Yang Ruoqian vaguely remembered that he had made a similar arrangement, letting Spark Records compete with Dragon Phoenix Legend's original music production company. According to the original plan, Spark Records, which can only mess up its work, can never be a rival to others. This not only wastes Spark Records' time, but also allows them to pay others to help produce music. Yang Ruoqian had never imagined this situation. They chose the music you produced. Could it be that Wei Ling and Zheng Yi gave a friendly order to help out for the sake of their own company? Exclamation mark. With the temperament of these two people, it shouldn't be. When signing the contract, even in the face of the extremely generous conditions offered by the group, the two also made a request hoping that the group would not interfere with the decision of the group. With regard to the two people's attainments in music and their personalities, Yang Ruoqian was unwilling to believe that they would choose music of lower quality because of this human relationship. So there was no special instruction for them not to give Spark Records a backdoor. You can't be corrupted. You must stick to your principles. Yang Ruoqian was distressed, but Huang Wei was oblivious and still in high spirits. "Boss Yang, they are going to hold a concert in Jinhei soon and will release a new album on the day of the concert. Boss Yang, don't worry, we promise to give you a satisfactory answer this time. You don't need to wait for 10 years. Just this quarter, we will issue you a military order. If we can't make money, I will not be the director anymore. You can send me away." "Boss Yang, just talk nicely. What's the point of suddenly shouting slogans? What's the point of a satisfactory answer? Is there a possibility that I was very satisfied with the answer you gave me before? Okay, just do your own thing. I don't really care." Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. "Go ahead." In fact, Yang Ruoqian was much more anxious than he looked now. From what Huang Wei said, he was very confident in the album produced by Spark Records. Does that mean it will be 100% a hit after it is released? A company that can make a song like Time Cooking Rain must have enough judgment on the quality of music. Since they have such great confidence, it means the quality of the album will not be too bad, so we have to prepare for the worst. Yang Ruoqian is definitely not a person who will sit and wait for death. Now that the concert has not started yet, maybe there is still a chance to make up for it. Yang Ruoqian took out his mobile phone, found Wei Ling's phone number, and dialed it directly. Generally speaking, Yang Ruoqian will call for more urgent matters and choose to send WeChat for less urgent matters. The income and impact that a concert may bring to Langfeng Legend are obviously more urgent matters. After a few rings, Wei Ling answered the phone, smiling. "Boss Yang, how come you suddenly have time to care about us today? Because I was quite relieved by you two in the past." Yang Ruoqian looked at the former bad boy who was getting farther and farther away from him and sighed. "Aren't you going to hold a concert recently? I want to ask about the details. Also, you two must focus on your career development and don't think too much about other things, understand?" As Wei Ling, who has been in society for a long time, is different from most of the stupid kids in the group, she immediately understood the meaning of Yang Ruoqian's words. Focus on career development and don't think about other things. Didn't he just choose Spark Records to be a partner? Wei Ling burst out laughing. "Boss Yang, you really misunderstood us in this matter. We absolutely do not favor our own company. If you don't believe me, I can give you the album to listen to. Don't tell anyone." Yang Ruoqian took a sip of tea and swallowed all his luck. "No need, I trust your judgment. Let me ask you a question. When is your concert going to be held?" Speaking of this, Wei Ling became excited. "I knew that Boss Yang came for this. How about our first real performance? Do you want to come and take a look? The best seat in the venue is for you. It will be in about 2 months, and we are here to preview the warm-up activities." Yang Ruoqian roughly estimated the time, his tone a little regretful. 2 months later? I may not have time then. Let's see then. Although Mr. Yang loves listening to songs, he has hardly ever been to any concert. If he can get the best seat, he is still very interested. Okay, Boss Yang, tell me anytime you need tickets, and I'll keep them for you. What do you think about the sale of concert tickets? After talking for a long time, Yang Ruoqian finally brought up the topic that he was most concerned about. Have you contacted and arranged everything? Speaking of this, Wei Ling was a little helpless. Everything has been contacted, but I can only take the performance fee, and at most some fan group tickets. How the tickets are sold has nothing to do with us. Wei Ling knew that Yang Ruoqian was actually concerned about the scalper problem. Anyone who has been to a popular concert knows that it is basically impossible to buy tickets at the official guide price. Only a small number of tickets can be grabbed by a few lucky people, and most of the others fall into the hands of third parties. Don't even think about getting them without adding 500 or 600 yuan. Yang Ruoqian is actually very clear about the various ways of holding a concert, and he plans to start from this point to see if he can turn this concert into a losing business. Generally speaking, it is difficult for singers to hold concerts independently, and they must cooperate with large venues. Large venues require a lot of investment to build, and there are not many in a city, which is a completely monopolized resource. Most of the time, the ticketing platform is tied to the organizer of the rented venue. This ticketing model will give birth to a very hated group, scalpers. From a technical point of view, it is not difficult to eliminate scalpers. The simplest way is to copy the ticket purchasing system of railway tickets, block the ticket purchase inventory, strengthen identity verification and limit ticket refunds. With these three measures, any scalper who comes here will die. However, the biggest problem in eliminating scalpers is precisely the organizer. The organizer has no motivation to crack down on scalpers. The relationship between the concert organizer and the ticketing party is by no means hostile. On the contrary, they are more like the relationship between suppliers and distributors. To some extent, they are in the same boat. Excluding those folk scalpers who got the tickets by chance, the role played by real scalpers is not just a middleman responsible for raising prices. Many concert tickets that are not popular and not paid much attention to will also be reduced by scalpers. The official guide price is unchangeable, but secretly, the organizers need scalpers to help them adjust the price. Popular concerts are in short supply, and there are many people who want to go, but the venue has limited space. At this time, the organizers only have two choices. The first is completely fair, and everyone will compete with their hand speed and luck, and first come first served. Those who can't buy tickets can either go home and wait for the next time, or learn from the Indians and find a place to hang them up to watch the concert. All tickets are released on the designated official website, and real name tickets are purchased. Each person is limited to one ticket. ID cards and facial checks are required upon entry. If you want to refund the ticket, you must do it within a limited time, and you must pay the default fee for the refund. To do this, you need to rent a server and write some programs, which costs a lot of money. The second is to do nothing, and the scalpers will be scolded, while the organizers will lie down and count the money. Anyone knows what choice to make. The organizers have put a lot of thought into everything, and it is of no benefit to them to create a fair ticket purchasing environment. Moreover, there are also private scalpers. It is not ruled out that many people really want to watch the concert at first, but when they see that the ticket price in the second-hand market is too high, there are many people who can't help but want to make a fortune. If it is just the above mentioned how much to earn problem, there may still be organizers who choose to vigorously deal with scalpers because of word of mouth to win the favor of consumers. The biggest problem is the logic of the organizer is completely different from the logic of the consumer. A venue has to hold more than one concert in a whole year. There are popular concerts that are in short supply, and there are also unpopular concerts that are in oversupply. Not all singers are so famous, but most first and second tier singers have to hold concerts to make money. Consumers only see the shortage of tickets for first tier singers, but never pay attention to the dilemma of second tier or even third tier singers when holding concerts. As an official, the guide price cannot be easily changed. The official guide prices of first tier singers and third tier singers are similar. But how can so many people buy concert tickets for third-tier singers? Some stars' tickets are hard to come by, even if they are sold at a higher price, while some singers' tickets are sold at a lower price but no one wants them. In order to avoid being blown up by their respective fan groups, the official ticket prices of the two cannot be too different. At this time, the organizers need scalpers to help them deal with those unpopular concert tickets. The organizers are willing to throw the popular tickets to professional scalpers for sale, and at the same time, they have to pack up some tickets that are not so easy to sell and give them to scalpers for help. Popular items can be sold without raising the price, but unsellable items must also be sold. This is the real use of professional scalpers for the organizers. Whether it is a price reduction or a price increase, it is all the scalper's business. Anyway, the organizers have to transfer the risks and ensure that they can make a profit regardless of drought or flood. Otherwise, why can a product that is not easy to sell be found on third-party platforms with discounted sales links, even if the official price is not reduced for a long time? Could it be that there are so many fools who buy and hoard the tickets and are anxious to sell them? Yes, but it is by no means all. This is a human relationship in the entertainment industry, which is filled with every corner. Yang Ruoqian had already started to think about it, and said in a negotiating tone, "After all, this is the first concert. If there are scalpers everywhere, fans will complain. Wouldn't it have a bad impact on your reputation?" Weiling smiled bitterly. "Boss Yang, you really care about us too much. But we can't do anything about this. At most, we can apply for a few internal group tickets from the organizer and sell them to die-hard fans at the original price. How about this?" Yang Ruoqian had a bold idea in his mind. For this concert, the group will discuss with the organizer and pay for all the tickets. Then we will sell them ourselves, guaranteeing to sell them at the original price and not tolerate even a scalper. How about it? Although the Dragon and Phoenix legend is well known, it is the first time to hold a concert. In the eyes of the organizer, it is a type of neither popular nor slow selling. As long as they are willing to buy all the tickets in a package, the organizer will probably be willing to sell them at the original price. Boss Yang only needs to add a few dollars to the ticket price symbolically, so it is not considered passive operation, and can pass the system. The income from this set will definitely cover the cost of sound, light, electricity, and stage design. A sure loss. Boss Yang, this is not good. Weiling was stunned for a moment. You will lose money if you do this. If the price is raised too much, they will definitely be scolded. Considering that the Kuiguang group attaches so much importance to word of mouth, the price increase must be limited to a very small range. With such a price increase, isn't it a sure loss? Kuiguang group has provided countless help since the debut of Dragon and Phoenix Legend, and Weiling is really embarrassed. Now that the group has finally become famous and can stand on their own, how can they continue to let the company protect them from the wind and rain? Seeing that Weiling approved of his strategy of losing money, Yang Ruoqian was even happier. "Don't worry about the company's affairs. Help me contact the organizer, and it's settled." Weiling did not interfere too much with Yang Ruoqian's decision, just as Yang Ruoqian would not interfere with her decision. "Well, okay, no matter what. Thank you, Boss Yang. We have rehearsed this concert many times, and the effect must be great. If you can come, you must not miss it. We'll see when the time comes." Yang Ruoqian nodded. "Then I'll hang up first. I still have things to do here." After saying that, Yang Ruoqian took the initiative to hang up the phone. When he hung up the phone, he also glanced at the time. It was not far from the end of get off work. It felt like a day was going to pass without doing anything. From handling all things personally, to only handling some things, to only formulating the general direction. Now, Yang Ruoqian is already a little overwhelmed even to formulate the general direction. I didn't notice it before, but after the girl at the front desk reminded him last time, Yang Ruoqian felt more and more that he was a little too busy. There are indeed too many things I have to deal with personally recently. I'm a bit overwhelmed, so I should find an assistant as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian dialed the front desk. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. Died before achieving success. Okay. I must be able to convey your meaning accurately. Are there any other requirements besides this? Is it an administrative secretary who helps you handle affairs, or an assistant to the president, who is trained as a future executive? Administrative secretary, okay. High salary, okay. Social recruitment, no need to find channels? Okay. Just tell me if you have any other requirements. In the Human Resources Department, Ruoqian hung up Yang Ruoqian's call and hurriedly worked with his subordinates to prepare the recruitment information for Yang Ruoqian's assistant. This is someone close to President Yang, and he must not be neglected. The employees of the Human Resources Department, who had not received orders from President Yang for a long time, took action one after another and faced this task with the most rigorous attitude. In the past, the most common task of the Human Resources Department was to coordinate with other departments that needed manpower and try to help them find suitable employees. Now, they have to help Yang Ruoqian find an assistant. If one is not handled well, he might lose his job. Boss Yang is finally going to hire an assistant. Of course, the company has so many businesses, and Boss Yang handles them personally all day, running around here and there. He is already a model worker at the level of Emperor Tezu of the Ming Dynasty. Alas, Boss Yang gives us such good benefits and pays us such high salaries, but he doesn't even hire an assistant. I'm a little touched. It's useless to be touched. Helping Boss Yang find a competent assistant is the top priority. It's okay, find more people to interview. We do more work today, and Boss Yang can do less tomorrow. It seems that Boss Yang attaches great importance to this recruitment. It seems that Boss Yang didn't care much about attributes such as ability in the past. It was almost time to get off work, and because the company's rules and regulations forced everyone not to work overtime, they could only finish their work in the last bit of time. After an hour of hard work, with only a few minutes left before the end of the get off work, good news finally began to come out of the hour office. Sister Lou, I finished my work here. I've also posted it. Damn. There are 3 minutes left before I get off work, and I almost have to pile up the work until tomorrow. I think you shouldn't be too happy too soon. I posted it 5 minutes earlier than you, and now the private chat has blown up. At least 30 people have submitted their resumes. Oh, 3 or 4 resumes came in just after the recruitment information was sent out. Don't make a fuss. Zio Chen, I still remember you. When I sent out the recruitment information before, you were also one of the people who submitted your resume at the speed of light. It's normal. Just with this salary, no one can resist it. You don't even know what's going on outside now. Some companies say that we maliciously offer high salaries and that we are destroying the industry. Ha ha ha. It's a hellish joke. A company in Jinhae City. In the half-empty office, a girl was playing with her phone while waiting for someone around her to pack up. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Kim, are you done? Come and take a look at this." A beautiful, well-spoken, impeccable girl next to her slowly packed up her things and asked, "What's the matter?" As the administrative assistant secretary of a deputy manager of the company, Kim's work is extremely busy every day. He just waits to go home and rest after work. He really doesn't have much time to pay attention to gossip. If it were just busy, it would be fine. The key is that many people hinted to Kim to do something unrelated to the business for their own business. In fact, this kind of thing has happened in many companies, but because it was not forced, it only blocked the way to promotion and salary increase. Otherwise Kim would have run away long ago. Kuiguang. Kim. Suddenly, the door of an office behind him was opened, and a middle-aged woman with a figure that had begun to change walked over. "Please stay for a while, I just happen to have a social event here." Hearing the word social event, Kim's hand that was packing things paused for a moment. "Socializing, just having dinner with Party A's dad. I haven't received any project-related work recently, so what is there to socialize and talk to Party A about? It's too late to cram for a document on the spot. I'm afraid the real purpose is not to be in the bar." Kim Yu sighed, raised his head and smiled. Manager Dong, I'm really sorry. I feel a little unwell today. I want to go home and rest. The woman called Manager Dong drove away the other employees with her eyes, and her voice gradually became serious. Kim Yu, this opportunity is rare. You don't have to fight for it. Do you know how much thought and effort the company has spent on this project? Do you know where we are going to eat tonight? That restaurant. Kim Yu pinched his bag. That restaurant? Since the sudden rise of Kuiguang Group and Chengyu Media's very uncivilized drinking at Mr. Yang's house every day, Xingrazi restaurant has become one of the holy places for many large companies to have dinner. As long as you invite customers to this restaurant for dinner, it means absolute importance. Because of the name, many people also call this restaurant that restaurant, which makes it mysterious and raises its style. As a competent assistant and secretary who needs to help the leader handle social events, Kim Yu naturally understands what that restaurant means. Yes, it's hard to find a seat. It's the designated social venue of Chengyu Group. One meal is enough to eat up your 2 years' salary. Manager Dong said coldly, do you know how much effort the company has put into booking a location and ingredients? Do you know that our client this time is Kuiguang Group? Do you know how many orders they have placed for us? Do you know what benefits you can get this time? How much performance is it? All kinds of props and equipment have been reserved. A full 20 million orders. The company can make at least 5 million in profit from this order. When he heard this number, the boss of the company rushed back from other places overnight, carrying a box of mayozi, several cakes of good tea, several soft uazi, various gifts, until the entire trunk of the car was filled. Are you kidding? If you don't show some courtesy to a client like this, do you want to do repeat business with him next time? Besides, let's not talk about repeat business. Now Kuiguang Group has only given a purchase intention, and the contract has not been signed yet. If we don't make him happy, what if he suddenly regrets it? After all, it's a cooperative treat between companies, so there's no need to be too shy. Even the boss felt it was not enough, and he went to one of the most upscale restaurants in the city and ordered a table of delicious dishes. He also specifically asked his subordinates to find someone who could accompany him with drinks, and he must make the leader of Kuiguang Group happy. Manager Dong then set his sights on Kim Yu, who usually always refuses to socialize. Because when facing such a big customer, Kim Yu's personality may become an advantage. Kim Yu sighed. I'm sorry, Manager Dong, I'm really not feeling well. If I really go to social events, I'm likely to get injured at work, which will cause trouble for the company. You don't know what's good for you. Manager Dong cursed angrily. You'll never get promoted in your life, so just take a salary of 5,000 yuan in your life. He had rejected those small orders of hundreds of thousands or millions of yuan before. This time, the order from Kuiguang Group is not at the same level as those social events before. Just as Manager Dong said, if Kim Yu doesn't go, I don't know how many people will rush to go. I'm sorry, Manager Dong, I'm leaving. Manager Dong, who also serves big customers, might say a few more words under normal circumstances, but now she doesn't have the leisure time. She just waved her hand and said, get lost. After that, she immediately took out her mobile phone and called other people. Kim Yu sighed heavily again and slowly moved to the elevator door. The colleague who was kicked out looked carefully inside the company and asked in a low voice, are you okay? That old witch asked you to accompany the drinking again. No, I won't go. Kim Yu shook his head. Why don't you just change jobs? It's been a few years, and the salary hasn't increased by a dime. It feels like there is no future. You are so capable, and you have helped that old witch to clean up her, but so many times, and this is the treatment? Asking you to accompany the big boss of a big group to drink? Kim Yu was speechless. How can it be so simple? It's hard to find a job now. I'm satisfied as long as I can make a living. They can't force me to go, right? Anyway, Kim Yu's work ability is there, and Manager Dong knows it very well. Otherwise such an ungrateful employee would have been fired long ago. The company certainly needs flatterers, but people who do practical things are also necessary. Manager Dong actually doesn't want to fire an assistant like Kim Yu who doesn't have a high salary, but has good ability. Instead, he wants to cultivate him into a confidant and make good use of him. Okay, let's not talk about this. Kim Yu took out his cell phone and checked the time. Where were we talking just now? It was before the old witch came. Oh yes, just now. Where were we talking about? Kuiguang. Yes. Kuiguang has just put out a recruitment information saying that their CEO needs an assistant secretary and particularly emphasize the ability. I think you can go and have a try. It just so happens that that witch is busy with some big project recently, so she has no control over you, right? Why don't you take the opportunity to give it a try? You haven't seen the salary. It's so damn scary. If I didn't have the ability, I would definitely have to go. Oh, right. Isn't that old witch busy running around for the cooperation with Kuiguang Group? If you are accepted by Kuiguang Group, she would probably be more uncomfortable than eating a fly. Hahaha. In fact, the recruitment ML of Kuiguang Group is permanently open. As long as they are willing, anyone can submit a resume to it, and anyone has the opportunity to be accepted. No reliable rules have been found so far. However, targeted recruitment like this is rare. It can be said that every time it comes out, countless job seekers flock to it. This time is no exception. But, just like what my colleague said, Manager Deng has been busy discussing some big orders with Kuiguang Group recently, and has no extra energy to care about her. Taking a day off to apply for an interview won't delay anything. Okay, then I'll give it a try. Kimu is a man of action. Once he makes up his mind, he will do it. Manager Deng, I'm sorry, I'm really not feeling well, and I may need to take a few days of sick leave. Thank you. After typing this line, she blocked Manager Deng directly, turned on her mobile phone, went to the recruitment platform, and submitted her resume along with her performance in the past few years. As expected, she soon received an interview invitation from Kuiguang Group. You can go at any time during the week, just make a phone call to the front desk to make an appointment. The reply came very quickly. I have been invited to an interview. Kimu shook his phone, and for once, his tone was a little cheerful. I will go for an interview tomorrow, and try my luck. Okay, I wish you success. If you are admitted by accident, remember to take care of the younger brother of your old employer in the future. It is highly unlikely. Look at how popular these positions are. Have some confidence in yourself. The next day, Kimu got up from home, deleted several missed calls from Manager Deng as trash, and dressed himself up. In order to perform well in front of the interviewer and even the CEO of Kuiguang Group, Kimu did not take the initiative to work overtime after returning home, but went to bed early to recuperate. In Kimu's mind, Kuiguang Group is a high-efficiency emerging enterprise located in the center of a top-level office building, with senior elites busy with their heads down, and all leaders are responsible for what they do. You must give the interviewer a good impression the moment you enter the door. Arriving at the bottom of Shengjingheoyuan, what caught my eye were 7 or 8 black luxury cars, full of momentum. Big companies are so impressive. Kimu took a deep breath, checked his business shirt and business skirt for the last time, and walked into the elevator with his head held high. No matter how nervous he was, he had to show a confident demeanor. Ding. It was several minutes past the working hours, and there were not many people in the elevator. Including Kimu, there were only 4 people in total. The other 3 were huddled in a corner, chatting in a voice that everyone could hear, but was not noisy. Alas. I was really unlucky yesterday, you know? What happened? Didn't President Yang assign a recruitment task? I had just got off work at that time, and I saw a new resume was submitted, so I thought of secretly handling it. Ha. And then you were caught, and your salary was deducted, right? Then you really deserve it. No, how dare you? Alas. I was lucky, don't mention it. I have remembered the person who submitted the resume to me now, and I must take good care of her during the interview. Isn't this bad? I'm kidding. Kimu listened quietly with her ears perked up, but the more she listened, the more confused she became. If there was nothing wrong with her comprehension ability, if the Chinese language did not undergo a major change in meaning overnight, these people seemed to be talking about their salary being deducted because they secretly worked overtime, ! And they said they handled a resume submission after get off work. Kimu submitted her resume to Kuiguang Group after get off work. Huh. Did she offend the interviewer before the interview even started? Chapter 272 Scoring software is now available. No, that's not right. It's fine that they were caught working overtime secretly and had their pay deducted by the boss, but why are they still so leisurely and chatting in the elevator at 5 minutes past 9? At 5 minutes past 9, if it were any other company, the employees would have already looked at hen, right? Not to mention, being 5 minutes late, even if they were only 1 minute late, they would have lost 200 yuan. Kimu secretly looked at the expressions of these people and found that they were not nervous or annoyed, but rather took it for granted, as if nothing had happened. This reaction is wrong, no matter how you think about it. Even if working at Kuiguang Group pays well and has good benefits, it would be uncomfortable to have your pay deducted, right? It feels like Kuiguang Group is a little different from what he imagined in his mind last night. Ding. The 23rd floor was soon reached, and Kimu followed the 3 people out of the elevator, while taking a quick look at the environment of Kuiguang Group. The decoration is very luxurious, not just the surface work is done bright and beautiful. All employees are in high spirits, no one has an anxious expression on their faces. All kinds of leisure and entertainment and equipment for adjusting the status of employees are very complete, and there is no worry that it will affect work efficiency. It is indeed a company with extremely good financial conditions and flourishing business. The working environment of my old employer is not even 1/10 of this. Kimu nodded gently, and his evaluation of Kuiguang Group in his heart has increased a lot. In the past, I saw praises on the internet, and it is inevitable that there will be exaggerations by the water army, but now after seeing it in person, I found that what is said on the internet is still conservative. If you can really be hired by Kuiguang Group, I guess people will be willing to throw away the establishment and the iron rice bowl. By the way, speaking of work, why haven't you seen a place to work after looking for so long? Kimu looked around and saw a lot of massage rooms, private theaters, tea rooms, and small bars. But what about the office? Where do the people of Kuiguang Group work? Don't they have to go to work? Kimu took out his phone with some surprise, opened the online recruitment app again, and checked the message sent by the hours. It's on the 23rd floor, that's right. How come all the people are playing at a glance? Are you here for an interview? Just when Kimu was at a loss, the girl at the front desk took the initiative to come over and said with a smile, "The office of the hour department is in that direction. It's a little hidden, please don't mind." Since the scale of the Kuiguang Group has been expanding, the office space has been expanding, and the original 23rd floor is also very different from before. First, the company's cafeteria moved from the 23rd floor and occupied an entire floor alone, leaving a lot of space. Secondly, in order to have a more spacious office space, only the company's management and the hour department were left on the 23rd floor, and the employees of other departments moved to their corresponding floors. This vacated a lot of space. The empty space was transformed by Yang Ruoqian into more places for leisure and entertainment. As time went by, the real office space was squeezed into an increasingly inconspicuous position. Newcomers who were not familiar with the environment had a hard time finding their workplace once they entered the elevator. No. Kimu silently changed his mindset. It's my own problem. You can't use common sense to speculate about such a company. The front desk lady nodded. It was she who had the courage to suggest Yang Ruoqian to find an assistant. Seeing such a grand occasion, she was in a very good mood. "Okay, sister. Keep going. I'm optimistic about you." Even though he had just arrived at Kuiguang Group, Kimu was also infected by this relaxed and progressive working atmosphere, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. "I will try my best. It depends on luck." In the president's office, Yang Ruoqian didn't pay too much attention to the affairs of the human resources department. An administrative assistant secretary needs to go through multiple screenings and multifaceted assessments, and the results cannot be obtained in 1 or 2 days. Unlike recruiting other employees for eccentricity rather than ability, Yang Ruoqian's requirements for administrative assistant secretaries are not the opposite, and he does not want to recruit an unprofessional person to this position. Professional assistants know what they should do, what they should say, and how to accurately convey the boss's words to the employees. As long as things are made clear, they can be perfectly executed. But an unprofessional assistant is a complete disaster. Unlike the silly and innocent characters in many TV dramas, unless they have other purposes, a real administrative secretary assistant will never be a vase. Putting a vase in this position will only bring great chaos to the company. Not knowing what their daily tasks are, not knowing what to say, and self-righteously giving suggestions to the boss or arbitrarily changing the orders given by the boss to subordinates. Let alone whether such a person is annoying or annoying. Just giving advice to the boss without authorization and speculating on the meaning of the boss's words is terrible. The employees of Kuiguang Group are very imaginative. Even the orders issued by Yang Ruoqian himself can become another meaning in their minds. If there is one more procedure in the middle, what will the final result be? I dare not even think about it. Therefore, we must recruit a normal secretary, otherwise the consequences will be absolutely disastrous. Don't worry about the secretary's matter, just get it done within a week. Let's see how the situation is with the crew of Wandering Blue Star first. The project with the largest expenditure and the most high expectations has now started shooting, and every little action can affect Mr. Yang's mind. Yang Ruoqian first sent a WeChat message to Shaoyuki, the general manager of the film. I heard that someone invited you to dinner last night. How was it? Because of filming, Shaoyuki's work location has recently changed to the studio, and the two have no way to contact each other face to face. However, Yang Ruoqian vaguely remembered that the crew had found a local company in Jinhei to purchase some props for the crew. In order to thank the group for sending such a large order, the company decided to pay for the crew to have a meal. After a few seconds, Shaoyuki sent a message. Don't mention it, it's a disaster. If I wasn't in a hurry, I would definitely reconsider whether to cooperate with them. These two sentences immediately aroused Yang Ruoqian's interest. What's wrong? Why is it a disaster? The more disasters there are, the happier Yang Ruoqian is. As long as it doesn't slow down the progress of the filming, the more accidents the better. Shaoyuki, didn't our crew receive their props yesterday? As a result, one of the poles we planned to use as a detection pole was shorter. I thought they had made a small mistake, so I took this pole with me. Yang Ruoqian was enjoying the fun, and continued to ask, then what? Go on. Then it was dinner. They ordered a table of good wine and food. It was so luxurious, even more exaggerated than the dinner party of Chengyu Media. Basically, they ordered all the expensive ones. Our crew was confused at first. Yang Ruoqian basically held an indifferent attitude towards such things. That's good. Others invited you to dinner? Where did you eat? Although Kuiguang Group does not practice social etiquette, it cannot force others not to do so. Yang Ruoqian still understands the principle of not doing to others what you don't want others to do to you. Do your own thing well, and mind other people's business. Just watch it for fun. Shaoyuki replied, as for the restaurant you opened, I can only say that you made money again this time. President Yang was furious. Those damn bastards actually brought the dregs of human relations and social etiquette to us. A supplier is too arrogant. They bullied the Kuiguang Group. I won't agree. Damn it, after watching the fun for a long time, it turns out that I'm the fun. Who gave me this bad habit, coming to that restaurant for a meal, whenever I have time, and ordering expensive food? Exclamation mark. There is no place to eat in the whole Jinhei city, right? Why do you have to squeeze into my crappy place? Making money again, is this something a person can say? Shaoyuki replied indignantly, yes, we also felt it was weird at first, but we didn't think much about it, so we just took out the probe and told them it was a little shorter. Guess what they did? Yang Ruoqian angrily tapped the keyboard a few times. Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. I want to see a river of blood. Speaking of this, Shaoyuki got excited and simply started a voice message. Their manager Dong actually touched two Huazi, connected them to the probe, and told me that this length was enough. Damn, that would be fine. They don't understand our rules. Just be more careful next time. But guess what? When they saw that I was not very happy, they called two beauties from somewhere to squeeze next to me. I was fucking dumbfounded at the time. Do you know how Cheng Fei and Shankai Anayu looked at me? I, Shaoyuki, don't have any face. Mr. Yang, who was originally a little angry, felt much more at ease when he saw that Shaoyuki was just as unlucky as him. Ha ha ha. Fine, fine. I'll let you experience this embarrassing scene. Shaoyuki said angrily. Who do they think I am? They put all kinds of indecent things around me. Trash can, right? Do you really think I'm so hungry that I don't care about food? The reason why Shaoyuki was too lazy to work at Gaoiao Group was that he didn't like this hypocritical atmosphere. What's more, being watched by the company's largest partner and a popular star, anyone would be embarrassed. After laughing, Yang Ruoqian got back to the point. In the end, how did you solve this problem? Shaoyuki continued to send voice messages. The filming of the movie has already started. It's too late to change suppliers. We can only order them to change everything within a time limit and threaten them with cancelling the cooperation. The atmosphere during the meal was extremely stiff. Except for Shankai and Ayu. Basically no one was in the mood to eat. Alas. Anyway, I will definitely not cooperate with them next time. I didn't want cigarettes, alcohol, gifts, etc. I returned them all. Do you really think I will turn a blind eye to their behavior for such a small thing? Yang Ruoqian asked again. What about the problem with the props? Will it have any major impact on the filming of the movie? Will it lead to a decline in the quality of the movie? Shaoyuki, that's not the case. It's just that the product quality is not good enough, and it's inevitable that the actors will feel uncomfortable using it. Anyway, I will not accept that batch of problematic goods, and they must all be sent back for reproduction. Is that so? What a pity. Yang Ruoqian suddenly felt bored. Then you decide the rest of the things yourself. Just make sure the movie is released within this quarter. Don't worry. Oh, and I heard that you recently asked someone to make an app called Leopard Poo, right? It's online today. I tried it, and it feels pretty good. Has the official version of Leopard Poo been launched? When Yu Jingyu came to report the beta version of this application, Yang Ruoqian made the decision to launch this app full of problems and change the name to one with a profound meaning. I didn't expect Yu Jingyu, who is still studying, to be so efficient. But she was also quite impulsive. She launched the app without even doing any decent publicity. Isn't she afraid of a sudden failure? Yang Ruoqian complained, closed WeChat, and clicked into the app store. Search Leopard Poo. Well, it's online as expected. Not bad. The application rating is 4.7 and the number of downloads is 320,000. Isn't it good? Wait. Exclamation mark. Rating 4.7. Downloads are 320,000. Not bad at all. It's only been online for one day. The familiar, unpleasant feeling came up again, and Yang Ruoqian quickly swiped to the comment section and clicked on the selected comments. It's a very useful software. It makes my mind go round in circles. Rating a rating app. Isn't this a kind of Minotaur? The interface is super clean. There are almost no ads, and the value-added services are also very cheap. Even if you don't buy them, it basically doesn't affect the app experience. It's very conscientious. As soon as I saw it was produced by Kuiguang Group, I clicked in immediately. It was very fast. As soon as I saw the producer, I knew Kuiguang would not let me down. I feel that it has the potential to become one of the social networking sites with the largest traffic. As long as the operation does not do disgusting operations, at least I enjoy using it, and there are many active users. Bad review. 1 star. There is no place to spend money, so I can only buy a 1,000-year membership to help fun. I'll give it 3 stars. When Kuiguang improves their crappy potato server, I'll change it back to 5 stars. The app is good, but the server is a bit too crappy. This app is quite interesting. The main thing is that it is interesting and doesn't waste much time. I started to use it at 10 in the morning and finished at 9 in the morning. It only took an hour. It's very good. Yang Ruoqian looked at these comments, a little confused. Isn't this a movie review and rating software? Is it really that fun to play with it? And why does it seem that there are not many users discussing movie related topics? What on earth are you using my software for? Yang Ruoqian clicked the download button of Baopoo and decided to go into the app to see what happened. Just as Mr. Yang was staring at the download progress bar, a message suddenly popped up from the top of the phone. Yu Jingyu, boss, are you here? I have a request, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Chapter 273. Do netizens nowadays like to give ratings so much? Yang Ruoqian stared at the chat box for a long time, then silently replied, "You talk first, then I'll decide whether I'm here or not." Leopard app was jointly created by Yu Jingyu and the security guard. Now that the traffic has suddenly increased, it's hard to say whether she will make some unacceptable demands. For example, introduce advertisements and make money from traffic. For example, add more paid service items. Another example is to cut the cost of attracting traffic. Anyway, Leopard app has so much traffic not long after it was launched, far exceeding the expectations at the time, and it is reasonable to cut the budget appropriately. If Yu Jingyu dares to do the above things, Mr. Yang will have only one attitude: no, Yu Jingyu, boss, it's not a big deal. It's just that our Leopard app server is a bit insufficient. Can you transfer some money and rent a better server for us? Oh, it turns out that you want to increase expenses. That's fine. Yang Ruoqian typed back, "That's no problem. What is your budget? Have you decided?" The server of a large social platform has always been a necessary and major expense, used to safely store various user data and platform data. Large groups like Tencent have more than millions of servers working around the world, and even set up a security department for this purpose. In order to keep these data properly, the cooling of the data center is a huge expense. Even for a data center with only 10,000 servers, cooling measures must be taken all the time. The cooling tower must be replenished with water at least twice an hour to ensure that the temperature of the cold channel in the computer room does not exceed 25 degrees and the hot channel does not exceed 30 degrees. Whenever the cooling unit is out of power for 5 minutes, the temperature of the computer room can soar to 70 degrees. Using industrial electricity billing, the monthly comprehensive maintenance will cost at least 2 to 3 million. How can you save 2 to 3 million in monthly expenses? Seeing that the boss agreed, Yu Jingyu first sent a pleading emoticon, and then typed cautiously, "Mr. Yang, can you allocate 500,000 per month? Don't think this number is outrageous, but it really requires so much expenditure." God knows how much courage Yu Jingyu had to dare to type this sentence and click send. When editing this message, Yu Jingyu didn't know how many times he deleted and revised it. "I was caught secretly saying bad things about my boss, and I was assigned an important task, but I asked for 500,000 yuan a month before I saw any profit. Will I be thrown out by the company security? But there is no way. The fee of 500,000 yuan is the number, after trying every possible way to reduce costs, and I really can't save a penny." Seeing this number, that was far below expectations, Yang Ruoqian immediately expressed his different opinion. "How can 500,000 be enough? When we build this platform, our goal is to be in the top 10 in China at the minimum, and the upper limit is to be the first in the world. 500,000 for maintenance fees. Too little. Look at other people's data centers. The maintenance fees are often hundreds of millions. What's the matter? Others can spend millions, but ours can only spend hundreds of thousands. If other companies see this, they will think that we, Kuiguang, can't afford a server. Buy another one for each person." Yu Jingyu, boss, you are generous. Thank you for the super rocket. Then, 1 million. 1 million can basically solve the problem well. After stabilizing this group of customers and making money, we can also bear the profits and losses of replacing servers in the future. How come after talking for so long, he only talked about 1 million? Yang Ruoqian was disappointed. He was indeed a student who was still in school and had never seen much of the world. He was so cautious about spending a mere 1 million a month. "Since you said that we will replace the server with a better one in the future, why don't we just replace it with a better server now?" Yu Jingyu, who was still studying and whose thinking logic was still at its peak, was a little confused. "Anyway, we will replace the server with a better one in the future, so why not replace it now? This seems to make sense, but if you think about it carefully, you will find it too outrageous. If you say so, you will make money in the future anyway, so it doesn't matter if you are in debt now. No way. But that is the boss's opinion. How dare Yu Jingyu go against it? Boss, why don't you give me a number? I have a narrow vision and can't make such a big decision. I will allocate 5 million to you. If it is not enough, report to me immediately." Do you have any opinions? Speak up actively and don't hesitate. Yang Ruoqian said a number that would not violate the regulations based on his own experience. With the current user traffic of Leopard, it is definitely impossible to really build a data center that matches Google for this purpose. But a server with a monthly maintenance fee of 5 million can still be built. How can I have any opinions? Eugene Gaiu complained. But there is another small matter. I want to ask for your advice. Just asking for opinions, not issuing a critical illness notice. Yang Ruoqian nodded with relief. Go ahead. It's about our app. Currently, there is only one monthly membership, that is a paid project. After it is activated, you can change the font to make the name more eye-catching, and the price is not expensive. I feel that it is not easy to recover the cost with just this one service. If the server rental fee is only 500,000 per month, it would be fine. Now Yang Ruoqian waved his hand and directly multiplied it by 10 to super double it, and the profit pressure was suddenly full. Just relying on this value-added service and this monthly fee, it is impossible to cover the operating costs at this stage. If you want to make money, either add more value-added services, or look outward and find advertisers willing to invest money to do advertising placement. Although the app is still in the stage of burning money for new development, it is better to spend less. What a ghost. Without even thinking, Yang Ruoqian found an excuse to refuse. We have just launched our app. Although the traffic is huge, the user stickiness is actually very low. If we do this, people will run away, and the reputation we have worked so hard to build will be gone. Eugene Gaiu asked again, what about the publicity and promotion expenses? What about the welfare? I feel that creators and users now have a high evaluation of our app. A large part of it is not because of the welfare. I feel that the intensity of spending can be reduced by a large part. No, why are you still talking about saving money? Interns are interns, and they are far less sensible and obedient than old employees. Do you understand the principle of striking while the iron is hot? Yang Ruoqian rolled his eyes. Now the situation is good. We should increase our efforts. How can we give up halfway? Don't always think about saving money. You must be willing to pay back the money to make more money. At this point, a message popped up on the phone, and the download of the Leopard Poo app was completed. Yang Ruoqian was immediately not interested in discussing the issue of saving money with Eugene Gaiu. He closed WeChat and opened Leopard Poo. After simply registering an account and giving himself an ID called Yang Ruoqian successfully entered the app. In terms of preferred content, he chose 4 categories: games, movies, TV series and novels. The interface layout of the entire software is basically the same as the beta version he saw last time, except for some interface optimizations. Yang Ruoqian is very familiar with it. After roughly scanning some of the content on the homepage, Yang Ruoqian clicked on the rating interface in the lower right corner. This is what he cares about most. The original intention of the Leopard Poo app is to be a film and television rating software, focusing on self-entertainment and burning money. Other than the rating interface, all other interfaces are just to cheat the budget. However, as soon as the rating was opened, a big score came into view. YTG122NP. Mr. Yang was stunned for a moment. What the hell is this? Wait, YTG? Why does it look so familiar? Isn't this the esports team that I made casually and now handed over to Ruoqian Minor to manage? Exclamation mark. Why can it appear under this rating column? However, after YTG won the World Championship last year, Mr. Yang completely gave up on this team and stopped paying too much attention to it. The endless stream of sponsor advertisements directly turned a big spender into a big profit maker. Now it seems that they no longer have the dominance in the league. Could it be that the esports club project can be supported again? Exclamation mark. Yang Ruoqian was refreshed. A failed project is going to be revitalized? At this time, he didn't care why there was such a strange thing as a game in the film review app, and clicked on the details page of the score of this game. Below the score of 122, there is a long list of comments about the contestants on both sides. YTG Deruan, Paramecium, can only carry out simple life activities. YTG 20th, Earthworms, can only crawl simply, but can be used for fishing. YTG KJP, pretending to be a professional player. Single cell versus Paramecium. Seeing netizens mocking their own players without hesitation, Mr. Yang became more and more energetic and happy. Great. It seems that YTG's recent performance is really bad. Look at how angry the netizens who are always gentle and reasonable are. Although these comments seem very funny, they are really vicious. Perhaps YTG's victory last year was just an accident, and now YTG has returned to the position that should have belonged to them. When YTG's performance gets worse and worse, and its popularity gets lower and lower, and it disappoints sponsors again and again, will those sky-high sponsorships disappear? The most important thing is that, if YTG slowly loses its popularity, then the pile of industries around Kayanda Plaza opposite may also be implicated. It seems that this whole game of chess has the possibility of being revitalized because of YTG's poor performance. As long as YTG can return to the essence of burning money as an esports club, turn back from the wrong path, and stop at the brink, it will still be a good arm of the group. Yang Ruoqian flipped through the records of professional competitions again, and found that, although YTG's performance this year is not as good as before, it still barely maintains the level of a T1 team. If it does not perform abnormally, it is still very likely to enter the World Championship. There is a decline, but it is not obvious yet. Now these internet addicted teenagers are at a low point. They have gone from being champions that everyone admires, to being the object of ridicule. Their mentality must be unstable. I have to seize this opportunity and break their will in one fell swoop. As soon as he said it, Yang Ruoqian temporarily put leopard poo in the background, and opened the chat box with Ruan Minor. As soon as he came up, he brought up the topic. I saw your recent performance. It seems that you are under a lot of pressure, right? Probably because she was resting after the training. Ruan Minor quickly sent a message. Boss Yang. You saw it too. I'm sorry. We didn't perform well and disappointed you. Even Ruan Minor, who is always lively and optimistic, has this attitude? Exclamation mark. Think about how high-spirited Ruan Minor was back then. Yang Ruoqian was relieved. There is nothing to be sorry about. You have won the championship once, proved yourself, and brought huge profits to the group. You can speak with your back straight. How can anyone be in the peak state all the time? Now there is only one thing you need to do, that is, eat well, drink well and play, and enjoy the treatment that the winner should have. 4 games and so on. Just compete casually. It doesn't matter whether you win or not. The group doesn't care at all. You are under a lot of pressure recently, right? Well, I will give you some more money, and you can decide what you want to eat, play, and buy. What if you lose? It's okay to win. Play hard for me. And what about training? Cancel all the recent training tasks, and go out to play. After typing this, Yang Ruoqian smiled very proudly. First of all, he took the high ground morally, and told these guys that they were already very awesome, and didn't need to win to prove themselves. Secondly, he relaxed them mentally, and solved their worries. Even if they lost the game, the group would not give up investment and let them lose the pressure in life. Finally, they corrupted them materially, and used eating, drinking and having fun to occupy their training time, making their already not so good condition even worse. With 3 blows, YTG will not fall. Ruan Minor, boss, we. Yang Ruoqian did not give any room for rebuttal. Okay, it's settled. I'll let the finance department contact you later. Remember, the competition is not important. By the way, you have been using that training venue for a year. It's a bit old, right? While you are out playing, I'll find someone to renovate it for you and install more other facilities. At this time, in the training hall opposite, all YTG members were looking at the screen, watching the word sent by Yang Ruoqian, and they were silent for a long time without saying a word. Just now, when they heard that the boss of Kuiguang Group personally asked about the recent competition, they were ready to be scolded, even to bring in strong reinforcement, let them sit on the bench, or even directly terminate the contract. But what they waited for was completely different from what they imagined. The mood of several people can be said to be extremely complicated. Ruan Minor glanced at her teammates who had been fighting with her for a year, and slowly typed a few words. Boss, everything is up to you. I may need to take a day off tomorrow. Depending on the situation, there is a high probability that I will be able to update. Chapter 274, Unexpected Gains, All Accidental. When the results were good, the boss came in person, spent a lot of money to upgrade the equipment, and improve the surrounding environment. But now they have suffered repeated setbacks, and it is not even known whether they can enter the world competition, but the group still does not put any pressure on them. They have heard many complaints from other club members, such as deliberately putting people on the bench, deliberately putting people in a very bad training environment, and deliberately scolding them. After all, the players are young and full of vigor, arrogant, and very confident in their own level and strength. How can they bear such grievances? At this time, if a good-hearted person appears and gives some advice, there is a 70% to 80% probability that the player will take the initiative to solve the problem. The club can avoid paying liquidated damages. If the club is more ruthless, it may suddenly file a lawsuit against the player while he is competing. A conscientious boss like Mr. Yang. Although we are video game players, we can at least be loyal. Boss, why don't you tell the boss about that in advance? Go ahead. Indeed, it feels like we didn't make much money for the boss, and we just took advantage of him. Seeing that her teammates all agreed, Ruoqian Minor nodded and typed, Boss, actually it's not all bad news here. There's something you may not know. Yang Ruoqian was obviously very nervous. When he saw the good news, his reply speed was obviously much faster than before. What's the matter? Is there something that even I don't know? Tell me quickly. Seeing that the steady boss Yang could hardly hide his eagerness, Ruoqian Minor and the others were more certain of their guesses. Sure enough, everything boss Yang said before was to encourage them and to find ways to stabilize their mentality. In fact, he was very concerned and anxious about the club's recent performance. It's just that he didn't impose his emotions on the players. Ruoqian Minor immediately typed, Boss Yang, after we won the championship last year, the official will make a set of championship skins for our team. The revenue from the skins will be split 50-50 between the club and the official. The skins of the first domestic team to win the championship are selling very well. Don't worry, Boss Yang, the first income will be credited soon. Yang Ruoqian. Damn. He almost forgot about this. Yes, the world champion has a champion skin, but it takes a long time to make and sell skins, at least half a year, and Boss Yang really doesn't want to pay too much attention to the esports club project, so he subconsciously forgot about it. There was such a big killer in the third quarter, and he actually forgot to include it in the statistics. The first world champion, a full set of skins, the online game with the most players in the world. It's broken. Just now I praised the esports club as a bad kid who knew his mistakes and could change, but it turned out that their mistakes were too big. When the contract was signed, the group had not yet established a legal department, and the contract used a standard contract, which was directly copied from other clubs. According to this contract, the income from the players' skins will first be transferred to the club, and then the club will take a cut. After the cut, the remaining part will be sent to the players. In other words, it is too late for Yang Ruoqian to give all the skin income to these people. Trying to save trouble will lead to big trouble. Seeing that Mr. Yang was so happy that he couldn't speak for a while, Ruoqian Minor felt better and continued, and Mr. Yang, do you know that the game officials have also made a skin specifically for you? There are also skins and masters? Exclamation mark. Yang Ruoqian was spinning and asked, I didn't play in the game, why do I have a skin? Now the game officials are so powerful that they will take the initiative to make skins for the team bosses? Even if they really want to make skins, which hero should they choose? Ruoqian Minor replied, Mr. Yang, it's not a hero skin, but an eye skin. The image is the way you were eating in the gym. It sold very well, better than our skins. I'll take a screenshot for you. Take a look. It's pretty cute, right? Eyes are a prop for detecting vision in this game. As long as it is placed, the whole team can see it. Mr. Yang opened his bloody mouth to eat. Yang Ruoqian hit 6 points again. He was almost speechless. Okay, this is how you play it, right? Use my image to make a skin, and then give money to my company? Exclamation mark. That's my skin. And, what's so cute about it? My money. All swallowed by the system. No, I can tolerate anything else, but I absolutely can't tolerate this time. I must protect my rights. Yang Ruoqian put his phone down, opened the system panel, and expressed his opinion very dissatisfiedly. This is my skin, and the organizer deposited the money into the company account without my permission, or signing a contract. I demand that the money be withdrawn. This is a unilateral action by the game company. Their remittance to the company should be regarded as invalid. Querying the regulations. Please wait. It is detected that the remitter has not signed any valid contract with the host for this amount. The specific matters of the Guardian skin are not detailed in the championship contract profit sharing regulations with the club. This remittance is regarded as a unilateral act of the remitter and will not be included in the company's profit and loss account statement. All relevant funds will be remitted to the host's personal account. The host actively takes out non-compliant funds, does not use personal assets to artificially make profits, and voluntarily gives up possible high commissions. His attitude is good, and he has the pattern that a chairman of a large international group company should have. The first remittance is in progress. Since the Guardian skin has been online for a long time, the funds will be remitted in months. Mr. Yang, who was originally indignant and just talking nonsense, suddenly became quiet when he saw the settlement interface of the system. Really give it? Did he succeed in defending his rights? Your card with the last digit XXXX received 3,781,026.21 yuan from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China at 10:43 on July 27th, and the balance was 4,102,583.70 yuan. The other party's account name, the other party's last digit, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Fuck. So many. Yang Ruoqian looked at the suddenly skyrocketing numbers on his phone and couldn't believe his eyes. As the big boss of Kuiguang Group, he has actually seen many large numbers. Even 9-digit numbers are not uncommon. But the problem is that the money is not his own, and he can only look at it from a distance and not play with it. Even if the 1.0 version of the system really got the money twice, it only went through Yang Ruoqian's hands and then returned it to the bank. This time is different. This time the money is really in the card. Who would have believed that, after being the chairman of Kuiguang Group for so long, the balance on his card would exceed 1 million for the first time. Esports Club, I have wronged you. You are indeed my lucky stars, and the investment I made at that time was indeed the right one. As for the small matter of the hot dog eating appearance being made into a skin and spreading in every corner of the game, Yang Ruoqian had completely forgotten about it. In fact, if you look closely at the skin, it is still quite cute. Sell more. With this money in hand, the previous headache of super maintenance and daily living expenses can be almost solved. Seeing that Yang Ruoqian's attitude was unclear, Ruan Minor sent another message, the content of which was cautious. Mr. Yang, are you still here? We have all decided that we don't want a penny from the income from the skins this time, and we will give it all to the company. Everyone is very grateful to you. Really? Seeing that YTG was ready to learn again, Yang Ruoqian immediately replied to Ruan Minor, no. The contract should be signed as it was, and no changes should be made without authorization. Originally, according to the contract, the club, that is, the Kuiguang Group, could get a share of the skin income, and the most pessimistic estimate would be tens of millions. If the player's skin income was taken, the income of hundreds of millions would be gone. The company's income increased, and Yang Ruoqian's personal income also increased. This could barely be considered a mixed blessing. But if Ruan Minor gave the team's personal skin income to the group, it would be a bit unlucky. Mr. Yang, I still think. Ruan Minor wanted to insist. She was a little anxious, and even typed separately. Yang Ruoqian didn't even wait for her to finish typing. Ms. Ruan Minor, you don't want to bear the high loss of unilateral termination of the contract, right? This. Okay, no more words. Just do as I say. You just need to calm down. The company has something to do, so I won't say more. After typing this line of words, Yang Ruoqian couldn't wait to quit WeChat and happily opened the bank app. Just looking at this string of numbers can make you happy all day. My first big money was actually earned by selling skins. This system really needs to reflect on itself. Well, the era of using the company's oil for work, using the company's money for meals, and having to find an excuse for a business trip when going on a trip can finally stop for a while. Although more than 4 million is not considered rich, and it still can't do much of the top luxury enjoyment, but at least there is a sum of money that you can really control, and you can do something that you have to do, but the system doesn't report it. Last time Yang Ruoqian wanted to hire some internet trolls to discredit his own movie, the system judged it as a passive operation and refused to reimburse. Yang Ruoqian had to pay out of his own pocket to buy internet trolls, and in the end the internet trolls had the opposite effect. Now, Yang Ruoqian can stand up straight and hire as many internet trolls as he wants, and find as many people to discredit him as he wants, without having to look at the face of the system. And the supercar that can be called a money shredding machine can now be taken out for a walk frequently, without having to be nervous every time it is maintained and refueled. But this money still seems to be not enough to buy a more luxurious house in Jinhae City. I need to earn more. When Yang Ruoqian was daydreaming about how to properly use this money, there was a light knock on the president's office. Dang, dang, dang. Outside the door, Wang Zikin's voice suddenly came, interrupting Yang Ruoqian's endless reverie about the huge sum of money. Mr. Yang, I have a document here that needs your signature. Do you have time? Mr. Yang, who had suddenly become rich, was interrupted inside with some regret. Come in. What is the document? Now that the business of Kuiguang Group is complicated, Yang Ruoqian had to delegate a lot of power to employees, but on some key decisions, he still needs to make the final decision himself. The amount of money involved in this decision is the criterion for whether the decision is critical. Mr. Yang, didn't you ask us to talk to Jinhae Lake Stadium about the tickets for the Dragon and Phoenix Legend concert? They agreed. No problem. What kind of ticket price do you plan to book? Yang Ruoqian was not surprised by this and nodded slightly. The popularity of Dragon and Phoenix Legend is indeed very hot now, and many people have even started to use their songs as phone ringtones, but according to statistics, their audience is older than other singers and stars. This kind of fans are not like some young people who are willing to spend a lot of money for their idols. They are relatively more rational. Therefore, even though they are very popular, the ticketing company is temporarily waiting to see how the tickets for this concert will sell. However, after all, they have many fans and a large base, so they should not be unsellable. For some singers' concert tickets, there is even an embarrassing scene of buying 2 bottles of beer and getting one free. The organizer is still willing to take the risk and buy all the tickets for this concert with an uncertain future. We did a simple questionnaire online. We think it is reasonable to increase the price by 15%. We can make a little profit while spreading the cost of the venue and paying the performance fee of the group. Wang Zikin quickly told the department's calculation results. Too much. Yang Ruoqian immediately objected. A 15% increase in price is equivalent to official scalping. What will fans think when they see it? No, we can increase the price and make a profit, but we can't use such a crude method to force fans to pay. Concert, what a good opportunity to lose money. How can we increase the price? Yang Ruoqian wanted to break his bones directly. Wang Zikin was not surprised that her decision was rejected. She nodded. What do you mean, Mr. Yang? The ticket price will only increase by 10 yuan, just for the sake of showing it. Yang Ruoqian laughed. The way to make money is this. Release a set of album discs with cooler packaging, and only with ticket vouchers can you buy it. Just make the packaging cooler, and don't change the other content. The price. Set the price at 888. Yang Ruoqian's idea is very simple. There is not much market for discs nowadays. Who would spend less than 1,000 to buy this thing? And this commemorative disc, except for the different outer packaging, has no other content that is different from the official version. The main feature is a zero cost effectiveness, and anyone who buys it will be ridiculed for a whole year. There is no way anyone will buy it. It will definitely be unsellable. P.S. I wrote this after watching the game. To be honest, I was a little upset and wanted to ask for leave, but I thought about it and gave up. After watching this game, I don't know what to say. I'm still writing about the plot related to the game today. It's so uncomfortable. If I really lose the final, I don't want to write the plot of this game anymore. Just skip this plot and write more about the secretary lady. Chapter 275 is out of stock. Wang Ziqin was obviously also shocked by this idea that transcends the times. She couldn't help but remind him, Boss Yang, many people now don't have equipment that can play this kind of traditional disc. What if you sell it? Yang Ruoqian wanted to label the product as no one would use it, even if they bought it. Otherwise, what if someone accidentally bought it? Moreover, the practice of purchasing the commemorative version with a ticket also limits the quantity. Even if there is really someone who is obsessed with it, he can only buy one set at most. It's impossible that someone would take the initiative to find someone else to buy a set for him for such a thing, right? It's understandable that someone would buy a few more sets in a moment of excitement, but once the operation procedures become cumbersome and they are given enough time to think, many people will give up. Therefore, most e-commerce platforms will make the payment steps as simple and clear as possible, because many impulse purchases are really just impulse. Even if some of the people who react will choose to refund with various excuses, most people will not refund. Yang Ruoqian wants to prevent this situation. Consumers must be allowed to complain about why it is so difficult to buy something, giving them an unprecedented bad consumption experience. Sometimes fans don't know what they want. Yang Ruoqian showed a profound expression. Hasn't the success of Black Robe Inspection Team proved this? Just sell it. You don't chase stars, so you don't understand what people who chase stars think. Sometimes, accidentally doing something successfully is not completely a bad thing. At least when Yang Ruoqian makes an outrageous decision in the future, he can always bring up this case to block everyone's suspicion. Wang Ziqin really no longer has any doubts. She nodded. So that's it. I judge others by myself. Then I will do it. Should we outsource the order ourselves, or give it to Spark Records? Yang Ruoqian thought about it and came up with a compromise plan. We give the order to Spark Records and then let them find an outsourcing company to do it. After saying this, Yang Ruoqian couldn't help but admire his ability to talk nonsense. In order to disrupt the group, he really has one inspiration after another without interruption. Wang Ziqin, I'll give the order to Spark Records and then let them find an outsourcing company? Exclamation mark. Is there any point in going through such a big circle? Everyone knows that the fewer people involved in a project, the lower the cost will be, because every link requires manpower, will incur costs, and someone needs to take their own profits. If you find an outsourced connection yourself, you only need to pay the cost on the group's side. But if you add a procedure in the middle and let Spark Records be responsible for the connection, then the connection cost between the group and Spark Records, the connection cost between Spark Records and the outsourcing, and the labor cost, will all be inexplicably increased. In the end, the cost is still exactly the same. This is what it means to exploit layer by layer. Is there any need to force a link to something that can be solved by yourself? There must be some deep meaning in this. I'm afraid that Mr. Yang is making some new attempts again, or playing a big game of chess. Wang Ziqin nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll contact the people from Spark Records right away. Yang Ruoqian thought about it and asked a question that he was more concerned about. When will the tickets for the 2 concerts go on sale? Wang Ziqin replied, it will officially start tomorrow, but we will reserve some tickets as fan group tickets and sell them only through internal channels. If they are not sold out, we will put these tickets back on the official website. Do you want to reserve a few tickets for you? The 2 people from Dragon and Phoenix Legend had asked Yang Ruoqian the same question before, but he was not sure at that time. Yang Ruoqian looked at the schedule again and shook his head slightly, saying, I think there is no time. I should take a plane to Europe on a business trip at that time. The Water City Film Festival invited the entire crew of the Black Robe Inspection Team. As the main investor, Yang Ruoqian could not go. What's more, this is a once-in-a-lifetime excuse for a business trip at public expense. How can I miss this great opportunity to make money from the group? Anyway, concerts are not so rare. If you miss this one, there will be another one. There is high-speed Wi-Fi and a large screen on the plane, so he can watch the live broadcast. Concerts are usually for the atmosphere. If you really want to listen to the songs, how can you listen to them without loss? If you really want to see the scenes, how can you watch the live broadcast clearly? some slightly off-center seats, let alone interaction. Even the singers themselves are difficult to see. It is hard to say that there is any good experience. Okay, Mr. Yang, then I will arrange it. Yang Ruoqian is now very concerned about the little money he just got, and nodded. Go. I got off work early today, and went to buy some things with Chang Ziking. Near the early hours of the morning. Kayanda Plaza, several people gathered around a bar under a certain Kuiguang group, staring at the screen of their mobile phones, keeping a state of readiness. Even the expensive drinks on the table were ignored. Suddenly, a girl said, "By the way, have you noticed that there are more and more things from Kuiguang Group recently?" Unknowingly, the entertainment industry of Kuiguang Group has penetrated into every aspect of Jinhae City in this year. When watching live broadcasts, you can always see their anchors, and when buying daily necessities, you can also buy them through the links recommended by their anchors. You can always see the artists under their group on variety shows, and both serious movies and comedy movies are produced by them. When watching a game competition, you can also see the big Kuiguang Group logo. Even now, even when eating, they eat at their industries. Usually no one notices it, but as long as you stop and think carefully, you can realize that Kuiguang Group has begun to affect your life in all aspects. Now when they grab a ticket, it is also a singer group under Kuiguang Group. It has to be said that among local enterprises, even if there is no restriction on the type of enterprise, Kuiguang Group is already a real T1. It is said that now the industry of Kuiguang Group has gradually begun to expand to other provinces across the country and is no longer satisfied with being a local enterprise. Jinhae locals still highly recognize the Kuiguang Group, which has created a large number of employment opportunities and made the prices of various products reasonable and fair. Although many people cannot work directly under the Kuiguang Group, countless upstream and downstream industries have benefited from it and recruited a lot of people. Moreover, I heard a lot of gossip that the entertainment industry under the Kuiguang Group is also much cleaner and purer, without as many twists and turns as other places. For example, the Shelter Company is a retreat for many frustrated artists. Now there are several newly rising actors who have also filmed bad movies in the Shelter Company. If the Shelter Company had not provided them with a way out when they were frustrated, many people really couldn't stick to it. In just 1 year, everyone can feel the feeling of economic takeoff. Why do you care about this? Their prices are fair, and they don't overcharge customers. We just use ours. A boy didn't even raise his head. Now anything with the word internet celebrity is inexplicably expensive. Only the things under Kuiguang have maintained their original appearance. From various angles, the bar they are drinking in now belongs to the internet celebrity store. But how fair are their prices? It is fundamentally different from other stores that use the banner of internet celebrities to make a fortune and run away. While chatting, a girl suddenly took out a blue membership card from her pocket and said with a smile, "By the way, I'll pay first, and we can split the bill later." Ha, I have their membership card, so it's cheaper. Ha, you have a membership card for Kuiguang? How much does it cost? As long as it is an industry under their group, you can get points after spending. This is a primary VIP card. You can get it after spending 10,000. You don't need to spend extra money to apply for it. 10,000? You, a college student, can actually go out and spend 10,000 by yourself. When you graduate, won't you be able to buy a villa? Okay, you are so scheming, right? Stop barking. Time is running out. Those who don't get tickets will find scalpers. It's a miracle that one of us can get a ticket at the original price. Tickets for such a popular concert. Several college students gathered at a bar just to grab a ticket to The Legend of Dragon and Phoenix. There was no way. The song was too magical, and these two people were really a bit legendary. And the most important thing is that the official recently released the news that any audience member who bought the ticket can get a surprise privilege. This has whetted everyone's appetite. After a wave of marketing, not only young fans want to buy tickets, but even the older generation of middle-aged people, uncles, and aunts who have been worn down by life, are also clamoring to buy tickets. The concert tickets, which were originally thought to be not very popular but not unsellable, immediately became extremely popular after this wave of uncles and aunts joined in. Now all forums have noticed this terrible scene, and everyone has quietly raised their budgets. People outside the circle may think that these tickets are not very popular, but most people in the circle are ready to bleed their wallets. Such a high-profile ticket is generally not available. It is normal not to buy it, and it is lucky to buy it. If you find a scalper, I'm afraid you will have to pay a premium of at least 300 yuan, and the ticket is not in a good position. As the few people talked, the time came to 0 hours in the morning of the next day. Time's up, hurry up and grab it. Fuck, I clicked it. I'm on the payment page. Fuck. Hahaha, this is the first time I've been so lucky. I clicked it too. Hahaha. This is the hand speed I've developed after being single for so many years. Fuck, I'm stuck. I sent it. It's over. I'm sure I won't get anything if I refresh the page. Hey, wait, why did I still click on the payment page? I've also entered it. What's going on? The payment was successful. I bought it? Ah, I bought it too. What's going on? Several college students who had already prepared the premium money looked at each other, unable to understand the situation for a while. What's going on? I bought the tickets so easily? Exclamation mark. Could it be that the estimates of several big guys on the forum were wrong, and the tickets for this concert were not as popular as expected? That's not right. Judging from the server game just now, there must be a lot of people squeezing in at the same time to buy tickets. It's so easy. I'm not dreaming, right? No one is buying tickets for this concert? Even if it's not as popular as expected, it's not possible to refresh twice and still get tickets, right? Yeah, it's not like I haven't bought tickets for concerts that are not so popular before. It's not like this. After all, several people drank alcohol, and they couldn't find a suitable reason for this phenomenon for a while. A boy who doesn't drink suddenly said, I feel that it's not that the tickets are not selling well. You can find the answer by looking at the specific rules of the ticketing. In fact, all online purchases of this kind have to sign a statement. Generally speaking, no one will read this agreement carefully, and they will just tick it casually. Could it be that the real secret is hidden in this agreement? Curious, several people opened the order options and wanted to find the statement. After a glance, someone suddenly sat up straight. His tipsy eyes suddenly sobered up a lot. Your ticket purchase information has not yet completed the real name authentication. Please complete the real name authentication within 1 day. I have this reminder too. I have lived on this planet for so long. This is the first time I know that buying concert tickets requires real name authentication. Look at this rule. Concert tickets cannot be transferred. 1 ticket per person, and identity verification is required when entering the door. Ticket refund method. This rule seems a little familiar. Isn't it just a modified version of 12,306? Good guy. The reason why tickets can be easily grabbed has been found. It turns out that there are no scalpers to grab tickets, and even if you grab them, you can't transfer them. Everyone can only rely on luck and hand speed. Someone took a sip of wine and nodded slightly. Okay, it's worthy of being the Kuiguang group. It's very considerate. It's really very considerate. Not everyone understands the specific way of concert scalping, but everyone knows that this behavior is officially acquiesced. It's a conflict of interest, and everyone is used to it. Now, there is an official who is cracking down on scalpers with the greatest force. Exclamation mark. That's really nice. This is very impressive. I feel like we can go to the forum and have a look now. Did everyone get tickets for the first concert of Dragon and Phoenix Legend? I'm very unlucky. I didn't get any. I can only find scalpers plus 300. There are already dozens of replies under this post. Why haven't I found any second-hand tickets on Xianyu yet? Me too. Normally they should have been out by this time. The above poster is overthinking. You can only blame yourself for your bad luck this time, or check the official website to see if there are any refunded tickets. Before buying the tickets, the original poster can take a look at the agreement this time. There are no scalper tickets. They are just sold out. Luckily, I got them with a fast internet speed. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.